Kino also fell into thought. Back then, it had only been a sudden decision. He had not planned anything carefully. But now, seeing how much hell had changed, a quiet sense of pride rose in his chest. If you want a reason, Kino said calmly, it's because I felt like it. Huh. Hella narrowed her eyes. Are you messing with me? Or are you hiding some secret plan? Kino pointed toward the street outside. Hella, don't you think it's beautiful? Outside, humans and demons moved through the streets together. The party Kino had thrown had not disturbed their lives. Everyone continued with their usual routines. Some stopped by to join the celebration, and Kino welcomed them all. On the street, humans and demons coexisted peacefully. Some chatted, some traded goods, and others laughed as they played. It was strange and chaotic, yet full of life. Hella followed Kino's gaze and froze for a moment. A complicated emotion flickered through her eyes. Hella, Kino said softly, if you do everything in life with a goal in mind, it becomes exhausting. Have you never done something simply because you wanted to? Or for someone important to you? Hella's gaze drifted across the scene. Venom and Pamela were laughing loudly. She was calmly organizing the party. Gwen was patiently explaining everything to her parents. Dark Phoenix was devouring food while Jean carefully looked after her. These warm little moments quietly touched something deep inside Hella. Confusion flashed in her eyes as Kino's words began to sink in. After a while, she snorted. I can't understand this pointless sentimentality of yours. All you're doing is creating more weaknesses for yourself. But her voice was not as cold as before. Kino only smiled and said nothing. His eyes remained on the people who mattered to him. Hella took a sip of wine, her eyes carrying a trace of mockery. The person she once cared about had betrayed her. You wanted me to become stronger. You wanted me to kill and conquer the world. I was so close to success, and then suddenly you said you wanted peace? That you wanted to give it all up. Her grip tightened around the wine glass. Then what about my wounds? What about the people I killed? What about all the lives that were lost? And what about the 2,656 years I spent sealed away? Her eyes turned sharp. Her hand trembled slightly as painful memories surged back. Emotions are nothing but excuses made by the weak. Hella's voice was low and filled with anger. Kino watched her quietly. He was not trying to erase her hatred. How could he? Someone who had not lived through her pain had no right to tell her to forgive or be kind. But while she was here, he could at least help her form a few bonds. Maybe enough to stop her from walking toward complete destruction. Hella, you're drinking again? Come help us open presents. Xiao ran over and tugged at Hella's sleeve. Hella looks so pretty today, Nina said, admiring Hella's black and green dress. Even though Hella was around the same height as the children, she carried a cold elegance that made her stand out. Yeah, Hella is pretty. And Damien too. Penny nodded excitedly, her eyes shining. Teacher. Damien also ran over, his face filled with joy. Wait, you're Damien's teacher. Penny tilted her head curiously. But you look the same age as him. The noise quickly began to scramble Hella's thoughts. Shut up. You're all so noisy. I'm not interested in playing house with you. Hella snapped impatiently. The children lowered their heads in disappointment. Penny looked frightened, and even Damien's face showed a little hurt. Kino frowned. Today was Damien's birthday, yet Hella had still shouted at them. The moment the words left her mouth, Hella felt a trace of regret. Then Kino's calm voice reached her. Go open the presents with them. All of them? Hella paused. Fine. I'll play with you for a little while. She gave Kino a sharp glance, as if asking if he was satisfied now. Kino nodded lightly. The children instantly cheered and surrounded Hella, pulling her toward the pile of gifts. At first, Hella looked reluctant. But as more presents were opened, she slowly began to enjoy herself. The feeling of surprise, like opening blind boxes, was unexpectedly pleasant. Her tense expression softened. Her lips curved upward without her noticing, and curiosity began to sparkle in her eyes. This one is actually pretty nice, Hella said, picking up a delicate ornament and examining it. Seeing her become interested, the children grew even more excited. They opened the presents faster and faster, their laughter echoing through the palace. So this is hell. Miles muttered to himself while holding a plate of food and looking around at the strange, lively scene. It's not what I imagined. What did you think it would be like? Pajama Spider-Man's voice came from beside him. Blood, chaos, terrifying demons with scary faces. As Miles spoke, a nightmarish image formed in his mind. Like this. Miles turned around and came face to face with a horrifying demon mask just inches away. Ah! He screamed and nearly dropped his food. His face turned pale as he stumbled backward, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. Ha 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 ha! Scared you, didn't I? Pajama Spider-Man removed the mask and burst into laughter. Dude, that was awesome. Miles said after catching his breath. Where did you get that? I bought it outside. There's a lot of weird and cool stuff here. Take me there. Right now. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner walked over to Hulk. It's been a while, Hulk. How's life in hell? Hulk is happy here, Hulk said proudly. Hulk fights, runs a store, and plays with Milan and Dara. You opened a store? Banner asked, surprised. What kind of store? Milan named it Succubus Pavilion. Hulk is the boss. Hulk puffed out his chest with pride. Banner fell silent. Nearby, an old man glared at the demons around him. So many demons, he muttered. I should send them back to hell. Dad, his son quickly whispered, we are in hell. And the Demon King is a good guy. I know. The old man sighed, but his eyes were still filled with wariness and confusion. Elsewhere, Tony Stark stood in a quiet corner. Not going to talk to him, Lorna? Tony asked softly. Lorna looked toward Kino, who was chatting with Venom and Pamela. Not yet, Mr. Stark. Not until I defeat Magneto. Tony glanced at her. Defeating Magneto won't be easy. You think I can't do it? Of course you can, Tony replied. If you master everything I've taught you, beating Magneto will be a piece of cake. Lorna's gaze grew firm. I will defeat Magneto, whether it's for him or for myself. As the night deepened, the banquet slowly came to an end. Gotham. Deep beneath Wayne Manor, inside the cold, damp silence of the Batcave, the only light came from the glow of countless surveillance screens. Batman sat like a lone shadow before them, silently controlling the network of electronic eyes spread across Gotham. His sharp gaze stayed fixed on the monitors, while the flickering blue light carved moving shadows across his stern face. Master Bruce, you should rest. You haven't slept for 26 hours. Alfred walked over with steady steps, carrying a steaming bowl of thick soup. His voice was calm, but the concern in it was impossible to hide. Honestly, if Alfred had not been taking care of him all these years, Bruce's life would have collapsed long ago. The billionaire vigilante could only keep pushing himself because Alfred quietly held everything together behind him. I'll rest after I deal with the drone bombings and send Two-Face back to Arkham. Bruce's fingers moved quickly across the keyboard. He did not even turn around. Alfred let out a helpless sigh. Master Bruce, you never take care of yourself. He already knew that once Bruce had made a decision, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. So Alfred simply stood beside him in silence. Then, a voice suddenly echoed through the cave. Staying awake this late, were you waiting for us, Bruce? Bruce's body tightened for a brief second, but he immediately recognized the voice. Chino. Miss Damien. Alfred's face brightened as he turned toward the entrance. Chino, Venom, Pamela, and Damien had arrived. Venom gently placed Damien on the ground, and the little girl instantly ran toward Alfred, throwing herself into his arms. Grandpa Alfred. Miss Damien, Alfred said warmly, stroking her hair with affection. Bruce's eyes shifted toward his daughter for a moment. A faint emotion passed through his expression, but it vanished almost instantly. His cold mask returned, and he continued working as if nothing had happened. Chino raised an eyebrow. Bruce, I brought your daughter here to see you, and you don't even look happy. I am happy, Bruce replied without looking away from the screen. But I have urgent matters to handle. Chino stared at him. And what could be more urgent than celebrating your daughter's birthday? Bruce paused slightly. Birthday? Her birthday is still 2 months away. I celebrated it according to my world's timeline, Chino explained. The party ended yesterday, so today I brought her here to see you. You should at least spend some time with your kid. Alfred and Damien both looked at Bruce with quiet expectation. For a moment, Bruce said nothing. Then he finally spoke. Damien, I'm sorry. Spend the next few days with your godfather. Whatever you want to do, I'll pay for it. Take the private jet anywhere you like. Gotham needs me right now. A trace of disappointment appeared in Alfred's eyes. Master Bruce, can't you put your work aside just this once? Damien lowered her head. The excitement in her eyes slowly faded. It's okay, Dad. Seeing this, Venom immediately exploded with anger. Damn it, Chino. Just tie him up. I refuse to believe Gotham will fall apart without him. Pamela's brows tightened as vines began to grow rapidly beneath her feet, ready to attack at any moment. Darling, should I put him to sleep? Chino raised his hand, stopping both of them. Then he looked straight at Bruce. Tell me something. Is it that you can't leave Gotham, or that Batman can't leave? Bruce's eyes sharpened. Batman can't leave. Chino smiled. All right. He snapped his fingers. A portal opened inside the Batcave, and from within it, a group of towering, muscular men stepped out one after another. They stood in perfect formation, disciplined and silent. Their powerful presence made the temperature in the cave seem to drop. Master, the Demon Arms unit reporting for duty. Frank, the leader, gave a firm salute. Behind him, the rest of the squad stood ready, their eyes filled with excitement. The Demon Arms unit had all been enhanced with the 2.0 fortification serum and strengthened further through demonic enchantments. Every member was a battle-hardened veteran with supernatural abilities. Together, they were a terrifying force. Chino turned toward Bruce with a smirk. From now on, Gotham has 100 Batmen. Any objections? Bruce looked at the soldiers for a moment. Then he simply said, no killing. After that, he nodded slightly, turned toward Damien, and gently picked her up. Damien, where do you want to go? Damien wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her face lighting up with joy. Anywhere, as long as I'm with you, Dad. Chino smiled. Goodbye, Godfather. Goodbye, Venom Mom. Goodbye, Pamela Mom. Goodbye, Damien, Chino said. Your dad is rich, so buy whatever you want. And if you see anything fun, buy something for me too. Make sure it's the most expensive one. Got it, Godfather. Then Chino looked at Alfred. You should go with them too. You've worked hard enough. Besides, do you really trust Bruce to take care of Damien properly by himself? Alfred hesitated for only a moment before giving a graceful nod. Then I shall take my leave. Mr. Chino, ladies, there is freshly heated soup in the kitchen. If you do not mind, please enjoy it as a midnight snack. He bowed politely, then followed Bruce and Damien with his usual elegance. Venom lowered his head, looking heartbroken.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
My little sweetheart. Pamela, however, frowned. Darling, doesn't this feel strange? Bruce left Gotham to us way too easily. Chino crossed his arms. It's not exactly a scheme. It's more like a test. He wants to see how far we're willing to go for Damien. He glanced toward the monitors. As for trusting us with Gotham, there are two reasons. First, he knows I don't actually care about this city. Second, he definitely has a backup plan. I just don't know what it is yet. Pamela scoffed. That Bruce, always planning something. Of course, Chino said with a shrug. If he didn't, he would have died 800 times already. Then Chino turned toward Frank. Frank, are you ready to introduce yourselves to Gotham? Frank stood even straighter. Absolutely, master. The boys can't wait. The soldiers behind him immediately became excited. Yes, sir. Becoming the Dark Knight has always been my dream. Boss, can I choose his suit first? A cheeky voice suddenly came from within the crowd. Chino blinked. The soldiers stepped aside, revealing a figure dressed in an obnoxiously bright red suit. Wade. Chino stared at him in disbelief. How the hell did you sneak into the Demon Arms unit? It had been a while since Chino had seen Deadpool, so finding him here was genuinely surprising. Deadpool spread his arms dramatically. Boss, the company was boring. Totally not my vibe, so I asked Tom to transfer me here. He leaned against a few soldiers with a grin. And honestly, I love this squad. Everyone here is talented, fun to talk to, and they all have huge weapons. I mean guns. The soldiers he touched immediately darkened in expression. Ever since Wade joined the unit, they had not known a single peaceful day. If it were not for his strength and his status as a core member, they would have beaten him up long ago. Even Frank looked tired. If Wade was not actually useful, he would have thrown him out already. Chino rubbed his forehead. Fine, Wade. I have a mission for you. Deadpool's eyes lit up. What is it, boss? You know Arkham, right? It's full of talented people. Go have a friendly chat with them and make sure they stay quiet for the next few days. Deadpool instantly became excited. I love this mission, boss. Can I pick Batman's suit first? No problem, Chino said. Just send me some pictures. Deadpool bounced with joy. Chino watched him leave, then silently offered a moment of sympathy for every inmate in Arkham. Nighttime. Gotham. A city where light can never fully reach. A chilling aura permeated every street and alley. Robberies unfolded at every turn, the criminals' sinister faces appearing even more twisted under the dim street lights. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, bullets weaving through the narrow alleys, sparks flying upon impact. In dark corners, drug deals were carried out in hushed tones, greedy eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Human trafficking continued unabated, the cries of the innocent drowned out by the ceaseless noise of this crime-ridden city. But every time Gotham faced a crisis, there was always one man who would appear to save it: Batman. In the sky, Batman piloted the Batwing, locking onto a black drone before opening fire. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in the sky above the city, briefly illuminating the dark skyline. The citizens of Gotham glanced up at the explosion, then quickly lowered their heads, hurrying along their paths. Such scenes had become far too common for them to care. After dealing with the drone threat, Batman was preparing to return to the Batcave when a desperate voice called out from below. Hey, Batman, help me! Batman peered down and saw a man in a suit sitting on the ground, his face filled with panic as he frantically waved for help. Opening the cockpit, Batman leaped down. Boom! Without any cushioning, he landed directly on the pavement. The sheer impact caused the ground beneath him to crack, leaving deep imprints of his feet as dust billowed around him. The suited man froze, his mouth slightly open in shock. His eyes widened, utterly stunned by Batman's thunderous entrance. Batman, realizing his dramatic entrance might have been too much, calmly explained, newly developed power boots. Are you alright? Any injuries? I'm fine. Just my leg. Can you help me up, Batman? The man, seemingly convinced by Batman's explanation, spoke with a trembling voice. Of course. Let me check your injury. Batman examined the man's crushed leg, then crouched down beside him, placing his hands on it. Suddenly, the man's expression twisted with malice. Got you? Die, Batman. With a swift motion, he pulled out a dagger and thrust it toward Batman's temple. Clang. A metallic clang echoed as the dagger struck Batman's cowl. The man looked at his bent and broken dagger in shock. His gaze shifted to the exposed flesh beneath Batman's damaged helmet, disbelief plastered across his face. Drone, you should consider yourself lucky. Batman didn't even look up. His grip on the man's leg tightened. Stop. Please, stop. The man's screams of agony pierced the night. He flailed wildly, stabbing at Batman with the broken dagger. Crack, crack, crack. With a sickening series of cracks, every bone in his right leg was crushed to dust. Batman remained unmoved, reaching for the man's other leg. Crack, crack, crack. The man groaned in pain before passing out, only to jolt awake from the sheer intensity of his suffering. You tried to take my life, yet I only broke both your legs. Isn't that generous of me? Batman said calmly. Who are you? The man, drenched in sweat, trembled as he gazed at his now limp, noodle-like legs. His voice was barely a whisper. Such brutality. Such strength. This was not Batman. Batman glanced at him, slightly surprised. Passing out for a few seconds, only to wake up again from pain? In Gotham, even minor bosses had this level of willpower. He had overestimated things. This was just pain shocking him back to consciousness. I am the night. I am fear. I am Batman. With that, Batman leaped back into his hovering Batwing and flew off. On the ground, the man stared blankly at the sky, his nerves finally giving out. He fainted once more, only to wake up again in a cycle of relentless torment. Inside the Batwing, removing his helmet, Batman revealed himself as Kino. He shivered slightly. That was so awkward. How does Bruce come up with these lines? Despite the lingering coolness of his previous persona, Kino now looked slightly embarrassed. Yes, Kino had decided to take part in crime fighting as well. How could he possibly miss out on such fun? I actually think it was pretty cool. But next time, try this. I am the Eternal Knight. I am Calamity. I am the Demon King. What do you think, Pamela? Darling, I think it sounded amazing. Also, an electronic eye just captured an incredibly badass picture of you. Venom and Pamela's voices came through the communicator. I'll give it a shot next time. But from now on, everyone has to say it. Kino broadcasted over the comms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, young master. Understood, boss. Boss definitely just felt embarrassed and now wants us to be embarrassed too. A voice piped up, followed by silence. Then another voice muttered. Will, you idiot, your mic is still on. Sorry, boss, I didn't mean it. Kino's voice remained calm. It's fine. I'm not petty. But Will, tell me when you stepped through the teleportation portal today, which foot did you use first? Still running across rooftops, Will sighed in relief at Kino's apparent leniency and answered without hesitation, right foot, boss. Did you know I prefer leading with my left today? Will, when you get back, report to Hela for a week of hell training. Kino's voice remained serene, yet it sent a chill down Will's spine. His foot slipped, and he tumbled into an alley before scrambling back up. Boss, please, spare me. Will wailed, but Kino had already cut the transmission. Soon, his teammates' voices chimed in to console him. Don't worry, Will. I'll help inject your healing medicine. Poor Will. Where's that luck you used to beat us? Probably used it all up. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed through the comms, leaving Will on the verge of tears. Hey, what's so funny? Mind adding me in? A cheeky voice interrupted the chat. Instantly, silence fell over the channel. One by one, the others disconnected. Why is it silent? Is my radio broken? Out of battery? Even Batman's gear isn't reliable. Deadpool smacked his communicator before tossing it aside. Whatever. Time for business. This next fight will be glorious, darling, make sure to watch closely. Blowing a kiss toward the shadows, Deadpool smirked and donned his mask. He strutted toward Arkham, mimicking Batman's signature walk. Quote, mercy is a gift, but generosity? That's just a matter of perspective. Arkham Asylum, that ancient and gloomy structure, stood tall at the edge of the city. Thick fog engulfed the surroundings, and a cold wind howled, carrying with it eerie whispers. The gates of the asylum were tightly shut. Rusted iron bars were overgrown with vines, resembling chains of confinement. On top of the surrounding walls, dim streetlights were spaced at intervals. Their light appeared faint and blurry through the fog, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Inside Arkham, on a makeshift stage built from old tables, a clown in a cheap costume and a poorly dressed Batman were engaged in a brawl. The Joker's makeup was exaggerated and twisted. His movements were ridiculous yet tinged with madness. Batman's costume was ill-fitting and crude. His fighting style was stiff and awkward. Joker, when are we getting out of here? The Mad Hatter shouted impatiently. He and the Riddler were already tired of this boring performance. Only the Joker found it hilarious. His sharp, piercing laughter echoed through the room, as if this absurd play was the most entertaining thing in the world. The Joker suddenly stopped fighting, tilted his head at the Mad Hatter, and grinned from ear to ear. His exaggerated red lips stretched wide, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth that glistened in the dim light. Getting out? Ha 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 ha. His laugh shook the walls of the cell. My dear Hatter, aren't we already out? Just look around this stage. This act, it's way more entertaining than the streets of Gotham. Then, he grabbed the front of the Batman's costume and shook him hard, making the cheap fabric rustle loudly. The Joker then hopped to the edge of the table, balancing on one foot, swaying precariously but looking completely entranced. He winked at the Mad Hatter. As for the timing when this play reaches its climax? When Batman breaks down and cries, abandoning his laughable moral code. Or when those cowardly cops and nurses out there get so terrified that they throw the doors open for us, then we'll stroll out and throw Gotham the most unforgettable party of all time. After speaking, the Joker leaned his head back and let out another burst of maniacal laughter, resonating through the chaotic halls of Arkham. You've made arrangements outside, right? When are they coming to break us out? The Mad Hatter asked urgently. Who knows? Maybe the very next second. Ha ha ha. The Joker's wild laughter echoed again in the empty room. Boom. A sudden explosion cut through the laughter, loud enough to make ears ring. Everyone in Arkham was drawn toward the sound. They're here, Joker. You really pulled it off, the Riddler shouted in delight. But the Joker looked puzzled. His plan wasn't supposed to unfold for another 5 days. This sudden explosion was completely unexpected. All the guards rushed toward the source of the explosion and saw the intruder. Batman. After all, more than half the people in Arkham had been sent there by Batman himself. Deadpool patted the dust off his suit. Hearing someone call him Batman, he flashed a charming smile. That's right, I'm Batman. I knocked, nobody answered, so I let myself in. I'm here to learn and exchange ideas with Arkham. They say Gotham is full of talent, especially the Joker. The guards silently pulled out their stun batons. He's fake. Arrest him. Deadpool's smile froze. Hey, what do you mean fake? I've got official Batman certification. This suit's straight from the armory. It's the coolest one, unlike those knockoffs everyone else wears. There's no way Batman has 100 suits in stock. Most of the others are just store-bought imitations. As the guards charged at him, Deadpool sighed helplessly and looked at an unseen camera. This chapter was originally titled Batman vs. Arkham Graduates, but now it's changed to Batman vs. Arkham. Then, his expression sharpened. He swiftly snatched a baton that was aimed at him and jabbed it back. The moment the stun baton touched the guard's body, a crackling sound filled the air. The guard convulsed in pain and collapsed. Deadpool moved like a ghost. The lazy demeanor from before vanished entirely. He spun the baton in his hand like a weapon, swinging it with precision toward the oncoming guards. One brave guard raised his baton and swung at Deadpool's head. Deadpool tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the attack, then slammed his elbow into the guard's armpit. As the guard bent over in pain, Deadpool delivered a fierce kick to his stomach, sending him flying into two others behind him. Deadpool stepped forward and pressed the baton against a fallen guard, electricity crackling again. The guard's body twitched violently, his eyes rolling back. A few crafty guards tried to sneak up behind Deadpool, but as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he flung the baton backward. With a loud smack, it hit a guard right on the nose. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the man screamed in pain. Deadpool spun around smoothly, bending, twisting, and striking in one fluid motion. The baton kept hitting its marks. One by one, the guards dropped to the floor, groaning in agony. From down the corridor, another squad of guards arrived with guns. Ready? Here comes the classic scene. Deadpool tossed away the baton and reached for the sword on his back. His hand got tangled in a cape. AFK. Bang bang bang. The guards didn't hesitate. They opened fire. Clang clang clang. Deadpool blocked several bullets with his sword, sparks flying with every deflection. Still, some bullets hit him squarely. The guards exhaled in relief. Even this fake Batman had some serious fighting skills. They approached Deadpool, preparing to confirm the kill. Surprise. Deadpool suddenly lifted his head. A flash of his blade cut through the dim corridor. The guards around him all dropped instantly. He's still alive? Shoot. Just as one of them shouted, Deadpool appeared before him and smacked him with the back of the blade. Bang bang bang. Clang clang clang. This time, Deadpool blocked all the bullets and charged at the remaining guards. Some of the guards, terrified, turned and ran. Their footsteps echoed through the hallway, while their comrades behind them screamed in panic. Those returning guards had faces pale as death, bodies trembling uncontrollably. They shouted incoherently, "Run! Batman's here to rescue the Joker." Batman rescuing the Joker? What a niche line. The Mad Hatter and Riddler stared at the Joker in disbelief. Was this your plan too? Getting Batman to save you? Impossible. The Joker had always wanted to expose Batman's dark side, but no plan of his could ever get Batman to willingly save him. The Joker stared at the shadowy figure approaching, his eyes wide and unblinking. Not even his exaggerated makeup could conceal the confusion on his face. Outside Gotham's second bank, a chilling wind howled through the streets. The dim glow of the bank's entrance lights cast deep shadows, making the surroundings feel even more ominous. Suddenly, a black armored truck sped toward the bank. With a sharp screech, it came to an abrupt halt, breaking the silence of the night. The vehicle's doors burst open. A group of heavily armed robbers, clad in black hoods, poured out. Leading them was none other than Two-Face. Under the flickering street light, his signature half-disfigured face looked particularly menacing, while the unscarred half was filled with greed and madness. The robbers charged into the bank, shoving open the heavy doors with brute force. Immediately, the piercing wail of an alarm echoed through the building. Terrified customers and employees screamed in panic, scrambling for safety, but the robbers swiftly aimed their weapons at them, forcing them into a corner. "Stay still, move, and you die." A thug brandished his submachine gun, his eyes gleaming with ruthless intent. Chaos erupted in the bank's lobby. Documents and dollar bills scattered across the floor as the robbers smashed through counters, stuffing stacks of cash into their bags. Their silhouettes flickered in the dim lighting, resembling demons from hell, plunging the once peaceful bank into absolute terror. At the center of it all, Two-Face flipped his infamous coin, one side pristine, the other deeply scarred. His twisted grin widened under the flickering lights, his lone eye reflecting a cold and merciless glint. Heads, the victims would live. Tails, every single one would die. The hostages held their breath, their eyes locked on the flipping coin. Fear paralyzed them, their hearts pounding like war drums. Everyone knew Two-Face's rules. This coin would decide their fate. Two-Face caught the coin and slammed it onto the back of his hand. Slowly, he lifted his fingers to reveal the outcome. "Tails, you've been abandoned by fate." His voice was eerily calm, devoid of emotion. His lone eye gleamed with merciless cruelty. He pocketed the coin and smirked menacingly. "Kill them, Those 3 words, spoken like a final judgment from hell, sent the entire room into despair. The robbers raised their guns without hesitation, fingers already tightening around the triggers. Wait, this isn't fair. You're deciding everyone's life with a single coin toss. A black man, holding his young son, stepped forward. His voice trembled, but his stance remained firm. He had heard of Two-Face's twisted sense of justice. Perhaps arguing fairness could improve their odds of survival. Ha 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 ha, fair. Two-Face burst into laughter, stepping closer to the man. His grotesque face loomed inches away, radiating a suffocating presence. The man's legs trembled, but he shielded his son with unwavering determination. Fairness? That is the only law? The great equalizer? The ultimate balance? So, I'll give all of you a fair chance. Two-Face's voice escalated into a hysterical roar, echoing through the empty halls. His henchmen did not object. They were all outcasts, men who had suffered under Gotham's corruption. To them, chaos was justice. Even if the police were to arrive, they wouldn't care. Their eyes burned with hatred and twisted pleasure, eager to witness the upcoming bloodshed. Your son goes first. Two-Face yanked the child from his father's arms. The boy burst into terrified wails. No, 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 take me instead. I was the one who spoke up, please. The father dropped to his knees, begging desperately. Daddy. The child's cries were heart-wrenching. Tell your son that everything will be fine. His fate now rests in Destiny's hands. Two-Face flipped the coin once more. It spun through the air, glinting under the cold fluorescent lights. The father was frozen in place, his gaze locked onto the coin. His breath hitched, terrified that even blinking might alter its course. Clink. Two-Face caught the coin and opened his palm. Heads. You're lucky, kid. Two-Face released his grip, and a thug dragged the boy toward the bank's entrance, tossing him outside. Phew. The father exhaled in relief, only for a gun to be pressed against his forehead in the next second. Did you really think your winged savior would come rescue you from this nightmare? Two-Face's deformed face sneered inches away, his voice dripping with mockery. Yes, Batman, the Dark Knight of Gotham. He saved me once before, and he will again. The father's voice trembled, but his eyes held an unwavering belief. All he needed to do was stall for time. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. You see, I'm of 2 minds about this. Two-Face flipped the coin once again, but just as it reached the peak of its arc, crash, the bank's windows shattered. Glass shards rained down like razor-sharp confetti. Several smoke grenades clattered to the floor, unleashing a thick, suffocating fog that spread rapidly. Panic erupted in the lobby. The robbers coughed and cursed, frantically waving their guns in the air. It's Batman? He's really here. Where is he? Stay sharp, he'll attack from the shadows. Before the thug could finish his sentence, Batman charged in head-on. The robbers stared in shock. Why throw smoke grenades if you're just going to rush in like a lunatic? Shoot him, someone shouted. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of bullets rained toward Batman. At first, he dodged with fluid precision, weaving through the gunfire with inhuman agility. But soon he simply stopped dodging. Sparks exploded as bullets ricocheted off his armor. He bulldozed through the gunfire, knocking out enemies one by one. Every strike was surgical, every movement calculated. Within moments, the robbers lay sprawled across the floor, either unconscious or groaning in agony. It took immense skill to control one's strength, to land between breaking bones and just causing pain. Two-Face. Surrender. Batman's deep, gravelly voice echoed like a judge's final verdict. But Two-Face barely reacted. His focus remained on the coin in his hand. Tails. He looked at the father and sneered. Your luck isn't as good as your son's. Without hesitation, he pointed the gun at the man's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The father collapsed only to find himself still breathing. Batman stood before him, cape billowing, his armored body shielding him from the bullet. Batman appeared in front of Two-Face, raising the barrel of his gun so it only left a hole in the ceiling. I've dealt with him many times. You're not Batman, Two-Face said with certainty. Then why dare ignore my warning? Not afraid of death? Kino asked calmly. If I truly die, then it must be Destiny's arrangement. I follow fate, Two-Face replied, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with endless madness. Kino crushed the gun in Two-Face's hand with a single hand, the sound of metal shattering sending chills down the spine. He waved to the hostages behind him and said in a deep voice, all of you, leave. Close the door behind you. The hostages fled in a panic, their footsteps chaotic as they scrambled toward the exit. No, he must die. Fate has already bestowed a death sentence upon him. Two-Face roared hysterically and pulled out a knife from behind, aiming to stab the black man in front of him. Kino grabbed the collar of his coat and yanked him back violently. You love fate so much? Then let's make a deal with it. Win, and I'll let you go. Lose, and you let him go. Fine, Two-Face agreed without hesitation and tossed his coin into the air. It landed on heads. I win, he said. Kino waved at the black man, signaling him to leave quickly. The man was tearfully grateful. Thank you, Batman, he said, then quickly exited, even taking care to close the door behind him. Kino removed his helmet, and instantly felt a soothing relief across his scalp. I used to think Superman had the best temper, beat him up all you want and he doesn't react. But now I think Batman's patience is even better. Fighting with a city full of lunatics every day without killing anyone? Respect. Kino sighed sincerely. Two-Face was startled upon seeing Kino's real face. He might be crazy, but he wasn't stupid. Anyone who dared to expose themselves like that either planned to kill everyone or didn't care about revealing their identity at all. Two-Face flipped the coin again and caught it. It landed on heads. Disappointment and pain flashed in his eyes, but were quickly swallowed by his madness. What's this one for? Kino asked with curiosity. For my own fate. What are you going to do, kill me or send me to Arkham? Two-Face asked coldly. Kino looked at him and suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter echoed throughout the empty bank hall, carrying a strange and unreadable tone. Of course, I respect your fate. Since you believe in it so much, how about playing a game? Kino offered. What kind of game? Kino pulled out a transparent bottle of liquid and tossed it toward a robber on the ground. Smash! The sharp sound of breaking glass rang out. The liquid splashed across the robber's face, and white smoke rose instantly. Ayah! The robber woke up from the burning agony, his screams piercing through the space. White smoke continued to rise. His face began to corrode, a gruesome sight that was hard to look at. Sulfuric acid. Two-Face gasped in horror. After all, it was sulfuric acid that had turned him into what he was. At this moment, the intact half of his face twisted in fear. Old nightmares came rushing back to his mind. Soon, the screams stopped. The robber's vocal cords had been completely dissolved. He writhed on the floor, his body twisting in unnatural ways like a trapped beast on the verge of death. Kino, seeing it was about time, pulled out a vial of healing serum, popped the syringe out, and threw it like a dart, striking the robber with precision. As the serum was injected, red flesh began to grow where the skin had corroded, gradually repairing the horrifying wounds left by the acid. Two-Face moved beside the robber, staring intently as the man's face regenerated. Once the scabs fell away, a completely intact face was revealed. Two-Face immediately grabbed and yanked at the man's skin with force. He had to confirm it was real. Boss, I am MPF. The robber was knocked out again before he could even finish speaking. Kino pulled out another vial of green serum and looked at Two-Face with a faint smile. So, what do you say? Want to play? He asked. Two-Face's gaze locked on the green serum with deep desire. No matter which personality was in control, both craved to restore his face. But stealing it? Impossible. The man in front of him was far too strong. I'll play whatever game you want, he said. Great. Your favorite game? Coin toss. I'll choose heads. If you toss tails, you win. You only have. Kino looked around at the number of robbers on the floor. 17 tries. Deal. Two-Face agreed instantly and walked over to a table, beginning his tosses. First coin heads. Without changing his expression, he picked up a nearby handgun, pointed it at one of the robbers. Bang! A hole opened in the man's head. Blood sprayed out. Continue, Kino said, arms folded, his expression calm. Second coin heads. What a pity, Kino said with a trace of mockery in his tone. Bang! Third coin heads. Still not quite there, Kino shook his head slightly. Bang! 16th coin heads. Bang! Only one chance left. Two-Face looked at the coin in his hand, feeling as though it was a stranger. If someone else were tossing it, he'd suspect trickery, but it was him tossing it. Why? Was this truly his fate? Kino almost laughed. With Magneto's powers, it was impossible for the coin to ever land on tails. Wee woo wee woo. Police sirens rang outside. The police had finally arrived. Normally, they wouldn't take so long, but there had been a flood of emergency calls today. You're running out of time, Kino said. I know, Two-Face replied. He trembled as he tossed the final coin. It spun rapidly on the tabletop. Heads. Looks like your fate doesn't want you to have this serum. You're out of chances. Bang! Just as Kino prepared to knock him out, Two-Face shot the last robber, then turned the gun on himself. No, I still have one last chance. You must have made a deal with Batman not to kill people, or at least not to kill them while pretending to be him. That's why you used the serum to tempt me to let me kill them instead. But you want to kill me too, don't you? So I have one more chance. Two-Face roared hysterically, his eyes bloodshot, his expression nearly deranged. Outside, the police had started battering the door. Loud bangs and shouting echoed through the room. All right. But let's add a final rule. If the coin lands standing upright, I'll give you the serum. But you still die. Want to try? Kino made it clear he'd rigged the game from the start. Ha ha ha. Of course I'll play. Two-Face laughed maniacally, his eyes full of desperate determination. He tossed the final coin. It spun on the table. All eyes focused on it. Time seemed to freeze. Slowly, the coin spun slower and slower, until it stopped. It stood upright. Fate has granted you the serum, Kino said. Two-Face couldn't wait. He grabbed the vial and stabbed it into his own neck. Instantly, he felt an unbearable itch spreading across his face. This one's a gift, Kino added, dropping a mirror in front of him. Then he fired his grapple gun and exited through the skylight in the ceiling. Quote of the chapter. Fate may flip a coin, but the house always rigs the game. The police finally broke through the heavy door, which crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rushing inside, they were met with a gruesome sight: bodies littered across the floor. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they instinctively pointed their guns at the only person still standing: Two-Face. Two-Face, surrender now. Gordon fixed a stern gaze on Two-Face, who stood sideways, his eyes drifting towards the coin and mirror on the table. Long time no see, Gordon. Two-Face slowly turned to face them, revealing a perfectly restored, handsome visage. The madness that once burned in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an eerie calm. The change startled Gordon and the officers. Two-Face no, Harvey, your face, it's healed. Gordon's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Yes, finally, in my last moments. Harvey Dent sighed, raising a hand to gently touch his once scarred but now smooth face, his eyes filled with conflicting emotions. With his face restored, the righteous side of his personality had taken control. Too bad, it's all too late. Harvey glanced at the corpses scattered across the floor, his eyes filled with pain and regret. Both personalities belonged to him. He remembered every crime vividly, unable to escape the weight of his own actions. Harvey. Gordon slowly lowered his gun, his heart aching for the friend he had once known. His eyes reddened, but the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. Gordon, as much as I would love to talk longer, my fate has arrived. It's time to see Rachel again. Harvey suddenly raised his gun. Wait. Gordon reached out, trying to stop him. But it was too late. Bang! Blood blossomed from Harvey Dent's temple, his body trembling violently before collapsing to the ground. Gordon stood frozen in place. A police officer stepped forward and checked. Commissioner, Two-Face is confirmed dead. He's not Two-Face. He's Harvey Dent. Gordon gazed at Harvey's peaceful face for a long time. If not for the bullet hole in his head, he would have looked like he was having a pleasant dream. Commissioner, a report from Robinson Park. Batman broke a gang of robbers' legs. Commissioner, an alert from Mercy Avenue. Batman broke a group of gangsters' legs. Commissioner, a call from Sprang River Road. Batman broke a group of kidnappers' legs. Urgent reports flooded in over the police radio. Within mere minutes, 7 emergency calls had already come through. The relentless stream of reports broke through Gordon's grief. Taking a deep breath, he gave the order. Clean up the bodies and wait for the coroner. Then move out to the next scene. It's going to be a long night. Officers sprang into action, filling the once quiet bank with noise. Gordon's police car roared to life, sirens blaring, as it sped toward yet another crime scene. The next morning, gentle sunlight bathed Gotham's streets and alleyways. Commuters heading to work carried expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Something felt off. Gotham was too quiet. No sudden, deafening gunshots. No thunderous explosions. No roaring engines from high-speed chases. The gangs that usually paraded the streets at this hour were nowhere to be seen. Their arrogant figures had seemingly vanished overnight. Storefronts opened as usual, their iron shutters intact, their glass windows unbroken. Gotham felt peaceful, unnaturally so. A dreamlike tranquility settled over the city, both joyful and unsettling, as if the citizens had stepped into an unfamiliar yet wonderful illusion. Of course, not all of Gotham was quiet. The hospitals were packed to capacity, especially the orthopedic wards. Hallways overflowed with patients, their agonized groans creating a constant hum. Thousands required bone-setting procedures, while hundreds faced amputation. The overwhelmed medical staff worked tirelessly. And this was with some patients having fled to Metropolis for treatment. No, why do they get their bones fixed, but I have to get amputated? A tattooed thug roared, his face contorted with rage. Your bones are shattered into dozens of fragments like a jigsaw puzzle that can't be put back together. Amputation is the only option. The orthopedic doctor spoke with weary indifference, his exhaustion evident. I'm from the Dimitri family. If you don't fix my leg, I'll have your entire family buried with me. The man's threat was venomous. Oh, the doctor remained unfazed. He walked to the doorway and shouted loudly. The Dimitri family wants my whole family dead. Who agrees? For a moment, silence. Then, Falcone family disagrees. Maroney family disagrees. Chechen mob disagrees. Gamble gang disagrees. Siamese family disagrees. Which idiot is using the Dimitri name to make threats? Drag him out and bury him. The hospital hallway erupted in chaos as various crime families voiced their disapproval. Joking aside, doctors were now a scarce resource. Killing one would be suicide. 2 burly men in black suits rushed in, grabbed the tattooed thug, and dragged him away. Doctor, Before he could finish speaking, one of the enforcers grabbed his broken leg. The searing pain sent him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, a white-haired butler strode inside with steady steps. Taking out a thick stack of cash, he respectfully held it out. Doctor, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this impostor has caused. Consider this a token of our regret. May I trouble you to tend to my master's injuries? Of course. The doctor accepted without hesitation, his face lighting up with joy. Quickly stuffing the money into his drawer already brimming with rings, necklaces, and cash, he turned to tend to the next patient. Though exhausted, he was certainly well paid. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he prepared for yet another surgery. Meanwhile, in Arkham Asylum, a strange atmosphere filled the room. Countless criminals sat bruised and beaten, their expressions filled with pain and resignation. Their dull eyes focused on the man in front of them, a man who hadn't stopped talking since yesterday. Even the guards outside watched in curiosity. For the first time, Batman had managed to break every single villain's will. I've always wondered, doesn't all that white powder on your face give you acne? Of course, I never used to care about this sort of thing. But now, I love my face. Every day, I use Vanessa's youth serum to maintain it. Oh, and I shared some with my buddy too. But Vanessa found out and made us split up. Luckily, I bought another youth serum, so we made up both of us. Oh, right. You guys probably don't even know what youth serum is. Allow me to explain. Deadpool Batman continued his endless chatter. The Joker's eyes had long since lost their light. His painted-on grin had faded. His exaggerated makeup now looked dull and lifeless, his very soul seemingly drained from his body. He had tried to resist before releasing everyone to join forces against the fake Batman. But what was the result? Even if they all went at him together, it was completely useless. His strength was absurdly overwhelming. Even getting shot in the head didn't stop him. He would get back up shortly after and continue fighting. The scene was like a nightmare as he beat up every single person thoroughly. Escape? What a joke! The last guy who tried to run was now sitting in a corner, bleeding from his leg, his face pale, eyes full of fear and despair completely broken. At first, the Joker was still interested in chatting with Deadpool. This guy was the embodiment of chaos, and the Joker had always loved chaos. It was also a good opportunity to dig into his background. But now, the Joker absolutely hated this guy. He wasn't chaos, he was just plain annoying. Joker, I came here to exchange ideas and learn. They say Arkham is full of talented people. The Joker stared blankly. By the way, do you apply that white powder on your face every day? Recommend a good brand, will you? The Joker remained silent. So, where were we before? Oh right, I remember. I turned down a colonel's recruitment offer a few years back. The Joker's eyes went dull. Why aren't you laughing? Are you just born gloomy? I can teach you how to smile. First, you need a mirror and a handsome face. I can't take it anymore. Finally, the Joker snapped. He grabbed the gun on Deadpool's belt, aimed it at his chin, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The Joker collapsed onto the bar counter, finally able to enjoy a moment of peace. The surrounding criminals stared in shock, as if frozen in place. Gotham's king of crime, the terrifying Joker, was literally talked to death by Batman. Looks like my friend needs a nap. Now, who wants to keep chatting with me? Deadpool looked around at the crowd of criminals. His fingers danced in the air, as if carefully picking the next lucky winner. You there, Riddler? Let's play a riddle game. You ask, I guess. Deadpool pointed excitedly at the Riddler who was crouched in a corner. Bloodhaven. Early morning. Dick Grayson turned on the TV, intending to catch up on the latest news. Gotham's leg-breaking Batman strikes again. Thousands of citizens had their legs broken overnight. Let's hear from some of the victims. The news anchor spoke in a solemn voice. Dick Grayson dug at his ear in disbelief. Had he heard that right? Had his usually calm and restrained adoptive father finally lost his mind? The camera switched to a hospital scene, showing the so-called innocent victims, one by one. Dick recognized most of them. Batman is so cruel. I just borrowed some money and he broke my leg, cried a burly man with a face full of scars, sobbing dramatically. I was only selling a few things. The next person on camera was a drug dealer Dick also recognized. I merely offered shelter to some poor homeless girls. Dick's lips curled into a mocking smile. He knew that guy too, a kidnapper he'd personally thrown in jail before. Watching these weeping crooks, Dick felt oddly satisfied. But soon, he realized something wasn't right. Wait a minute, how could that many people get their legs broken in just one night? The news anchor returned, now flipping through his notes with a grim expression. According to reports, a total of 100 leg-breaking Batmen appeared in Gotham last night. Where did they come from? Why are they targeting innocent citizens? Stay tuned to Gotham News for more coverage. Dick's expression darkened instantly. 100 Batmen? Bruce, what the hell is going on? He quickly picked up his phone and started contacting everyone he could. 100 Batmen was definitely not something he could handle alone. Did you see the news today? Batcave. Kino was also watching the report, speechless. Ha ha ha. Leg-breaking Batman? Kino, what were you thinking? Venom laughed uncontrollably. Pamela also giggled on the side. I should be asking you, what were you all thinking? Why is it always legs? Kino asked, turning to the sea of Batman behind him, completely exasperated. Young master, those guys were really asking for it? Even after getting beaten, they kept yelling at us. So when we saw you breaking the drone's legs, we thought, don't worry, young master, we were very measured. We break one leg for robbers. For drug dealers, both legs. For murderers with prior records, we go for compound fractures. For kidnappers and rapists, 3 legs. They each spoke one after another, clearly laying out the leg-breaking hierarchy. Ha 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 ha. Kino, you really set the tone. Venom was laughing so hard he had to clutch his stomach. Sorry, my love. Pamela tried to hold back her laughter, but a smile still crept onto her lips. Pamela, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hurt yourself trying to hold it in, Kino said with a helpless shake of his head. Watching this joyful scene, even he couldn't help but chuckle. Young master, should we continue breaking legs? Frank asked seriously, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Go ahead. I only promised not to kill anyone. Kino, what's next? Are we just gonna stay in Gotham and fight crime forever? Venom asked curiously. Of course not. I'm not a babysitter. We're going to have some fun. Kino smiled. His super hearing picked up on arguments nearby and whispers from the underground. After giving Frank a few instructions, Kino stretched lazily. Let's go shopping. Kino grabbed Venom and Pamela. If he had to do everything himself, what were underlings for? With that, the 3 of them vanished from the Batcave's exit. Elsewhere in Gotham, a small apartment. A group had gathered. Nightwing, Dick Grayson Red Robin, Tim Drake Hood, Jason Todd Oracle, Barbara Gordon Green Arrow, Oliver Queen. This was everyone Dick could gather on short notice. The others were either too far away or unreachable. He'd tried contacting Batman too, but no response. Clearly, something had gone wrong. Every minute they delayed increased the danger Bruce was in. I found it. Based on the movement routes of those Batmen, they all came from the manor, Barbara said, turning the screen toward the group. The map clearly showed the paths of most Batmen from last night, all converging at one point Wayne Manor. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take out those imposters, Jason Todd said coldly. I don't think it's that simple, Tim replied. Here, take a look at this footage. On the screen, one of the Batmen was in an intense fight with a gang. With a single punch, he sent a man flying. His speed dodging bullets was ghost-like, and his fighting style was flawless. Everyone's expression turned even more serious after watching the footage. Quote of the chapter: Justice, when multiplied, walks a dangerous line between order and chaos. If there were only a dozen of them, we could still launch a frontal assault. But 100? We need to think of another plan, Dick said with a deep frown, sinking into thought. What plan? Nightwing, the great hero. You're the one who called us here, yet you don't even have an action plan? Why don't we just follow my idea, blow up the Batcave? That way, at least half of them would be buried alive, Jason said sarcastically, his tone full of frustration and impatience. Bruce and Alfred might still be alive. Doing that could kill them, Dick shouted angrily. Then what do you suggest? Kill them? For all we know, they're already dead, Jason snapped back with a twisted expression. Shut up, Jason. Dick finally lost control of the anger he'd been holding back. You want me to shut up? Then prove you've got what it takes to make me, Jason sneered, gripping his dagger tightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Dick clenched his jaw, drew his eskrima sticks, and took a fighting stance. Jason didn't back down either. He raised his dagger in front of him, and the tension between them crackled, growing unbearable in seconds. Enough, both of you? Are you planning to fight each other before taking down the enemy? Is this what Bruce taught you? Oliver shouted, his face grim. Sorry, Oliver. I lost my temper, Dick replied, guilt written all over his face as he slowly lowered his weapons. Humph, Jason scoffed and turned his head aside, putting his dagger away as well. Oliver sighed deeply. He understood all too well the tangled history between the various Robins. No one here was truly wrong. The blame, if any, rested on Bruce, the father who raised them. I think you all need to say this, Barbara interrupted, not at all concerned with their emotional turmoil. She was focused on her job. Everyone turned to the screen she was displaying. On it was a handsome man accompanied by two beautiful women, leaving a mansion. I only found information on the red-haired woman. She's a student who's been missing for several months. As for the other two, there's absolutely no data on them in this world, Barbara quickly briefed them. Is he the leader of those Batmen? Tim asked with curiosity. We'll know once we catch him, Jason said firmly. Then let's move, Dick ordered without hesitation. Barbara, we're coming over, Oliver said as the team quickly prepared and headed out, leaving Barbara behind. Left alone, Barbara touched her legs, a wave of helplessness and sadness surging in her heart. Suddenly, one of the people on the screen looked straight at her and smiled faintly. A chill ran down Barbara's spine instantly. It's a trap? She was just about to grab her phone to call them back when a black cloth was suddenly pressed over her mouth and nose. Barbara passed out in an instant. Elsewhere, Dick and the others followed Kino's group in 2 cars. How much longer do we have to wait? Jason asked impatiently, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel repeatedly. Until there are fewer people around. We can't make a move in public, Dick replied in a serious tone, eyes locked on the vehicle ahead. Why not? This is Gotham, this kind of thing is normal here, Jason grumbled with a frown. Not today. Whatever their purpose, those Batmen are actively fighting crime. Gotham is unusually quiet right now. Any action from us would attract too much attention, Dick explained calmly. Then why are we even fighting them? Seems to me like Gotham's better off with them around. No Joker, no gangs, no robberies, Jason muttered, clearly disgruntled. Jason, I'm sorry. I wasn't in Gotham back then. Maybe if I had stayed, things would have been different, Dick said, his voice full of remorse, eyes downcast with guilt. Jason was stunned by the unexpected apology from his older brother. You couldn't have changed anything. It was all Batman's fault, Jason finally said, though deep down, he knew the truth. He didn't really hate Dick or Tim. What he felt was a mix of bitterness and jealousy. He was bitter because his big brother hadn't avenged him. He was jealous because after he died, someone else replaced him. Bruce, he misses you, you know, Tim said softly while tinkering with his laptop. Oliver sighed again. They were all good kids. He couldn't help but wonder, was Bruce's no-kill rule really the right thing? Whatever else Bruce got wrong, at least he had good taste in who he adopted, he muttered. Venom, hearing everything, relayed it to Pamela. No wonder that Jason is so full of rage. Anyone else would have gone insane long ago, Pamela said with a sympathetic expression. Kino, when are we making our move? She asked. After we finish walking this street, Kino replied. He and Pamela, accompanied by Venom, entered a clothing store and were surprised to see someone unexpected, wearing brightly colored, extravagant clothes. It was Harley Quinn. Pamela's fiery red hair immediately caught Harley's attention. Oh, I love your hair. It's so red like a rose, Harley exclaimed as she rushed up to Pamela with stars in her eyes, completely ignoring Kino and Venom. She extended her hand with zero hesitation. I'm Harley Quinn. But you can call me Harley or Harley Quinn. Whatever you like, she said, beaming with enthusiasm. Pamela was a bit taken aback but still smiled and shook her hand. I'm Pamela Lillian Isley, she replied politely. Such a beautiful name. Can I call you Red? Harley tilted her head with a hopeful grin. Sure, Pamela answered, surprised at how friendly Harley was right off the bat. She'd read comics in the Marvel world and knew they'd eventually become close, but she hadn't expected Harley to be this forward from their very first meeting. Still, it didn't feel off-putting. In fact, Harley was kind of fun. Kino and Venom exchanged a glance and decided not to interfere. Instead, they wandered off to look through some clothes. Though Gotham was chaotic, its fashion sense was certainly cutting edge. Meanwhile, Harley chatted away with Pamela like they were old friends, her gestures animated, her voice lively. Red, you know what? One time, I jumped off a skyscraper for him. Isn't that totally insane? Harley burst out laughing, her eyes filled with manic excitement. And then I robbed a bank for him. Fought Batman? I wasn't afraid of anything, she continued with glee, treating those dangerous memories like treasured moments. Pamela listened quietly, her eyes softening with sympathy. To Harley, these insane adventures were acts of love. But to Pamela, they were signs of heartbreak, of exploitation, abandonment, and deep emotional wounds. And yet Harley still called it love. That kind of desperate, self-sacrificing love that burned like a moth diving into flame. Pamela sighed softly. This wild, chaotic woman Harley Quinn wasn't as carefree as she looked. Underneath it all, she was just a fragile soul longing to be loved. Quote of the chapter: sometimes, the loudest laughter hides the deepest scars. On the other side, Venom found a black Lolita dress and went into the fitting room to try it on. When she came out, her usual mature, elegant figure was transformed into that of a cute young girl. Her black hair had turned into silver twin tails, gently swaying with her movements. Brother, does it look good? Venom asked in a sweet, girlish voice, her face bright with a smile. It looks great. You always look the best, Kuno replied with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. This answer gets an 82 out of 100, Venom said, crossing her arms in front of her chest, tilting her head slightly and pretending to be dissatisfied. Then what about the remaining 18 points? Kuno responded, continuing the conversation. Venom smiled mischievously and leaned close to Kuno's ear, whispering, I'll give it to you tonight, in a special way. She winked at him as she finished speaking. Harley Quinn looked confused, blinking and looking back and forth at Venom. Didn't that girl shrink a little? And her hair color is a lot like mine, she said. Harley, do you really think what you had with him was love? Pamela asked, her gaze sincere, tinged with concern. Of course, my little Red, I love the Joker, and the Joker loves me. Otherwise, why would he kill others but not me? So, this is love, Harley replied, her face filled with determination and obsession, as though this was an undeniable truth. Then, has the Joker ever taken you out to see the sights? Space, the ocean, mountains? Pamela asked, her tone serious as she looked Harley in the eyes. We've seen the city at night while we were racing, Harley replied, her voice weakening slightly. Has he trusted you enough to let you sit on his throne? Pamela continued. I have. I often sit in his chair, Harley said, but her eyes started to avoid Pamela's gaze. Has he given you money, letting you spend it however you want? Pamela pressed. Our relationship isn't about money, Harley said, her tone now lacking its earlier conviction. Has he protected you when you were in danger? Pamela asked. I don't want to trouble him. I can handle all the trouble myself, Harley said, her voice growing quieter. Has he stayed by your side during your period, making you laugh? Pamela asked, her voice soft. Harley opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Does he drop everything and come to you when you need him? Pamela asked, her voice gentle yet probing. These things don't prove anything. Your little pudding abandoned you and stayed with other women. He doesn't love you, Pamela added, her voice firm. Harley seemed to be hit by these words, and she began to fight back, trying to hide the cracks forming inside her. But he did all those things with me, and, my dear, Harley said, her voice trailing off. Pamela called out softly, Kuno. Prepared? Kuno instantly appeared beside Pamela. Anything you wish, my queen, Kuno said, giving a slight bow, his eyes full of tenderness. Kiss me, Pamela ordered. Without hesitation, Kuno wrapped his arms around Pamela's waist and kissed her deeply. They embraced tightly, as if the rest of the world had vanished. Harley stood frozen, stunned by the unexpected kiss. She remained dazed, unsure of what to do. Enough. If you kiss me again, I'll suffocate, Pamela said softly, lightly tapping Kuno, her breath still slightly uneven. Kuno smiled and replied, today's kiss tastes like oranges. Harley finally snapped out of her daze, her gaze slowly turning from stunned to angry and pained. Without saying a word, she walked to a corner, grabbed a baseball bat, and began smashing everything in sight, as if going mad. The clothes racks were knocked over, and the glass display cases shattered, their fragments scattering across the floor. She screamed as she smashed, seemingly trying to vent all the frustration and resentment building up inside her. During this frantic moment, Harley started to realize the painful truth that the Joker didn't love her. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, mixing with the sweat and anger. The store manager, hiding behind the counter, watched the chaos with a bitter expression, resigned to the madness of Gotham. Eventually, Harley calmed down, sitting on the floor, silently crying. Pamela gently walked up to her and embraced her. My Red, that jerk has been playing me. I want to break up. Harley cried, holding onto Pamela's waist, sobbing uncontrollably. Kuno walked up to the counter and tossed a large gold bar onto it. The store was a mess, and his girlfriend had a part in it, so this compensation seemed necessary. Everything here will be gone soon, Kuno said, looking at Harley still crying in Pamela's arms, frowning slightly as he grabbed the collar around her neck and pulled her away. He remembered the comic where they got married. He couldn't let Harley have such thoughts. Harley, startled by the sudden suffocating feeling, fumed with rage and grabbed the bat, preparing to strike. We're going to have some fun. Do you want to join us? Kuno asked. Fun? I love fun, Harley said, her energy suddenly returning. She threw the bat aside and jumped up, excited. The sadness from her recent heartbreak vanished without a trace. This is Harley Quinn, unpredictable and incomprehensible. The Robins in the car grew impatient as they waited for the three to return. I'll go check on the situation, Dick said, opening the car door and stepping out. He casually walked toward the shop, pretending to be a passerby. However, as he casually glanced, his pupils suddenly contracted. A man wearing an owl mask was holding a severed head. The head belonged to the mysterious man who had appeared at the manor. On the ground, two women lay in a pool of blood, the gruesome scene freezing Dick's breath. A chill ran up his spine. The owl-masked man tossed the head aside and grabbed a knife, heading toward the corner. Stop! Dick shouted angrily, quickly drawing his baton and charging at the owl-masked man. The two clashed instantly, the sharp sounds of their weapons colliding filling the air. After several exchanges, Dick was cut several times, blood staining his clothes. Dick's baton struck the owl-masked man, but he seemed unaffected, offering no defense. Soon, Dick was kicked to the ground. Dick Grayson, you should have been one of us, the owl-masked man's hoarse voice echoed, sounding like it came from a deep cave, eerily dull. What do you mean by that? Dick asked, gritting his teeth in pain. You'll find out. Bruce Wayne wasn't the first, the owl-masked man said, raising his knife. The blade glinted coldly in the dim light. Quote, sometimes, the one who loves you most is the one you least expect. Please support me if you can. Whoosh. An arrow shot through the air like lightning, striking the owl man's chest with precision, and electricity immediately surrounded him. Boom! The owl man fell heavily to the ground. Jason, Tim, and Oliver arrived just in time. Who is this guy? Tim asked as he helped Dick up. I don't know. The three people who appeared at the manor were also killed by him, and the trail has gone cold, Dick said, his face dark and brows furrowed. That's not necessarily true. If we question this guy, he surely knows something, Jason said as he walked over to the fallen owl man and pulled off his mask. It was a face that resembled Dick's by about 70%. How is this possible? Dick's eyes widened in shock. Calm down. This doesn't mean anything. There are people who look alike, Oliver said, trying to console him. Right, Dick breathed deeply, trying to reassure himself. But it was too coincidental. What did he mean when he said, I'm one of them? Dick suddenly had an idea and quickly walked to the fitting room. He opened the door to reveal a trembling figure inside. Harley, what are you doing here? Harley didn't hear him, her eyes filled with fear, mumbling to herself. The owl is here. No one can escape. Beep 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 beep. A series of sharp sounds rang out, echoing loudly in the small room. Two halves. Jason silently put his gun away, found a chair, and sat down, crossing his arms. Harley, can you tell us what you know? We really need it, Tim said, his eyes filled with sincerity. Bruce's disappearance, the 100 Batmans who appeared, the assumed death of the mastermind, and their friend Barbara also missing. All of these things had caused his thoughts to spiral into confusion. Harley dropped her playful demeanor. All right, little bird, since you helped me block it earlier, I'll tell you. I don't know much. I was just shopping when those three people suddenly came in, and I was chatting happily with the little red one. Then a man wearing an owl mask appeared. He called himself Talon and said he was going to kill every member of the Wayne family. That man, we don't know him. He can't be a part of the Wayne family, Dick asked in confusion, his brow furrowed. Ha ha ha, really? But when he talked to me, he called himself Chino Wayne. Harley laughed, but there was a sly glint in her eyes. Chino. Tim and Dick exclaimed simultaneously, both faces full of surprise. You know him? Oliver asked, raising an eyebrow. We don't know him, but a few months ago, Bruce transferred the shares of Wayne Enterprises to someone named Chino. But this Chino never appeared, and now, just when he does, he's dead, Dick said, rubbing his temples, feeling the case was becoming even more confusing. The mastermind they had thought was dead, the true identity of the 100 Batmans still unknown, and now Talon who looked so much like him. We may have made a mistake. That Chino may not be the enemy, Tim said after thinking for a moment, his expression grave. Chino Wayne? Regardless of whether it was true or not, the question remained. Who killed him? Tim asked urgently. Harley's expression turned to one of fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. The owl is here. No one can escape. The owl? Tim looked outside and saw a figure on a tree branch not far away. An owl. It stood silently, its round eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. Be careful of the court of owls. They always watch people's movements. They control Gotham from the shadows, hiding in low buildings and attics. They monitor you even in your home and bed. Once their name is mentioned, Talon will come to take your life. This is a long-standing Gotham nursery rhyme adults use to scare children. Maybe it's not just a legend. Jason's voice was low and oppressive as he spoke. We need to go to the Batcave. There might be answers there, Dick said seriously. The group quickly decided on their next course of action. Harley watched them leave, a sly smile curling on her lips, as she turned to the side and spoke. How was my acting, Little Red? Chino, Venom, and Pamela's figures slowly appeared, like ghosts from the air. Great. You could definitely win an Oscar, Pamela complimented with a smile. Let's go. The next scene is about to begin, Chino said as he led the way, the others following closely behind. Their figures soon disappeared into the darkness. Dick quickly arrived at the manor, opening a hidden corner to reveal a secret elevator. As the elevator descended rapidly, they finally reached the dimly lit Batcave. There, dozens of Batmans stood still like statues, silently watching them. Weak light crisscrossed across their forms, casting eerie and sinister shadows that sent chills down their spines. Dick and the others instinctively drew out their weapons and stood on guard, eyeing the motionless Batman around them. Even as the elevator came to a stop, these Batmen merely stood still, silently watching them without making any further movements. Although they knew these were just fakes, the familiar outfits and gazes still made the three brothers uneasy. The Batmen slowly parted to create a path, moving in perfect unison, as if they were well-trained soldiers. Master is waiting for you, a deep voice came from among the Batmen. The group exchanged glances, tightening their grips on their weapons as they cautiously moved through the opening, making their way to the central control area of the Batcave. You've arrived, said a voice, and the group froze in shock. Standing before them was Chino, the man whose head had been severed earlier, and standing beside him were Venom and Pamela, who had previously collapsed on the floor. What's going on? Didn't I see your head get cut off? Dick exclaimed, disbelief and confusion filling his voice. That was just a decoy, meant to draw the Court of Owls' attention. You guys ruined it, Chino said flatly, showing no anger. Who are you exactly? I've never heard of anyone like you in the Wayne family, Tim asked warily, his eyes locked on Chino. He'd already searched for information on him but found nothing. I'm Bruce's cousin. You can call me Uncle, and these two are your aunts, Chino said, gesturing toward Pamela and Venom. The group stared at his youthful face in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Jason didn't want to hear any more of this nonsense and was about to take Chino hostage. Such bad manners. You're worse than Damien, Pamela remarked as thick vines shot out, quickly wrapping around Jason and lifting him into the air. This guy died holding a grudge and was then dipped in the unrefined Lazarus pit. It's perfectly normal, Venom said, his voice laced with amusement as he observed Jason hanging like a caterpillar. Just as Dick and the others were about to rush over to save Jason, several Batmen appeared and gripped their wrists with powerful hands, their cold gazes as sharp as ice daggers. Enough, let them go. They are my nephews, Chino said. The Batman released them but took away Oliver's weapon. Oliver, noticing that Dick and Tim were still motionless, felt a bit frustrated. Still, he began to believe that Chino didn't mean them harm. Dick tried to ignore Jason, who was spinning in the air, and took a deep breath. Why did you have your men impersonate Batman? And where is Bruce? What are you talking about? I'm old, I didn't hear you, Chino replied, turning his head as if he hadn't heard. Dick's lips twitched in annoyance, then said helplessly, Uncle, hello, and how are they? Chino raised an eyebrow. Hello, Aunt, Dick said obediently. Good boy, both Pamela and Venom replied. Chino then turned to Tim. Uncle, Tim said nonchalantly. Hello, Aunt, he added. Chino nodded in approval and then looked at Oliver. I'm not part of the Wayne family. Uncle, Aunt, hello, Oliver finally said, though he still felt a bit embarrassed. Such good children, except for this rebellious phase, Chino remarked, eyeing Jason, who was spinning wildly. Uncle, please answer my earlier question, Dick urged. We didn't impersonate Batman. We were authorized by him. After Batman disappeared, we stepped in to replace him. As for where Bruce is, I don't know, Chino said, shaking his head, his expression calm. This contradiction made Tim furrow his brows. You were authorized by Batman? Then you must have met Bruce. Why don't you know where he is? Do you know the history of the Wayne family? Chino asked, his eyes becoming deep. We know, Dick responded. Somewhat, Tim added. The Wayne family dates back to the tribal era. Chino's voice echoed in the cavernous Batcave. The others' attention was immediately drawn. Tribal era? That was ancient. Between the late 19th century and early 20th century, a large-scale death event occurred in the Wayne family. The family head, Alan Wayne, noticed something was wrong and began investigating in secret. This was when Gotham's first Batman emerged. Chino paused before continuing. And then, Dick asked impatiently, feeling like he was uncovering a long-buried historical secret. His heart raced. Well, my shoulder's a bit sore, Chino said, stretching his neck. Tim immediately moved behind Chino and began massaging his shoulders. How's the pressure, Uncle? Perfect, just right, Chino nodded with satisfaction, then continued. Afterward, it was discovered that the dark source of Gotham was the Court of Owls, Dick said, finishing the sentence. The Court of Owls has long been manipulating Gotham, from training assassins like Talon, to controlling the economy and political decisions to shape the direction of the city. They control numerous industries and secretly influence policies, making Gotham's social structure more and more distorted, increasing the gap between the rich and the poor, and fostering more crime. At the time, Alan Wayne was fighting them. Just when he was about to destroy the Court of Owls, he discovered a massive power behind them, something that no one in Gotham could ever hope to defeat. Chino's voice fell silent as a serious expression appeared on his face. Dick and the others held their breath, staring intently at Chino, eager to hear the next part. Jason, despite the dizziness, focused all his attention on listening, temporarily forgetting his discomfort. Venom had stopped, watching Chino's performance, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. At that time, Alan Wayne made a decision. He split the Wayne family in two. One half stayed to protect Gotham, while the other went abroad, traveling east, to investigate the power behind the Court of Owls. Chino's voice echoed in the silent Batcave. Based on years of investigation, the Court of Owls is just a branch of the Owl Council. That's impossible. How can a branch control the entire city of Gotham? Oliver, being a billionaire, understood just how difficult it was to control a city through both economics and politics. The members of the Owl Council are mostly from prestigious families, politicians, international billionaires, and descendants of Jewish tribes. The members of the Court of Owls, however, are mostly local to Gotham. They hold a natural advantage in this land, Chino explained. Uncle, what exactly are they after? Why target the Wayne family? What do they gain from Gotham becoming more chaotic? Tim asked, his brows furrowed in concern. I don't know, but according to the plans left behind from back then, once the time is right, both branches of the Wayne family are supposed to launch a purge against the Court of Owls and the Owl Council. But things went awry on Bruce's side. His parents were killed by the Owls, and they never told him about the Wayne family's secrets, cutting off all communication with us. Now he's suddenly gone missing. I've come to Gotham to draw out the Court of Owls, but the plan's been disrupted, and I've already been exposed to the Owl Council, Chino said with a helpless shake of his head. Uncle, this is my fault. I should have understood the situation first instead of acting rashly, Dick said, his face filled with guilt as he lowered his head slightly. Don't worry, even though we've failed this time, we still have a chance. But we'll need your help, Chino said seriously. Me? Dick pointed at himself, disbelief clear on his face. Yes, since Bruce isn't around, it's up to you to take on his task, Chino said firmly. Uncle, what should I do? Dick lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination. A sense of purpose began to rise within him. Did this mean he would become the successor to Batman? According to my investigation, the Court of Owls headquarters is located in Gotham sewers. In the Owl's eyes, I've already died and cannot show myself again. My subordinates need to leave Gotham to monitor the Owl Council. If they suspect I'm still alive, they might uncover the truth. So, from here on, you'll have to rely on yourselves. This won't be easy, Chino said seriously, his gaze fixed on Dick and the others. Dick took a deep breath, his voice firm as he replied, Uncle, no matter how difficult it is, we'll do everything we can. Tim nodded in agreement, that's right. We won't let the Wayne family's mission fall apart. Jason, still a little groggy, forced himself to say, TCH, it's just the Court of Owls. What's there to be afraid of? Oliver watched them, his expression thoughtful. Count me in. We'll deal with this mess together, he said. I'll also offer you some help, Chino added, clapping his hands. Pamela opened a pre-prepared box, revealing 4 vials of Strengthening Agent 1.0 and 4 vials of Healing Agent. This is the Strengthening Agent and Healing Agent. The former will enhance your physical strength by 2 to 3 times, and the latter will heal you as long as you don't suffer fatal injuries like a headshot or being crushed. Don't worry, there are no side effects, Chino explained. Dick hesitated for a moment before speaking up, Uncle, I don't want to use the Strengthening Agent. Uncle, neither do I, Tim quickly chimed in. I don't need it to fight those owls, Jason grumbled, as he was lowered back down. Oliver noticed that no one had taken the vials yet and understood why. Influenced by Bruce, the Robins believed that using a strengthening agent would create a dependency. They also believed that human effort and intellect should be enough to defeat evil, and using the agent would contradict this ideal. I should warn you, Chino said, his tone grave. The Court of Owls killers, the Talons, have also been injected with a strengthening agent. Although it has flaws, it's still quite powerful. Their physical strength far exceeds that of normal humans, they don't feel pain, and as long as it's not a fatal injury, they can recover quickly. Even Bruce would struggle against them. He'd be on the brink of death. I estimate that there are around 40 Talons. Chino's face was solemn. The group's faces darkened as they imagined facing such enemies. They could hardly even imagine surviving a single encounter, let alone defeating the Court of Owls. It seemed like an almost impossible task. Then are they invincible? Oliver asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. They have weaknesses: low temperatures, headshots, and severing their limbs all work. You can take these vials with you. Consider them a gift from me, your uncle. You shouldn't have been dragged into this in the first place, Chino sighed, his eyes full of helplessness and regret. Who do you think you're looking down on? Jason grinned and immediately grabbed a red vial, injecting it into his body. Jason, wait. Tim tried to stop him, but it was too late. TCH. Jason grunted, his skin turning bright red, his veins clearly visible, as if they were about to burst. After a while, he exhaled heavily. Phew, I feel amazing. Jason panted, clenching his fists. His joints made a cracking sound, and he felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if he could crush anything in his path. Tim quickly used the Batcave's equipment to scan Jason's body. The data on the screen rapidly changed. After a moment of analysis, Tim's expression eased slightly. He found no issues. The drug was stable and effective, providing a strength increase of around 2 times. Dick and Oliver exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. They followed suit and injected the strengthening agent. In an instant, powerful sensations of strength surged through their bodies, and their hearts raced. The mission to face the Court of Owls suddenly seemed within reach. After a short period of adjustment, the group gathered their gear and prepared to leave. "Uncle, we're ready to go," Dick said. "Not going to take some time to adjust to your newly enhanced strength?" Chino asked, raising an eyebrow in concern. "We're good, and we have friends in the Court of Owls' hands. Every second counts." Dick's voice was urgent, his thoughts already on Barbara, whom he blamed for being taken by the owls. "Uncle, Aunt, goodbye," Dick waved as he was the first to leave. "Thanks," Jason muttered. "I'll make sure to protect them," Oliver said, nodding seriously. Since they had received help without reason, he felt he had to take responsibility. Tim, staying behind, suddenly asked, "Aunt, were you studying in Gotham a few months ago? How did you meet Uncle?" Pamela was silent. "Uncle, did the Batcave's equipment, including the password and computer permissions, also fall under Alan Wayne's plans?" Chino was silent. "Well, I'll be going now. Uncle, Aunt, goodbye," Tim said, turning to leave. The Batmen silently watched him, their expressions unreadable. The atmosphere felt a bit odd. Tim's footsteps echoed in the vast Batcave, and the sound slowly faded as he disappeared into the shadows. Quote, "Sometimes, the greatest strength comes not from physical power, but from the courage to take on the impossible." I'm finally relaxed after leaving the Batcave without anyone following him. Although confronting the truth face to face was risky, it was worth the gamble considering the safety of everyone involved. However, he had confirmed a few things. This uncle knew Bruce, and Batman was not missing. The Court of Owls was real, and the two Wayne families were fake. Barbara was in the enemy's hands, but they did not seem to have malicious intent. But why did they want them to deal with the Court of Owls? That remained unclear. Tim frowned, deep in thought. There was too little information, and the clues were insufficient. Soon, they reached the surface. "Tim, what's going on?" Dick asked, concerned. "I'm fine, just working on the next plan," Tim replied, not revealing his suspicions. Although he didn't know his uncle's true intentions, for now, they would follow his plan and take it step by step. Inside the Batcave, Chino also withdrew his mental focus, the symbol of Professor X glowing faintly on his chest. "Red, your little pudding has flopped. Want to join me in some fun?" Harley grinned, inviting Pamela. "Who said it flopped? A true strategist, even if exposed, as long as the enemy follows my plan, it's not an issue," Chino replied confidently. He had underestimated these Robins. Red Robin, who had deduced Batman's true identity at 13, was just as sharp as Bruce in terms of intelligence. It was normal for a spur-of-the-moment plan to have minor flaws. The dark streets of Gotham were shrouded in night, with everything veiled in shadows. Dick and the others moved cautiously through the sewers, the damp air and unpleasant odors filling the atmosphere. What their uncle said was too vague, so they had to rely on their experience and reasoning to narrow down the most likely places to search. "How much longer do we have to search? What if he's just lying to us?" Jason complained impatiently after over an hour of fruitless searching. "Calm down, Jason. We have one more place to check, then we're done," Tim said. "Ugh, where else?" Jason exhaled, his mood still on edge after the adrenaline rush from the enhancement serum. "The place where Alan Wayne died," Tim's voice echoed in the sewer. The group quickened their pace, the sludge beneath their feet splashing as they soon arrived at their destination. It was a vast space, dry on the surface, and compared to the damp, muddy sewers, it resembled a carefully crafted secret room. Standing there, each of them felt a strong sense of foreboding. This was the place. "Be careful, split up and search," Dick whispered. The group scattered, meticulously checking every corner. Not long after, "Everyone, come over here. I found something," Oliver's voice called. He was tapping against the wall, his expression serious. The sound was slightly different from the rest of the surroundings, and if his enhanced senses weren't heightened after the serum, he might not have noticed it. "Move aside," Jason shouted, charging at the wall with his shoulder, unleashing a powerful force that instantly shattered it. "That was reckless, Jason," Dick frowned, his displeasure evident. "Otherwise, should we wait for you to slowly find a trap?" "The enemy's already long gone," Jason retorted dismissively. Afterward, Jason holstered his gun and quickly began surveying the surroundings. He wasn't just being reckless, he was more focused on catching the enemy off guard. What appeared before them was a huge white maze. In a dark room, a faint candlelight flickered. Numerous individuals wearing white masks gathered around a chair, the air heavy with an almost suffocating silence. "Who used the talons without approval? I hope they come forward," the elderly figure at the head of the table spoke in a grim tone. Yet, all he received was a deathly silence in response. "Using the talons without a meeting, everyone knows the consequences. If you speak up now, I can show leniency, but otherwise, all of you will be punished." The elder's tone grew harsher, his eyes flashing with cold malice. Everyone trembled involuntarily. "My lord, please believe us, we would never do such a thing," one person stammered, his voice trembling. "Could it have been the talon itself? Without our serum, they'd be corpses. Someone better step up or we'll all be dragged down," another murmured. "Quiet," the elder commanded. The members of the Court of Owls began arguing amongst themselves, each one hoping to avoid the blame and shift it to someone else looking for a scapegoat to take the fall. The so-called punishment for using the talons without permission was to be thrown into the white maze for 3 days without food, haunted by the talons. If they survived, they would be freed. But these men were high-ranking officials, the elite of Gotham. Such torture was beyond their endurance. None of them would survive a day in the white maze. Using the talons without permission wasn't an unheard-of matter. It had happened before, and they had always covered for each other. The unwritten rules had worked for years. But this time was different. Members of the Court of Owls had arrived, investigating the 100 Batmans. The moment they arrived, a Talon had been killed, nearly exposing the legend of the court. This plunged the entire court into panic and chaos, terrified of angering the council and losing everything. The elder watched the commotion, a flicker of cold indifference in his eyes. From the shadows behind him, several large figures emerged, as though ready to pounce at any moment. Wait, my lord, give us some time. We will find the real culprit. The most pressing matter is the 100 Batmans. He's destabilizing the court's power, one of the members of the council said, his voice trembling with urgency. The elder remained silent for a moment before coldly responding, I'm giving you 1 day. The figures in the shadows faded, and the court members breathed a sigh of relief. They knew this was the elder's greatest leniency. Now they had to resolve the matter quickly. They had already abandoned the idea of finding the true culprit. 1 day wasn't enough, searching for the truth was a hopeless task. But finding a scapegoat was still within reach. Several of the lowest-ranking owls in the room bowed their heads in despair. They knew they were likely to be the ones pushed forward to take the fall, yet they had no strength to resist. They could only silently pray that the misfortune wouldn't fall on them. The hoarse voice of the elderly man echoed through the dim room, carrying an invisible pressure. What have you found about the 100 Batmans that appeared in Gotham? Everyone exchanged nervous glances, unwilling to meet the old man's gaze. As the old man grew increasingly impatient, one individual shakily stood up. Lord, we spent a full day investigating the records of all those who entered the city recently, but none of the 100 Batmans were in the records. It's as if they appeared out of nowhere. You mean, they came into this city, bypassing everyone who controls Gotham, the underground, the ports, the traffic, the planes, and all the entry points. The old man's eyes filled with disappointment and coldness, his gaze freezing anyone it fell upon. The Court of Owls is rotting. It seems it's time to replace some of you, the old man muttered to himself, his voice low, but chilling enough to make every person present feel as if they were standing in an ice cave. Wait, Lord, not all of the entry points are under our control. The Wayne family's passage isn't. It must have been them. It was definitely Bruce Wayne who let them in. Yes, it must be Bruce Wayne. Those Batmans were certainly let in by him. Send the Talons? Get all the Talons out there, and we can find those Batmans for sure. Panic and fear filled the eyes of the Court of Owls members. This meant they would have to clean up everything, family members and everyone who knew their identities. They all knew the terror of the Owl Council. No one could escape. Just as the old man was about to speak, a loud, shrill alarm rang through the room. The owls scrambled to open the surveillance screens, only to see several robins walking through the white maze. At their current pace, they would reach the room in an hour. The white maze has been breached. The old man's expression turned calm, his face as still as dead water. This caused an immediate panic among the others. If they didn't act soon, their entire families would be wiped out. Lord, I know them. They're Batman's robins. If we capture them, we can extract all the information about those 100 Batmans. One last chance. The old man's voice was cold, emotionless. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed out of the room. The elegance they once held was gone, replaced by desperation, as they ran like a pack of frightened dogs. After everyone had left, the old man took out a communicator. Hello, what is your application? A mechanical voice came from the other side. Gotham. Please provide the digits. 40. Understood. Action time. 1 week from now. He hung up the communicator and leaned on his jeweled cane, walking out. Once, he had been a noble in Gotham, climbing his way up to this position. This trip was to investigate the 100 Batmans, but also to see the next generation of his people. But he was deeply disappointed. All they knew was how to enjoy life in Gotham, forgetting the mission of the Court of Owls. Rather than keeping them, it was better to replace them with more ambitious, younger members. Several figures trailed behind him, moving like shadows. Dick and the others had been wandering the white maze for a long time, each wearing a gas mask. The maze not only contained traps but also colorless, odorless poison gas. If Tim hadn't detected it beforehand, they might have already fallen inside. How much longer? Jason asked impatiently, having seen no sign of the enemy. The maze was draining his energy, and his mood was growing more agitated. Soon. This is a large, one-way passage underground maze, similar to the Greek mythological labyrinth. The path is complex, with many dead ends and misleading passages, making it easy to get lost. But I've figured out the route. Tim's voice came muffled from behind the gas mask, somewhat dampened. He was mentally mapping the path and couldn't help but be surprised by the immense wealth that must have been spent to construct such a maze. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the surrounding darkness, becoming increasingly clear. Be careful, someone is coming. Dick quickly drew his short staff, his body tense. The group stood back to back, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The footsteps grew louder, coming from all directions, and countless masked figures wearing owl masks began to appear from the maze's tunnels. Surrender, Robins. This is not your city, Green Arrow. They charged toward them, each holding a sharp weapon. It's the Talons. So many of them. I'll take the first shot. Jason didn't hesitate, aiming his gun at one Talon's head and pulling the trigger. Bang! The Talon nimbly dodged the shot and was about to charge forward, only to be struck in the chest by an arrow. Sczz. Frost spread from the arrow's impact point as the Talon stiffened and fell to the ground. Liquid nitrogen? How did you know our weakness? One of the Talons voiced in surprise. Looks like your gun's not as good as mine, Oliver said with a hint of pride. Humph. Jason snorted in disdain and threw a bomb into the crowd of Talons. Boom! As the bomb exploded, liquid nitrogen spread rapidly, freezing the Talons around them and slowing their movements. Seizing the opportunity, Jason fired his guns simultaneously. He had long abandoned his no-kill rule. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, flashes of light breaking through the darkness. Jason's eyes were cold and resolute, each shot landing in the head of a Talon. In a few breaths, 6 Talons had already collapsed, their blood spreading across the ground. The remaining Talons, seeing the situation was dire, quickly retreated from the frozen area covered in liquid nitrogen and bullets. Antiques should be kept in a collection room, not taken out to fight, Jason mocked with disdain. With that, he threw all his remaining liquid nitrogen bombs. Sczz. The liquid nitrogen bombs exploded, and the temperature plummeted drastically, filling the area with a cold mist. The Talons' bodies began to stiffen, their movements becoming sluggish. Jason's bullets and Oliver's arrows kept coming. Pew! Pew! The bullets hit their marks, spraying blood from the Talons. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows flew through the air, each one hitting a Talon in the head. The remaining Talons, seeing the tide turning, moved away from the freezing zone, charging toward Dick and Tim like wolves. You're trying to use me as a breakthrough? Dick asked, drawing his short staff and taking a stance to fight. Tim tossed a liquid nitrogen bomb first. Boom! The bomb exploded instantly, creating a cold zone that slowed down the Talons' assault. Dick's short staff followed, his movements as swift as the wind. He wielded the staff, hitting the joints of the Talons with every strike. Crack! The bones of the Talons shattered with a chilling sound, breaking under his blows. He wasn't like Jason, who would kill without hesitation. Dick still held on to his final moral line. Watching the surveillance, the 4 of them swiftly took care of dozens of Talons. If I hadn't come today, you would have already been exposed. The old man's voice carried dissatisfaction and disappointment. My lord, please spare us. We will change and there will be no next time. All the owls knelt on the ground, trembling as they begged for mercy. Not only were the locations exposed, but even the weaknesses of the Talons were revealed. After all these years, you still haven't learned any improvement. The old man looked at his subordinates on the floor, his gaze filled with a trace of hesitation, but ultimately, he softened. Sigh, get up, the invading robins, the failed Talons, and the exposed court of owls. I'll clean it all up. Next time, be more careful. The old man waved his hand helplessly. Yes, yes, thank you, my lord. We will never let this happen again. My lord, after this is over, we will prepare a banquet. We hope you can attend. The owls breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected the intimidating figure who had been so forceful earlier to show mercy so easily. They spoke with flattery and joy, as though the fear from earlier had never existed. The old man shook his head. The older he got, the softer he became. If it had been in the past, he would have taken action himself. On the other side of the room. Ha ha ha, they can't see us at all. This is too much fun. Harley Quinn stood on top of a tall Talon's head, cheerfully bouncing and spinning between several Talons. Harley, be careful, don't fall, Pamela warned anxiously. Don't worry, Red. I'm really good at this, just watch. Harley grinned, performing a perfect splits between 2 Talons, effortlessly supporting herself with her legs. Chino, looks like not all the owls are useless. They've found a way to compensate for the Talons' weaknesses, Venom said. They're not useless, just arrogant. So arrogant that they think no one can defeat the Talons, even though they have weaknesses, Chino replied. By the way, have you gotten the list? Venom asked. Part of it. Though this old man is a high-ranking member, the leader of the Court of Owls is still unknown. However, I've learned the headquarters location and some of the higher UPS, Chino said, withdrawing his mental influence from the old man's mind with a pleased smile. And, we found the 5 metals, Chino added. Amber gold, wine god factor, molybdenum, N-metal, and bat gold. Among the 5 metals, the most mysterious was N-metal. It enhances the strength, speed, and other physical abilities of the user, and even grants the ability to fly. It also accelerates healing, improves bodily recovery, and grants resistance to extreme temperatures and elemental damage. The wealthiest organization on Earth right now is the Court of Owls, and these 5 metals, which most people can never even see, are all connected to them. Finally, they plan to use this to influence Bruce Wayne. So, what are you going to do with the Court of Owls? Are you going to recruit them as you did before? Venom asked. Looking at the owls still gathered around the old man, Chino shook his head. Although there are some smart ones, most of them are too arrogant. They don't have the obedience of the Assassin's League or the loyalty of Hydra. Besides, they already have a master. For now, I can't defeat them, and if I take them in, I'd have to retrain them. Kill them? As Chino finished speaking, he noticed Venom and Pamela giving him strange looks. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Chino asked. Venom stepped forward and hugged Chino's left arm. I just find it amusing that the little boy who used to vomit after killing someone has grown up, Venom teased. Pamela also wrapped her arm around Chino's right arm. Darling, you're so fierce now. I've never seen this side of you before, she said. Harley, still perched on the Talon's head, glanced over, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Haha, little Chino, I want to play too. Little Chino. Chino raised an eyebrow. Chapter 164, The Careless Dick, Part 2 halves. Meanwhile, Dick and the others had dealt with all the Talons, which boosted their confidence. Seems like the Court of Owls isn't all that impressive, Jason remarked, grimacing. Don't let your guard down, keep moving, Dick warned. Everyone nodded, continuing to walk deeper into the maze. Soon, they arrived at a vast space, a pure white owl statue spouting fountains, with water splashing everywhere. Dick looked around and noticed there were no visible passages. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled behind them. Dick instinctively held his stick behind him. Bang! With a dull thud, a huge force struck Dick's body, launching him over his teammates like a cannonball toward the fountain pool. Splash! He landed in the water, which turned red in just a few breaths. Nightwing! Everyone shouted in unison. Turning around, they saw 4 tall Talons silently appear behind them. Each Talon held a shield and a spiked club, towering nearly 2 meters tall, clad in heavy mechanical armor that glowed with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. One Talon, holding a bloodied spiked club, slowly advanced, each step heavy enough to make the ground shake slightly. Capture the intruders, his voice was low and hoarse. Red Robin, go check on Nightwing. I'll handle them, Jason ordered. Understood, Tim replied. Without wasting time, Tim tossed the remaining liquid nitrogen bombs at the Talons and dashed toward the fountain pool. The liquid nitrogen exploded beneath the Talons' feet, rapidly lowering the temperature. The heat from their armor melted the frost, and they charged toward Jason and Oliver. The speed at which they moved was astonishing for their massive frames. Let's disable their armor first, Jason shouted. The Talons used their large round shields to block the incoming bullets and arrows. 2 of the Talons raised their spiked clubs and swung them down with tremendous force. Bang! Bang! The blows left 2 large craters in the ground, making the earth tremble. Tim and Oliver quickly dodged. Ignoring Jason and Oliver, the remaining 2 Talons made a beeline for the fountain pool. Who said you could go there? Jason yelled, tossing a sticky grenade at one of them. Don't underestimate me, Oliver said, switching arrows, pulling his bowstring, and aiming at the other. Boom! Boom! The explosions engulfed the 2 Talons, flames rising high. Before Jason and Oliver could celebrate, the flames on the 2 Talons' bodies extinguished as if they had never burned at all. The 4 Talons quickly moved, surrounding Jason and Oliver. Seeing Dick being pulled out of the pool with several deep puncture wounds on his back, Tim's eyes widened. The injuries were so severe that part of his spine and internal organs were visible. His spine's shattered. Tim exclaimed. These injuries were almost certainly fatal. He quickly took out a healing serum and injected it into Dick. At this moment, Tim could only trust that his uncle's method would work. The serum took effect quickly, and the muscles around the wound began to heal. Tim sighed with relief, then turned to see Jason and Oliver being overwhelmed. He immediately rushed to help them. Kino, these claws are now as strong as Frank, and our nephews are being badly beaten, Venom said. It must be because of the armor. It not only provides heat but also boosts strength. If Dick hadn't been careless at first, he still had a chance to win, Kino replied. Are the birds and hunters going to die? Let's hold a grand funeral. The next moment, Harley received a punch to the head. Harley, they're not dead yet. Pamela scolded. 3 of them are Damien's brothers, how could they die? The Owl Court members also began to move, preparing to watch the suffering of the Robins up close. We should go too. The Owl Court should be over, Kino said, leading the group to follow the members of the Owl Court. Dick suddenly woke up. The wounds on his back had healed. He looked in the direction of the sound. Tim was pinned to the ground by a claw. Tim was good at using strategy and analysis to defeat his enemies, but in terms of physical combat, he was the weakest among all the Robins. Only Jason and Oliver were still struggling, their bodies covered in wounds. The bullets had long been used up. Jason held a combat knife, and Oliver's bow was broken. Dick forced himself to stand up, his steps unsteady, but he didn't hesitate to charge toward Tim. Nightwing, don't come. Tim shouted loudly. Let him go. Dick raised his baton and used all his strength to strike the claw's temple. But the claw reacted quickly, tilting its head and easily dodging the blow. Then, it swung a powerful punch that hit Dick in the face. Dick felt a sharp pain, and his body flew backward. Nightwing. Tim screamed in despair. Dick crashed hard to the ground, spitting out blood. He tried to get up again, but found that he no longer had the strength to move. The healing medicine could only repair flesh and lighter bone injuries. A broken spine like his could only be healed by a limb regeneration drug. The fact that Dick was able to stand earlier was due to the enhancement drugs and his willpower. Because of Dick, Jason and Oliver were distracted and got caught by the claws. Crack. One of the claws twisted Jason's arm, and a loud bone-breaking sound echoed. Another claw grabbed Jason's helmet, slammed it into the ground, and the helmet shattered, blood slowly oozing from his head, staining the ground. Oliver was hit on the leg by a wolf-tooth club, twisting it into an unnatural shape. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the elder, accompanied by the members of the Owl Court, slowly appeared. Take off their masks, the elder commanded. A few claws roughly tore off their masks. Tim Drake, that genius boy, Jason Todd, Bruce Wayne's adopted son, Oliver Queen, the wealthy man from Star City. The identities of the three were famous, except for Jason. Why are you doing this? You could have had a good life as a wealthy man, yet you came to oppose us, one of the owls asked Oliver, confused. For the sake of destroying the darkness in Gotham, Tim answered firmly. I just want to kill you all. Jason struggled to raise his head, his fierce gaze seemingly piercing through his opponents. Hunters hunting is normal, Oliver said with a bitter smile, realizing they had really messed up this time. How did you find out about this place, and what about the 100+ Batmans? Tell me, and I might make it easier for you, the elder said coldly. There was a long silence, no one speaking. We'll turn them into claws, and then they'll talk, the elder added. Wait, let them go, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know. A weak voice interrupted the elder's words. Dick, supported by the wall, shakily stood up. The medicine in his body was still working, but every movement felt like enduring immense pain. His mask had fallen off, revealing his determined face. Grayson, you should have been one of us, the elder said with surprise. I didn't expect Bruce Wayne to be Batman. What do you mean? Dick had heard this phrase from the claws earlier. The elder, showing some patience towards the future Grayson, explained, the Owl Court has a plan to recruit potential children from circuses and train them to become claws, and your circus, the Haley Circus, was one of them. The court originally planned to train you to become a claw, but after your parents died, Bruce Wayne adopted you first. You are the Grayson, the one destined to become the strongest claw. I won't become one. Even if I wasn't adopted, I still wouldn't become a claw. You will. Your grandfather, William Cobb, was one of the claws, and the fourth tooth on the left side of your mouth is proof, the elder said with conviction. Dick reached into his mouth, feeling the loosened tooth from the earlier punch. With a little force, he pulled it out. When he placed the tooth in his palm, Dick's pupils contracted. Inside the tooth, there was a delicate owl pattern. So, come on, Dick. The Owl Court is your true home, the elder coaxed. Dick remained silent, taking slow steps toward the elder. The elder's smile grew deeper. Suddenly, Dick struck, grabbing the elder and threatening loudly, let them go. The elder sneered, grabbed Dick's arm, and violently threw him to the ground. I'm not like these trash. I injected the claw serum myself, the elder said, his voice growing colder. As he got older, he began to fear death, so he had injected the claw serum to keep himself alive. At the same time, this blow severely damaged Dick's spine, leaving him immobile. Take them all away, the elder ordered. Tim, who was pressed to the ground, saw the complete despair and made a final gamble. He took a deep breath. Uncle, help. The shout startled the owls. What are you shouting about? There's no uncle here, one of the owls said in irritation. Who says there's no uncle? He even has an aunt, a voice from behind the owls called out, filled with mockery and amusement. As the voice echoed, the claws pinning Tim, Jason, and Oliver suddenly stood up. Their movements were synchronized, as though they were being controlled by an invisible force. Claws. The sudden, unauthorized action of the talons filled the old man with intense unease. Kino walked through the crowd at a leisurely pace, finally arriving in front of Tim. Little Tim, how did you discover me? I didn't. I just guessed. Uncle, you led us here to deal with the Court of Owls. You'd surely be watching the outcome. Tim replied with a smile. Smart boy. But sometimes, it's best not to be too smart. That can get you dragged into a dangerous vortex. Kino gently ruffled Tim's hair. Then, Uncle, are you dangerous? For my enemies, I'm very dangerous. That's good. Tim let out a sigh of relief, and the tension on his face visibly eased. At the same time, Pamela, Venom, and Harley were each injecting others with the limb regeneration serum. Little bird, you nearly lost your life again. This time I saved you. Shouldn't you say something? Ha 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 ha. Harley teased, gently poking Jason's helmet, her eyes full of mischief. Shut up. Jason's face darkened terrifyingly. He knew deep down that he'd been played. The Joker girl, and his so-called uncle both had turned out to be fakes. A wave of defeat and fury boiled within him. The old man didn't stop their treatment. He simply kept his sharp gaze fixed on Kino. Who exactly are you? My current identity? Batman. Those 100 Batmen, was that your doing too? Yeah. Why go against the Court of Owls? We have no conflict of interest. Whatever you need, I can provide. The old man tried to lure Kino with offers of benefit, his eyes gleaming with hope. The other owl members, sensing the situation going south, had already begun scattering in every direction like frightened birds. Yet the old man remained rooted in place. The talons hadn't moved clearly, no one could escape without someone's permission. Kino didn't even glance at the fleeing owls. I've already found what I wanted, Challenger's Mountain. You're here for the 5 medals. Can't you spare me? I'll act like none of this ever happened. I can even help cover up everything here. If you kill me, the Court of Owls will hunt you down. But I can tell you where the rest of them are. The old man spoke quickly, desperate to trade what he had for a chance at survival. Washington, Mexico, the Egyptian pyramids, the Arctic bunker. Kino calmly recited a list of locations, each word like a hammer pounding into the old man's chest. His face turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat forming rapidly on his forehead. He had thought these secret bases could serve as bargaining chips, leverage Kino wouldn't dare challenge. But Kino already knew them all. Relax. I am Batman now. I don't kill people, Kino said reassuringly. The old man visibly relaxed. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Sir, all the exits are sealed. We can't get out. A Court of Owls member ran over, gasping for air. The ones who had tried to escape now returned, breathless, their masks missing, faces filled with terror and helplessness. Not all the exits. The White Labyrinth's drain entrance isn't sealed. As Kino finished speaking, the sound of a crashing waterfall echoed from the depths of the maze. What did you do? The old man's face twisted with horror and fury. Nothing much. Just thought it was a waste for such a big place to sit unused, so I reworked Gotham's sewers a bit. A faint smile touched Kino's lips, but his words were chilling. The old man's face went paper white. The other owl members caught on quickly. A sickening stench began to fill the air. On the other side, Dick and the others, now recovered, stared at Kino's back, their eyes filled with dread. They knew what Gotham's sewer system contained. The sheer volume of waste could flood this place entirely. I should get going. As an owl, you're supposed to soar in the skies and nest in trees, not hide in sewers like rats. Next life, pick a better spot. With that, Kino opened a portal. Harley was the first to leap and she hadn't expected this twist in the fun. Don't go. Save me. Aren't you Robbins? I surrender. Please save me. I'm only 16. I'm still a child. I'll sleep with you if you save me. I'm still a virgin. Oliver, it's me, Gotham's William. We've shared drinks many times. I'll give you all my money, just get me out of here. I was forced. I'm innocent. All dignity forgotten, they wailed and begged, reaching out desperately to those around them, full of despair. Some of them were familiar faces, noble heiresses, playboys, philanthropists, Gotham officials. Jason and Oliver didn't hesitate. They shoved away the grasping hands and dove into the portal, eyes full of disgust. Uncle. Dick and Tim hesitated as the crowd clutched their wrists, looking uncertainly at Kino. If you want to stay, I won't stop you. But you'd better be confident you can drag these dozens of people with you through a sewage pool. Kino glanced at them and said coldly. Dick and Tim shivered. Just imagining that scene made them want to die. The stench in the air grew stronger. Kino, along with Venom and Pamela, stepped through the portal. He had activated a biofield to block out the smell. Dick and Tim broke free of the crowd and sprinted toward the portal without hesitation. From behind came wails like those of ghosts. You'll go to hell. I won't forgive you even in death. I'm just a kid. Why won't you save me? You're demons? The Court of Owls will make you pay. Wait for me. With these screams echoing behind them, Dick and Tim disappeared into the portal. The moment they passed through, the portal vanished with a boom, leaving those chasing after it to fall flat on their faces. Hope was gone. Madness consumed them. This is all your fault? If you hadn't dragged me into the court, I'd be living it up in Gotham. You said you were a virgin? I'll make sure you're not anymore. Die. My eyes. Screams, curses, fighting, and howls of agony turned the room into pure hell. The old man looked at the pathetic state of the owls, despair in his eyes. Slowly, he turned to face the towering owl statue and knelt. Beware the Court of Owls, that watches all the time, ruling from the shadows, behind walls, and grime. They perch upon the rooftops, and in your bed they lie. Speak not their name aloud or the talon comes to pry. He softly recited the owl rhyme, then opened the gem on his scepter, took out a pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. His body began to melt, turning into a pool of black water that quickly vanished into the chaos. Even in death, he chose to maintain the illusion of noble grace. The White Labyrinth erupted with yellow flood water, drowning everything. Help, glug glug. Desperate cries faded into darkness. A portal suddenly opened in the Batcave. Little Red, that torch just now was so interesting. I want one too. It could even scream. Harley said excitedly. That's not a toy, Pamela replied helplessly. Dick and the others stumbled out, dazed, their eyes blank. They hadn't recovered from the scene they had just witnessed. The red sky, the swarms of volcanoes, the medieval town, and the humanoid torch wailing in the town square. Those images lingered hauntingly in their minds. Uncle, who exactly are you? Dick asked hoarsely. I'm Chino. I'm Bruce's daughter's godfather, and also a demon lord of hell. You can just call me Godfather, Chino introduced himself. Was this some kind of sci-fi movie? Why were mythical demon lords popping out and becoming their godfather? Where are Bruce and Alfred? Tim asked expressionlessly. They went to celebrate his daughter's birthday. I honestly don't know where they are now. So Barbara wasn't done in by the Court of Owls? Dick asked, twitching at the corner of his mouth. Nope. I had someone do it. She's lying in the house world right now. As compensation, I gave her a limb regrowth serum. Once she wakes up, she'll be jumping around just fine. The stuff you said earlier about the Wayne family history and the first Batman was all fake, right? Jason asked with a dark expression. No, most of it was true. Only the part about there being two Wayne families was fake. The first Batman was Bruce's grandfather, Richard Wayne. He became Batman to cover up his criminal deeds. Then what was the point of everything we did? You're so powerful, why drag us into this? Oliver asked, covering his face in frustration. I was originally going to handle it myself. But I heard someone was gathering people to take me down, so I figured I'd have a little fun. The three of them turned to look at Dick as if he were a dead man. I even enhanced all of you and gave you the enemy's weaknesses, and you still failed? Honestly, I didn't expect that, Chino said, looking at them with an expression that clearly said, seriously? That's all you've got? 3 Robins plus 1 Green Arrow, each of them was the kind of character who could take on entire organizations in their own comics. Yet together, they still managed to fail. They all looked at Dick again. He had been the first to screw up. Dick said nothing. He knew this loss had been his fault. After taking the enhancement serum, he gained immense power and took down dozens of Talons. Though he kept reminding himself not to let his guard down, he couldn't help but become arrogant inside. With your performance, how can I possibly trust Gotham to you? Chino said with disappointment. You're giving Gotham to us. Dick and the others perked up immediately, asking with urgency. Bruce and I made an agreement. He would go celebrate his daughter's birthday, and I'd stay behind in Gotham as Batman. But the Court of Owls has already been destroyed, and now the Parliament of Owls still needs to be dealt with. Aside from having fun, this was also a test to see if one of you was worthy of taking up the mantle of Batman. But all of you failed. That means I'll have to continue as Batman. As for the Parliament of Owls, that'll have to wait until Bruce returns. Chino's tone was heavy. No, Godfather, please give us another chance. I will prove that I can protect Gotham. Dick said firmly, his eyes blazing. That's right, we can be Batman too. Tim chimed in, full of hope. Without their dead weight, I can fight crime all on my own, Jason said, brimming with confidence. The 3 Robins each harbored their own yearning to become Batman. Just like kids longing to grow up and be their dad, they wanted to inherit the responsibility of being Batman. Chino looked into their determined eyes and hesitated. Fine. I'll give you one more chance. The 3 of you will become Batman together. Your success in fighting crime will determine the outcome. You have until Bruce returns. Yes, they shouted in unison, eyes blazing with determination and a desire to redeem themselves. Oliver looked at the 3 rookies getting P.U.AD by Chino but didn't dare say a word. He had no intention of finding out what it felt like to become a living torch. Chino wasn't being lazy either. It was just that his first wave of crackdown in Gotham had been so effective. By the next day, crime rates had plummeted. Even drug dealers were moving in secret, and muggers had to look both ways before attempting anything. Batman had been too soft on them. 100 Batmen were overkill. So he kept 3 along with Dick and the others, that made 6. More than enough to protect Gotham. He also planned to tour the DC world and deal with the Parliament of Owls. After handing Gotham over to the Robins, Chino brought Venom, Pamela, and Harley to Challenger Mountain. Little Shishi, fly with me again. Harley squealed, jumping onto Chino's back. Get off for now. I have business to take care of, Chino said, helplessly pulling Harley off. The fun was over. Originally, he hadn't planned to bring her along, but Pamela liked her, so he let her tag along. Activating his supervision, Chino scanned the entire mountain, layer by layer, until he locked onto a hidden area. Little Shishi, what are you looking at? Harley suddenly appeared in front of him, her curiosity piqued. A moving skeleton tilted its head at Chino. He calmly deactivated his supervision. Nothing. Just looking for something. He approached an ordinary mountain wall and punched a 3-meter-high hole into it, revealing an elevator shaft. Let's go. Chino leaped inside first. Harley blinked a few times. Little Shishi, wait for me, she shouted before jumping in as well. Her body plummeted rapidly, her heart thumping wildly. The thrill of falling into death sent shockwaves through her nervous system, making her giddy. Venom and Pamela exchanged glances. This girl is crazy, their expressions seemed to say as they jumped in after her. Chino used his biological field to form a large transparent net, catching Harley, Venom, and Pamela as they fell. Ha ha ha, that was exhilarating. I love that feeling. Harley said as she bounced off the soft net. You little maniac. You really jumped without a second thought. What if you died? Chino said, annoyed. Little maniac? Is that your nickname for me? Die? If I died, would you cry for me, Little Red? Harley said, hopping over to Pamela. She clearly cared more about Pamela's reaction than her own life. I would. So you must take care of yourself, Pamela said softly, stroking Harley's hair. To her, this kind of disregard for one's own life, and obsession with others' approval, was a clear sign of lacking love. Okay, as long as it's your request, Little Red, I'll do it. Harley said cheerfully. Chino looked around the underground base. The silver-gray metal walls gleamed coldly. On the ceiling was a golden owl emblem, and below it a mechanical control console. Buttons and indicator lights blinked rhythmically. Chino approached a wall, shot heat vision from his eyes, and precisely cut a doorway. With a gentle push, the hidden room was revealed. Inside were rows of tightly packed crates. He opened one and found golden nth metal. His brows furrowed. He opened more boxes to inspect. The materials were genuine, but the metal carried a dark aura that would slowly corrode the mind and body of anyone who used it. No wonder the Court of Owls had so much powerful metal, yet only used it to infect Bruce Wayne. Ordinary people couldn't use it. Strong individuals didn't need it. And even if it boosted power, it would eventually turn the user insane. It could only serve one purpose, acting as a bridge to communicate with the dark multiverse. Was it intentional? Chino murmured to himself. He could only guess this was the work of the Dark Bat Group. After all, who knew the corrupt nature of the Owl Court better than them? If they didn't want greed and abuse of power to happen, this was the best way to prevent it. Unfortunately for them, Chino wasn't normal. The tattoo on his wrist glowed, and red magical energy laced with the aura of hell began corroding the metal in front of him. Purifying dark energy was always troublesome, but replacing it with another corrosive aura from hell? That was far easier. While little Kiki turned into little red, Harley said curiously as she saw the mist swirling around Kino. She reached out to touch it. Harley, don't distract my dear, Pamela scolded gently and pulled her back. Green vines sprouted from the metallic wall beside them as a warning. Oh, Harley responded, obediently nodding. Venom's body shifted into its battle form. So cool, little black, Harley commented in awe. After the entire batch of metal was soaked, red patterns surfaced across it. Surprisingly stylish. Kino nodded in satisfaction. The dark aura had been replaced with the hellish one harmless under his control. The pile of metal in front of him mostly consisted of amber gold and Dionysian essence. He figured it could be studied by Dr. Banner and the others to see if it was still usable after the hellish corrosion. Next was promethium. Good for weapons, but it came with genetic mutation and radiation side effects. A bit of a double-edged sword. Still, Tony might come up with something. Kino trusted Tony's intelligence. Then there was N-metal. Not much, but still 3 full crates more than enough to craft 5 Hawkman suits. The rarest was bat metal, a magical liquid metal like the Dionysian essence. Only 6 vials of it. No one around him practiced magic for now, but he could use it to upgrade Gwen's suit. Maybe it would help unlock some new positions. Gwen only agreed to normal ones. Kino's more creative ideas were always rejected. This upgrade might change things. Darling, are you okay? Pamela asked, concerned, seeing Kino standing there smiling like a fool. Oh, please. He's obviously thinking up some new kinky plays, Venom said knowingly. Don't make things up, or I'll sue you for slander, Kino huffed, lifting the processed metals and turning away with a pout. Venom rolled its eyes and morphed into a teacher's outfit, complete with glasses. It pushed them up on its nose. You there, student, what did you just say? Faced with Venom-sensei's question, Kino lowered his head. Nothing. I was wrong, teacher. Admitting mistakes makes you a good student. Do you think black stockings are attractive? Yes. Teacher likes honest students. Then, is there a reward for honesty? There is. Venom extended its figure, growing taller than Kino, and pressed his head against its ample chest. How's that for a reward? Thank you, teacher. Kino nuzzled happily. Harley looked at Kino and touched her own chest. Little Red, is it really that comfortable here? Pamela blushed and covered her face with her hands. As long as he likes it, that's all that matters. Suddenly, Kino snapped out of his daydream, his eyes sharp and focused on the ceiling. Venom. Venom instantly fused into Kino's body, transforming into armor. A piercing whistle echoed from above. A black demon crashed through the ceiling. Before it even landed, Kino charged forward, fist clenched, and smashed it midair. Boom! The black demon flew like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby wall and embedding deeply into it. The room trembled slightly from the impact. Kino's eyes flared with blazing red light. Wait, I don't even know you? Is this really necessary? The demon's voice came, familiar and irritated. The black figure transformed into a woman, rubbing her chest. Sure, we haven't talked much, but that punch was uncalled for, she added. Kino slowly landed, Pamela and Harley cautiously approaching when they saw there was no immediate danger. Darling, do you know her? Pamela asked. She wasn't Kino's type, as far as she knew. She's one of her subordinates, Kino replied vaguely. In this version of the DC universe, he didn't dare say her name directly. Pamela understood immediately. If she served that demon, there was only one possibility. So why are you here, and with your full magical force on display? Kino asked. You're really asking? You took Her Majesty and left me behind, the woman Mazekin snapped. I've been sitting in bars every day waiting for you to show up. Today, I finally sensed your presence, rushed over and you punched me. So, this is what it's about. Kino raised an eyebrow. What do you mean just this? Mazekin shouted, nearly breaking down. Without Her Majesty, I'd rather die. I just want to see her, even for a second. Smell her scent? I'll give you treasures, anything, just take me to her. Pamela and Harley watched in silence. They had expected a battle, but this? Kino had a headache. Aren't you a demon? What happened to your dignity? I'm not human. What use is dignity? Mazekin argued. I'll kill, fight, sleep with you, whatever. Just help me. Kino sighed. If he beat her, she'd just vanish again, and finding her would be a nightmare. All right, get up already. You're taking me? Mazekin asked, eyes full of hope. Yes, but I've still got a few things to finish here. I'll return in a few days. Kino nodded. He never intended to refuse just sending someone off, no big deal. After sending Mazekin back to hell, Kino turned to Pamela and Harley. Let's go, Pamela, little crazy. Time to head for our next destination, Kondak. Quote of the chapter: Some demons fall not from rebellion but from love that burns too brightly. Kondak was a land rich with ancient history and culture, but for a long time, it had endured various forms of oppression and suffering, ruled by dictators, harassed by international criminal organizations, and plagued by constant strife. In the distance from the city, on a desolate mountain, 3 figures descended from the sky. With a thunderous crash, they smashed through the mountain wall and arrived at an ancient ruin. Dust rose all around. Chino blew a powerful gust from his mouth, clearing the dust through the hole they had created. Pamela, you and Harley stay back, he said. All right, dear, Pamela responded sweetly, pulling Harley with her as they retreated to a safer distance. Chino observed the inscriptions on the ground. The demonic symbol on his chest began to glow. Activating the power of the thousand-tongue demon, he instantly understood every language ever used in human history. It was out of his resentment for past academic struggles that he had copied this fascinating ability. In the name of the 6 elders, gods above all gods, Chino chanted. Red magical energy began to flow from his mouth as he recited the incantation. It resonated with the patterns etched on the ground. The markings instantly lit up with mysterious blue glyphs, glowing brightly as the entire ruin was bathed in an ethereal light. Shazam! A bolt of blue lightning roared down from the heavens, striking the seal with overwhelming power. The deafening boom echoed through the mountains as the energy pulse spread outward in waves. Chino stood unmoving, his cape billowing wildly in the wind. His posture was straight and unyielding, like an immovable statue, his gaze cold and detached. He looked down at the hooded figure now kneeling before him. Despite the submissive one-knee position, the figure exuded the weight and pressure of a heavy boulder, demanding attention with his presence. Not far off, Pamela and Harley held their breath, eyes locked on the intense confrontation. Is that pose your way of showing submission to me, Black Adam? Chino asked calmly. A flicker of cold light flashed beneath the hood as Black Adam slowly rose and reached for Chino's throat. My name is Taith Adam. Boom! Chino instantly caught his wrist with a muffled impact. I know. That's the name chosen for your hero identity. I am no hero. A trace of shock crossed Black Adam's eyes. His arm suddenly surged with blue lightning, crackling violently. That tingling sensation, is this how you treat your savior? Chino said with a smirk. He followed up with a sudden uppercut to the chin, a rising dragon fist that sent a black blur hurtling into the sky. Pamela, I'll be back soon. With that, Chino blasted off like a rocket into the sky. Black Adam finally stabilized himself in midair, shaking off the dizziness. He looked toward the nearby city, confusion evident in his eyes. Where am I? This is Kondak, your homeland. 5,000 years into the future, Chino's voice echoed from behind him. 5,000 years. Black Adam muttered, stunned, slowly turning around. His cape had disappeared after the earlier impact. Standing tall and muscular, he now wore a suit of ancient black armor marked with a large, faded lightning bolt on his chest. He's got that strong guy vibe. Better make your own symbol before it's too late. Venom's sarcastic voice echoed in Chino's mind. Chino eyed Black Adam's smooth bald head and mused to himself, not every strong guy needs to be a bald villain. Wrong universe, buddy. Who are you, sorcerer? Black Adam demanded, in disbelief that anyone outside the wizard could wield such power. No, I am a demon king. You can call me Chino. Chino crossed his arms. Why did you awaken me? Black Adam asked, his expression serious. I want to borrow your power, for research. Chino's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You want to steal my power? Black Adam growled. He clenched his fists and hurled a punch at Chino, generating a gust of wind. Chino met the punch head-on. Boom! A thunderous impact resounded, sending Black Adam flying. So it's going to be a fight, huh? Fine. Let's begin testing. First strength. Black Adam regained control midair and launched himself back. His body tensed, muscles bulging as he threw another punch, this time, knocking Chino back. Your strength surpasses the base-level Hulk. Can it go higher? Chino muttered, patting his chest. Die. Black Adam roared, lightning bursting across his body as he hurled arcs of blue electricity from his palms. Chino calmly raised a hand, intercepting the lightning as it scattered into electric arcs before him. Magical in nature, definitely more potent than natural lightning, he analyzed, slightly disappointed. Something was off. Black Adam shouldn't have been this weak. After unleashing his lightning, Black Adam panted heavily, visibly drained. Ah, right. Sealed for 5,000 years without any replenishment. Even with Shazam's power, you're completely exhausted. Chino remembered that in the original story, Black Adam was knocked out by a single magically empowered Eternium missile upon awakening. Black Adam's eyes burned with fury as he charged again. Chino extended a hand and casually caught him by the throat. Tough luck. Guess we won't need to test anything further. Hand over your Shazam power. Although he could restore Black Adam's energy with a potion, he wasn't stupid enough to empower his opponent. Never. Black Adam roared, trying to break free, his body erupting with violent blue lightning. The bolts danced like serpents, forming a massive electrical net that distorted the very air. But despite his full effort, he couldn't move Chino's grip even a fraction. Fine. I'll just take it myself. The core on Chino's chest glowed with the symbol of Professor X. A psychic force invaded Black Adam's mind. He tried to resist, but was powerless. The fire in his eyes faded to blank emptiness. Give me your power. Shazam. Blue lightning fell from the sky, striking them both. Chino landed gently and let go of Black Adam. Adam's knees buckled. He barely managed to stay upright. His once powerful physique now shrunken, he had reverted to an ordinary human. My power. He whispered in disbelief. No, it's my power now, Chino corrected. His armor remained the same except now, a lightning bolt glowed on his chest. Chino flexed his body. The increase in physical strength was minimal, but he had gained the ability to summon lightning. He raised a hand toward a large boulder nearby. Crack! A bolt shot out, obliterating the stone. Not as powerful as his heat vision, though. How do you feel, Venom? I don't feel much. But your body now contains a magical energy source. A magic source. Shazam. A bolt of lightning struck him again. How about now? Any lingering effects? Some strange remnants remain, but I can purge them if needed. Wait. I have a theory I want to test. Shazam! 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 While Shazam once defeated Superman, don't compare Shazam's peak performance to Superman's off day. Quote of the chapter: the true weight of power is not in how it's gained, but in how it's wielded. Black Adam looked at the constantly transforming Chino until he finally stopped. So that's how it is. I knew there was no such thing as free power in this world. Shazam is just a tool. Chino grabbed Black Adam from the side, his overwhelming strength locking him in place. Shazam, X2. The familiar power returned once again, but there was no joy on Black Adam's face. What do you mean by a tool? Do you want to know? Why your child was chosen? Why the gods gave their power to mere ants? Why you saved the world but were still sealed away? Chino's words were filled with temptation. Yes, I want to know. Black Adam frowned, his gaze locked onto Chino. Become my subordinate. I swore upon my death that I would never be a slave. Black Adam's tone was resolute, his eyes filled with unyielding will. What if I revive your wife and child? Chino asked casually. It was a move that never failed. Black Adam froze, his eyes suddenly filled with a torrent of complicated emotions. Hurat. Familiar yet distant faces surfaced in his mind. You don't believe me. I believe you? Black Adam's voice was deep. Faced with such irresistible power, there was no need to deceive him. When standing before the desire to reunite with family, past oaths seemed incredibly fragile. Moss, Tur. Black Adam made his decision and spoke. After signing the contract. From now on, call me Chief. Chino nodded in satisfaction. Doing business with a guy like this was efficient no nonsense. Wait right here. With prior experience, Chino vanished from the spot. 3 seconds later, he reappeared. This time, with 2 people by his side. Father, Adam. I and Hurat were still startled after being abducted. When they saw someone familiar, they cried out. In an instant, Black Adam appeared before them, pulling them into a tight embrace, as if he wanted to merge them into his body and never let go again. Tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer the fearless, mighty Black Adam, just an ordinary man yearning for his family. Chino didn't interrupt them. Instead, he approached the ruins, only to hear a noisy commotion as he drew near. Red, pull harder. Ow ow ow. Harley, hold on. Almost there. Pamela was barefoot, standing on Harley's shoulders, gripping the crown on Harley's head and trying to yank it off, so hard that Harley's eyes were rolling back. What the hell kind of look is this? Chino had only been gone for 10 minutes, and they were already up to some ridiculous antics. Honk 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 honk, this is the first time I've seen elegant Pamela like this. Must be Harley's mischief. Venom's laughter rang in his mind. Darling. Pamela was startled by Chino's voice, and let go out of reflex. Her foot ended up kicking Harley, who tumbled backward. Careful. Chino rushed forward in a flash and caught the falling Pamela. A beam of light from the ceiling of the cave shone down, landing on Chino's armor, casting a divine glow upon him. Darling. Pamela gazed at him dreamily, her eyes sparkling. You okay, Pamela? Chino smiled gently at the beauty in his arms, his voice impossibly tender. I'm fine. Of course Little Red's fine. I'm the one in trouble. A disgruntled voice came from behind them. It was Harley. Pamela snapped out of her daze and stepped out of Chino's arms. Looking at the dusty Harley, she looked apologetic. Sorry, Harley, I didn't mean to. You're forgiven, Little Red. Harley got up, patted the dust off herself, and gave a mischievous smile. Can someone explain what's going on here? Chino looked at the crown of Sabak on Harley's head, clearly puzzled. Venom slid off Chino and grabbed the crown on Harley's head, lifting her into the air like a rag doll and shaking her a bit. Chino, it really won't come off. We tried already. Let me down. Harley flailed her limbs in the air. Can't you behave? You dare wear something from a tomb. Chino shook his head helplessly. But it was just floating there, looking so lonely, like it was waiting for its king. How could I not try it on? Harley pouted, defiant. Then keep wearing it forever. Chino replied dryly. No way, I can't wash my hair with this thing on. And I can't do cute hairstyles. Plus, I swear it's getting heavier. Harley twisted her neck uncomfortably. Darling, help Harley. It's also my fault I didn't stop her. Pamela hugged Chino's arm, swaying it as she spoke sweetly. Then tonight, I want a good back rub. Chino smirked. Okay. Pamela blushed. The full body. Chino pushed it. Got it. Hurry up. Pamela gave him a playful slap. Chino stepped in front of Harley and began examining the crown. This wasn't in the original story, so he wasn't quite sure what was going on either. The only way might be to have Harley die once and inherit Sabak's power. Harley leaned in closer, sniffing the chest in front of her. It smelled so good. How could a man smell like this? She inched closer instinctively. Smack. Don't move. Oh. Harley obediently responded. But a few seconds later, she sneakily pressed a finger against his ABS. So hard? In Chino's view, the crown was glowing with magical energy tightly bound to Harley's soul. It had acknowledged her as its master. Forcibly removing it was possible, but the soul was fragile. Who knows what consequences that could cause? Sigh. Chino smacked his forehead, completely helpless. Darling, is there really no other way? Pamela asked with concern. Don't worry, Little Red. Worst case, I die. Just hope I don't get crushed in an ugly pose. Actually, if I lie down now, maybe I won't get crushed. Harley said as she tried to fall over dramatically. Chino grabbed her and pulled her up, taking out a demon contract. Here, sign this. What's this? Help Harley obtain Sabac's power. In return, Harley must work for Chino for 10,000 years. Harley, who was always scatterbrained, was instantly shocked into clarity. Chino, are you trying to get yourself hanged on a street lamp? Look at the benefits below. $1 million per month, full benefits, core member card of the demon group. What's the use? It means you get discounts when shopping. If you're bullied, no matter who's at fault, someone will help you. Even if you get bored and go rob a bank, we'll clean up the mess. That part was true, though everyone was too busy to mess around like that. Well damn, my body's this valuable? I'm in. Harley grabbed the pen and signed her name without hesitation. Quote of the chapter. Loyalty forged in desire is never as strong as loyalty forged in sacrifice. After Harley signed the contract. You little lunatic, next you'll need to die once to inherit Sabac's power. Are you ready? Chino said. The 3 conditions to transform into Sabac were. Possess the crown. Recite the incantation. Trigger death. Death? I wonder what it feels like. Come on, I can't wait. Harley's face was full of excitement and anticipation. Repeat after me. Death is the path to life. Ancient language. Death is the path to life. Pawa. As soon as Harley finished speaking, Chino punched straight through her left chest. A mouthful of blood spewed from her lips. She lowered her head and looked at him in disbelief. FFKU, you destroyed my boob. Harley died with her eyes wide open, hanging limply on Chino's arm. Chino withdrew his arm and gently laid her down. Blood slowly flowed beneath her, staining the ground crimson. As expected of a lunatic, still worried about that at a time like this. Chino shook his head speechlessly. Sensing the location of Harley's soul, Chino waved his hand and opened a portal, taking Pamela and Venom with him. They arrived at the Rock of Termination, an upside-down world. Rain defied gravity, falling upward. As far as the eye could see, there were scorched black rocks and flowing magma. The air was filled with the stench of sulfur and blistering heat. At the center stood a massive ritual platform, etched with complex runes and symbols. As life leads to death, so too shall death lead to life, said a red-skinned demon with a snake-like tail and 2 horns. From the burning rocks emerged a fierce-looking female demon who looked down at Harley with disdain. The sorcerers have a warrior, and now so do we. But why is it a woman? We've waited 5,000 years. The sorcerer's warrior is already outside. We have no other choice. A tall demon appeared from the magma, his body engulfed in flames. With every step, the lava beneath him bubbled and churned. Other demons began to emerge from the shadows, each uniquely terrifying. Some had razor-sharp claws, others had massive wings, and still others had eyes glowing with eerie light. The already oppressive space became even more filled with malevolence and fear. But Harley wasn't paying any attention. Her focus was entirely on herself. She pulled open her shirt and leaned her head down to inspect her chest carefully, a look of anxiety and confusion on her face. Then, with no shame at all, she reached into her shirt to double-check, completely lost in her own little world. Whew, thank goodness it's still there. That bastard. He actually hit my girls. She muttered angrily while adjusting her clothes. The surrounding demons watched her, completely baffled. They exchanged confused looks, unable to understand what on earth this woman was doing. Only then did Harley finally notice her surroundings. She froze, then quickly plastered a bright smile on her face and said, sorry, didn't see you all there. Where am I? Who are you guys? Wow, you all look incredible. I know a really good plastic surgery clinic. You might want to check it out. Of course, I need to leave this hellhole first, ha ha ha. Her laughter echoed in the eerie space, unusually jarring. 5 demons looked toward the horned demon. Belial, you spent our power to summon a lunatic as our warrior. We had no choice. This is the only option. Even if she's crazy, as long as she can open the gates of hell, she's good enough. Belial looked frustrated. He had hoped for a powerful and obedient human. What he got instead was a chaotic mad woman. Sensing frequent divine power emerging from the human world, they had assumed the sorcerer's warrior was there to destroy the crown. So they used immense energy to bind Harley and forcibly bring her over, only to discover she was insane. Human, let's make a deal. We will give you power and resurrect you. All you need to do is open the gates of hell when you return. Belial said patiently, walking up to Harley. The gates of hell? I don't even have the key, how am I supposed to open it? Harley tilted her head, confused. Once you return, you will be the key. No way, I'm crazy, not stupid. I refuse to become some immobile key. How will I cuddle little red? How will I have fun? You won't become a key. You are the key. Isn't that the same thing? FK, shut up. Now stand there and shout our names. Belial finally lost his temper. Belial. FK, not that FK. FK, you didn't tell me your names, how would I know? FK, I meant the name of the crown. Wait, the crown is named FK? What kind of stupid name is that? FK, I'm going to kill you. Belial raised his fist, trembling with rage. The other demons quickly grabbed him. If we kill her, who knows how long the next one will take. FK, I'll kill you first, you annoying bastard. Harley didn't back down and leaped onto Belial's head, punching him repeatedly. Let me go, I'm gonna kill her. Belial roared, struggling violently. Let go of him. I want to kill him too. Harley yelled back, her punches landing even harder. Belial, calm down. Human, you too, calm down. Stop fighting. This is all Belial's fault. He didn't explain clearly. Let someone else handle this. Yes, blame him. Human, here, drink some water and relax. Ayah, I have to kill her or I'll never be at peace. Belial's face twisted in rage, eyes blood red. As if I can be at peace. I'll beat you to death. Harley yelled through gritted teeth. The scene devolved into chaos. 6 demons and 1 human tangled into a brawl. Belial struggled madly, while the 5 other demons tried holding him back and soothing Harley. It was useless. The whole space was filled with cursing and messy brawling. Ga 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 ga. Everything stopped. Harley paused mid-punch. Wait, do you guys have geese here? She asked in confusion. How could we? Even if there were any, we would have eaten them already, one demon replied gruffly. The demons and Harley turned toward the sound. 3 humans were laughing uncontrollably. Kino and Pamela had arrived when the demons surrounded Harley, but the ridiculous dialogue that followed made it impossible for them to hold back their laughter. Kino clutched his stomach, tears in his eyes. Haha, first time I've seen demons get pissed off like this. Even as the Demon King, I've never witnessed something like this. Pamela was also laughing so hard she couldn't stand straight. Venom leaned against Pamela, laughing hysterically. Quote of the chapter. Insanity is doing the impossible and making even demons question reality. Where did these 2 humans come from? No idea. There are 4 now. Maybe we don't need this lunatic as our warrior anymore. Yeah, that guy seems decent. Then let me go. The 6 demons were still chatting back and forth when Harley suddenly jumped down and lunged at Kino. You bastard! How dare you hit my chest? You almost flattened it. Harley tackled Kino from behind, locking his neck in a cross chokehold while yelling angrily. Ha ha ha, Harley, let me correct you, you're in soul form now. Your chest in the real world was flattened by our dear friend, Venom added, fanning the flames. How could you? My perfect chest? You ruined it. Harley tightened her grip further, her voice growing even more furious. There wasn't much to begin with. It'll grow back, Kino replied. What do you mean not much? Are you blind? I'm not. Pamela and Venom's are what you'd call perfect. Pamela and Venom, playing along, puffed out their chests. Their impressive size made Harley even more furious, pushing her to use all her strength. Kino remained calm. Here's a joke, Captain America trying to choke out Ultron. At that moment, the 6 demons walked over. Human, we choose you as our warrior. You shall ascend the throne of Kambak, open the gates of hell, and obtain supreme power. Now, shout the name of the crown Shabak. This time, it was a female demon speaking to Kino, her eyes full of both temptation and threat. Let me ask first, if I become your warrior, what happens to the 3 of them? Kino asked calmly. Pamela and Venom also looked at the demons. Pamela's face showed a hint of fear, and Venom timidly hid behind her. Harley was still choking Kino, mumbling, that's for hitting my chest. That's for flattening my chest. Of course, we'll devour them, one demon replied casually. I want the redhead. She has so much life force she must taste amazing. I want the one with black hair. I'll take the crazy one. Then I want their souls. Just leave me the bones. Listening to how they were being divided up, Kino raised an eyebrow. Can we talk this over? Human? You lowly ant dare to speak with us as equals? If you don't want to suffer, I command you shout our name now, the female demon roared. Her voice was deafening, shaking the very space around them. Kino casually cleaned his ears. I'm a pacifist by nature, but this world only respects strength. If we can't negotiate, then we don't need to. He snapped his fingers, opening a portal beside him. My lords, someone just shouted at me. Show them what manners look like. Yes, your majesty. Countless dark shadows poured out from the portal, surrounding the area within moments. The 6 demons who were full of bluster a moment ago were now stunned, looking at the surrounding demons, each one more powerful than them. Who the hell are you? Wait, let's talk this out. I sir? Boom 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 boom. A barrage of punches cut off their words. Kino's demons attacked mercilessly, their blows brutal and unrelenting. The air was filled with screams. You done yet? If you don't let go, I'll make a move, Kino warned. Make a move? What do you mean now? Harley snapped back stubbornly, then bit Kino hard only to feel a painful shock that made her eyes tear up. She clutched her mouth and jumped off him, running straight to Pamela. Red, why'd you find a guy made of stone? My teeth hurt? Are they falling out? Harley whimpered, mumbling through her aching mouth. There. It's okay. You're in soul form now, your teeth can't fall out, Pamela said with a chuckle, comforting her. Not necessarily, Venom interjected curiously, inspecting Harley's state. He pulled her hands away and poked her canine tooth. Ow, that hurts. 10 minutes later. The 6 demons were now kneeling before Kino, their faces bruised and swollen. As Kino looked over at them, they forced flattering smiles despite missing a few teeth. Once ferocious and imposing, their expressions now looked pitiful and ridiculous, filled with fear and desperation. All their earlier arrogance was gone. Introduce yourselves, Kino said, sitting in a chair with his hands resting casually on the armrests. Satan. P1. Belial. Beelzebub. Asmodeus. Cletus. Kino raised an eyebrow after hearing their names and waved his hand dismissively. What's next? Am I supposed to be Lucifer? You dare lie? Beat them again. Wait, sir, listen arg. Bam bam bam. Before they could finish their excuses, another round of savage beatings began. The sound of fists echoed again across the empty space. 10 minutes later. So, you're Shabak's vassals? You can use your master's name and are stationed here to await the arrival of a warrior. Kino asked, eyes sharp as he examined the 6 demons still kneeling before him. Yes, sir. We didn't lie. Beelzebub nodded rapidly, sweat pouring from his forehead. Then why are you so weak? What if someone else had shown up and taken Shabak's power? What then? Kino frowned, clearly unimpressed. They couldn't even take on Black Adam. And these are supposed to be Shabak's guardians? The 6 demons glanced up at him, silently thinking, aren't you talking about yourself? Kino's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing. The surrounding demons sneered menacingly, their expressions suggesting they could devour the 6 any second. The 6 vassals shivered in fear. Our masters said this is only a test. And this is merely a ritual circle. The master's power resides within us, Belial explained nervously. If we could actually use that power, you'd be dead already. By merging their master's powers through the ritual circle, they formed Shabak's strength. Does Shabak's power come with side effects? Or an obligatory mission? Once it transfers to the warrior, does the power belong to her or you? Kino asked, probing every detail. No side effects. The only mission is to ascend the throne of Kambak and open the gates of hell. Once the power is transferred to her, it belongs to her, they explained. These demons seemed far more honest than those conniving gods Kino had encountered. It made him pause for a moment. Am I bullying these demons too much? We're just happy you're satisfied, sir, Belial said cautiously, sneaking a glance at Kino's expression, terrified he'd done something wrong. Trivia note, the names Satan, Belial, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Cletus spell out Shabak using their initials. Quote of the chapter: true loyalty is forged not by fear, but by the strength one commands in silence. I want power, but I don't want to take on the mission. Do you guys have any way to make that happen? Kino crossed his arms and looked at the 6 demons in front of him with a smirk playing on his lips. What? You're ridiculous MMPH. The most hot-tempered one, Belial, couldn't take Kino's absurd request. Just as he was about to curse, he got surrounded and viciously kicked by the others. Why are we getting hit too? The other demons screamed in pain. Damn you, Belial. Wait. There's a way, Stop hitting. Beelzebub quickly shouted. No, you're going against the master's orders, one demon protested. Shut up. Listen to Beelzebub. Kino waved his hand, and the demons finally stopped fighting and stepped back. I didn't expect you guys to actually have a solution. Speak. Kino raised an eyebrow, looking at Beelzebub with interest. Opening the gate of hell was Lord Shabak's command that has to happen. But once it's opened, what happens afterward has nothing to do with us. Beelzebub spoke quickly, spitting out the words like a machine gun. Kino instantly understood his meaning. Got it. Harley, get ready. Kino shouted loudly, but there was no response behind him. Puzzled, he turned around only to find that the 3 women had disappeared. Young master, the madams are up there, said Abomination, pointing upward. Kino looked up and saw the 3 women somehow on the platform, curiously studying the ritual circle. Venom? Pamela? Little Maniac. Kino called out loudly. The 3 women looked at each other and smiled. Then, without hesitation, they leapt toward him but floated down as softly as feathers. Kino, looks like you've trained them well, Venom teased with a smirk. Darling, we explored the surroundings a bit. This place is fascinating. Up is down, gravity is split into 2 zones, and the rain keeps looping infinitely. Pamela's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her scientific curiosity was piqued by the unusual environment. This place is so fun. I could play here all day. Harley jumped up and down in excitement like a child with a new toy. Little Maniac, you go and inherit Shabak's power first. Kino looked at Harley. Okay, little Kikai. Harley chirped happily and hopped over to the ritual circle. The 6 demons also gathered around the ritual and began pouring their demonic energy into the formation. The ritual plate lit up with mysterious lights, and runes flickered like ancient spells brought to life. Harley cleared her throat and shouted, Shabak. As soon as the word left her mouth, a massive flame burst out from the circle. The fiery blaze scorched the air, distorting everything with its heat. Harley disappeared within the fire. The ritual circle dimmed, the glow fading until it returned to its original state. My lord, it's done. The warrior has returned to the human world, Beelzebub said urgently, clearly hoping Kino would leave now. Kino nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. You've all worked hard today, but I have one more request. Kino suddenly spoke up. Please, say it. We'll fulfill it, Beelzebub replied with a forced smile, though he was inwardly screaming. He just wanted to get this troublesome guest out of here. Can I borrow this ritual plate for a while? Beelzebub was stunned speechless by the shamelessness of the request. You eat the meal and still want to take the pot? The whole place fell silent. Even the air seemed to freeze. Behind Kino, his demons stared coldly at the 6. Of course you can. But it's the master's property, and it's kind of heavy. We don't really have a way to move it ourselves, Beelzebub said with a strange smile, bleeding inside. No worries. I happen to have 2 powerhouses right here. Hulk, Abomination, take it. Yes, young master. Hulk and Abomination answered in unison and stepped toward the stone ritual plate. They stretched out their arms and gripped it tightly. With 2 roars, their veins bulged like writhing dragons beneath their skin. But the ritual plate didn't budge an inch. Beelzebub breathed a sigh of relief. 2 mere humans trying to lift that? Ridiculous. The other demons also watched their struggle with mocking eyes, clearly amused by the futile effort. Kino's demons, however, remained calm. They knew these two hadn't truly started yet. Hulk, did you skip lunch or leave your strength at home? Abomination mocked him with a smug grin. When we get back, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you, you damn bastard. Hulk roared at the top of his lungs, his voice shaking the entire space. Humph, with that strength, you're not even qualified to scratch me. Abomination twisted his body in an exaggerated pose, his arrogance on full display. You bastard. Hulk's rage erupted. He roared to the sky, his muscles swelling rapidly. His already massive frame grew even larger. The ground beneath him cracked under the immense pressure. Cracks spiderwebbed outwards, and debris scattered everywhere. The ritual plate began to tremble. Beelzebub's face froze, disbelief filling his eyes. What kind of power was this? Was he the god of strength incarnate? Just then, Abomination underwent a change. Damage release. He roared, and numerous wounds appeared all over his body, only to instantly vanish. His body then grew larger, reaching 5 meters tall, half a head taller than Hulk. He now looked like a mountain, radiating oppressive strength. Hulk, you're short, Abomination taunted proudly. Hulk is not short. Hulk roared again, his body continuing to grow. Though slower, his power surged with every second. His time in hell had refined his understanding of his own strength through relentless battles. His teeth clenched, veins throbbing violently on his forehead. As their power kept rising, the ritual plate trembled even more. The ground beneath it cracked open wildly, sending shards flying like bullets and striking nearby objects with sparks. Boom! With a deafening blast, the ritual plate was ripped from the ground by Hulk and Abomination's combined might. The entire terminus rock shook as dust filled the air. Kino opened a portal, and the two giants struggled to carry the plate through it. Well then, we'll be going, Kino said, stepping into the portal with his demons. After all the demons passed through, only the 6 were left, staring at the gaping pit where the plate had been. Damn it, those accursed demons. He went too far. What are we gonna tell the master when he returns? This is all your fault, Belial. You chose that lunatic as the warrior. You all agreed to. They began shouting and arguing. You guys talking about me. Their bodies froze. Slowly, they turned to see Kino standing there again. My lord, you misunderstand? I just remembered Belial's snoring lately. Anything else you need? Beelzebub asked with a forced smile. Nope. Just forgot to say one thing, thank you, Kino said with a cheerful smile. You're welcome. It was our pleasure. Quote of the chapter. True power isn't taken by force, it's carried with attitude, claimed with audacity, and stolen with a smile. Where did she run off to again? Back in the human world, Chino looked helplessly at the empty ruins. Boom! A figure crashed down in front of Chino, shaking the ground on impact. Ouch! Damn B***tch. A red demon appeared before Chino, standing more than 2 meters tall. Her thick horns radiated a terrifying aura, and her face seemed oddly familiar. Harley. Pamela widened her eyes in surprise. Harley climbed up from the ground and dusted herself off. Standing up, she looked even more imposing. Little red, little black, little shishi, you're all back. Harley grinned. Explosions and gunfire echoed outside, mingled with screams. What's going on? Chino asked, bewildered. No idea. The moment I resurrected, I heard the noise outside. I tried to go check it out, and that B***tch punched me straight down. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm going to kill her. Harley's fury grew with every word. Flames of rage blazed in her eyes. Before Chino could reply, she shot into the sky. Chino, Venom, and Pamela exchanged looks, momentarily speechless. On the battlefield. Monster. Run. Terrified civilians screamed and scattered in panic. Black Adam swung his lightning-charged fists, electrocuting everyone within his gaze. His eyes burned with wrath. Stop. No matter what crimes they've committed, the law should judge them. A figure descended from the sky. Wonder Woman, Diana, who had just finished fighting demons, now blocked Black Adam's path. She had sensed a massive magical presence and came immediately, only to find a demon and a demigod slaughtering people. Get out of my way, sorceress! They almost killed my wife and child. Black Adam's glare could have scorched the earth. I'll bring them to court, but you have no right to pass judgment. Diana stared into Black Adam's furious eyes with unwavering determination. I am the retribution of the Demon King. Black Adam roared and vanished from his spot. A second later, his steel-like fist, carrying boundless force, slammed toward Diana. Clang! Her shield met the thunderous punch. Sparks erupted at the point of impact. Diana gritted her teeth against the force. The ground beneath her feet caved in from the pressure. Before he could retract his fist, Diana swung her sword, the blade of Hephaestus. A flash of steel tore through the air, slicing a wound across Black Adam's chest. My body. Black Adam was stunned, staring at the blood spraying from his chest in disbelief. What? Thought your body was invincible. Diana smirked and slammed her shield into him. Black Adam reacted quickly, dodging the blow and hurling lightning at her. Ding! Diana crossed her silver bracelets, producing a crisp metallic ring. A massive burst of energy detonated in front of her, infused with golden divine lightning from Zeus. It blasted Black Adam into the sky like a cannonball, crashing him into a nearby hill, sending dust flying everywhere. Diana leapt gracefully to where he had landed. You really should relearn how to fight. Divine power is wasted on someone like you. She wrapped her lasso of truth around Black Adam. The golden robe shimmered with dazzling light. Tell me, why have you been summoning divine power so frequently? Who is this demon king you speak of? Diana's eyes bore into him. Black Adam clenched his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead as he tried to resist the magic of the lasso. Give it up. No one can resist it, said Diana, as the rope's glow intensified. God, divine power. Black Adam spoke with difficulty, words choked and halting as he struggled against the spell. Just as he was about to give in. Bang! A crimson blur shot in like a cannonball, slamming Diana away. B*TCH. Harley roared. Demon. Diana shouted, disoriented from the impact. She quickly steadied herself. Black Adam, breathing heavily, stared at the wound on his chest, dazed. This wasn't his era anymore. His power no longer felt unmatched. Father. Adam. Aya and Hulu ran to him, their faces filled with worry upon seeing his injuries. Aya's eyes brimmed with tears while Hulu nervously supported him. I'm fine, Aya, Hulu. Black Adam forced a stiff smile to reassure them. His voice was tired, but blue lightning flickered in his hand, glowing with mystery as it touched his wound. The divine power of Adam held both destruction and healing properties. From above, Chino flew down with Pamela and Venom, landing lightly before Black Adam. Black Adam, what happened? Chino's gaze passed over the fierce fight between Harley and Diana. Chief. A group of people suddenly attacked us with magic. They nearly hurt Aya. In my rage, I killed most of them. Then this sorceress showed up to stop me. I lost. Please punish me. Black Adam knelt, lowering his head with guilt. Aya and Hulu also knelt beside him. It's fine, stand up. No real harm done, said Chino as he helped him up with a field of biological energy. An invisible force gently lifted Black Adam to his feet. But why is Wonder Woman here? Chino rubbed his chin in thought. Chief, she asked me why I'd been summoning divine power so often. Chino realized the connection. Should we go help? Venom asked. No need. Let the crazy girl get used to her power. Besides, I love watching women fight. Chino pulled out a table and chairs from hell, along with food and drinks. Everyone, sit and eat. Chief, I'm just a servant. I can't sit with you, Black Adam said, shaking his head. This is 5,000 years in the future. Things are different now. You've got a lot of questions for me, don't you? Chino replied with a smile. Yes. Black Adam hesitated, then sat down. Hulu and Aya sat beside him, staring wide-eyed at the food, swallowing hard. It was beautiful food only royalty could enjoy. Author's note, translation and explanation. Even though I don't read the comments anymore, I know people will ask why Black Adam lost to Wonder Woman. Here's the breakdown. 1. Physical weakness. He was sealed for 5,000 years. Though he didn't die because of Shazam's power, he's clearly weakened. Chino already stole his power once he gave it back, but it didn't fully restore. Even in the standalone Black Adam movie, I suspect his loss to Sabbac was due to this ongoing weakened state. Plus, he never dodged attacks early on, only learned to after Dr. Fate and others beat him up. 2. Combat experience. Black Adam has only fought twice. Once in Kondak where he one-shotted the palace pure brute force. The other time, he was sealed after killing most of the Wizard Council. His combat history is minimal. Diana, meanwhile, has trained from childhood under the Amazons, fought in World War II, sparred with the God of War, and been through countless battles. Experience matters. 3. Equipment. One has divine gear, the other is basically naked. Diana has the blade of Hephaestus, which can cut through Doomsday's thigh. Black Adam doesn't stand a chance. Pamela pushed a tray of roasted chicken toward Hulu. Eat up. Hulu glanced at his father, and upon receiving his nod of approval, eagerly picked up the roast chicken and started eating. Father, mother, it's delicious, you should eat too. His mouth stuffed with chicken, Hulu spoke in a muffled voice. Black Adam and Aya also began to eat. At first, they were a little restrained, but soon found themselves indulging in the feast. Chino smiled faintly, sipping on a soda as he watched the distant battle unfold. Harley and Diana were locked in a fierce fight. Flames burned intensely on Harley's body. Every attack she launched carried searing heat. She dodged Diana's attacks when she could, and when she couldn't, she took the hits in exchange for landing her own. Diana, on the other hand, relied on her agile movements and her resilient shield to neutralize Harley's attacks again and again. Though the bracelets of submission possessed immense power, their range was ultimately limited, unable to effectively restrain someone as quick as Harley. As a result, while Diana hadn't sustained any serious injuries, a portion of her beautiful hair had unfortunately been scorched. Damn demon! Diana cursed angrily. For any woman, their hair is among their most cherished features. Now that it had been burned like this, how could she not be furious? Harley, instead of showing any fear, burst into wild laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, I'm going to turn that pretty head of yours into a shiny bald dome. With that, she continued releasing waves of overwhelming flames, relentlessly chasing Diana, forcing her to retreat in all directions. Chino, who do you think will win? Venom asked as he gnawed on a drumstick, his mouth dripping with grease. Diana, Chino replied with certainty. Don't be fooled by the brat having the upper hand. Diana is waiting for the perfect opportunity to finish it in one strike. He wiped the grease from Venom's chin as he spoke. Harley's getting too cocky, Pamela muttered, frowning as she watched the laughing Harley. She needs to suffer a bit. She needs to learn that battles aren't won by recklessness alone. On the battlefield, Harley's laughter grew increasingly wild. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? B***tch. Diana's expression was cold and composed. Sword and shield in hand, she ignored Harley's taunts, calmly observing her opponent's flaws. Her peripheral vision occasionally swept toward Kino's direction. She recognized him, the mysterious man who had appeared in the Batcave. They'd never been able to track him afterward. His presence here now. Could he be involved in this incident too? On the other side, Black Adam put down his food with a serious expression. Leader, I'd like to ask, what did you mean when you said Shazam was a tool? Hulu also looked up curiously, eyes wide and unblinking as he gazed at Kino. Shazam's power originates from gods, Kino said slowly, his voice calm. And the gods' power comes from human faith. A long time ago, gods ruled the world. Back then, humans were nothing more than servants whose sole purpose was to please the gods. If the gods were dissatisfied in any way, they would unleash natural disasters, ruling through fear to harvest belief. Later, due to a certain pact, gods and demons were no longer allowed to operate freely in the human world. But the gods still craved the faith from this land. So they devised a method to continue harvesting that belief. That method was Shazam. Black Adam touched the lightning bolt on his chest, a bitter smile playing on his lips. If it's about faith, I'm willing to believe in the gods who gave me power. I'd even build temples in their name. So why is Shazam a tool, as you say? Isn't this power supposed to represent freedom? Hulu asked boldly, his clear eyes filled with deep confusion. Hulu. Black Adam shouted in shock and anger. Leader, please forgive my child, Aya pleaded hastily, her face pale. Both Aya and Black Adam were stunned by Hulu's audacity. Openly questioning the leader's words could bring serious consequences, they knew this well. It's fine. Hulu, come here. Kino beckoned him gently, smiling warmly. Aya tried to stand up, but Black Adam pulled her into his embrace. Hulu, go, he said softly. Yes, father. Black Adam wanted to stop him, but the contract embedded in his heart compelled him to obey the leader. All he could do was clench his fists silently. Kino looked at Hulu, who stood before him without a trace of fear. A pure soul. Possesses purity, steadfast courage, kind-hearted nature, willingness to share. The last person with these qualities was Jesus. No one could dislike such a person. But such people rarely had good fates. Kino slowly reached out and patted Hulu's head. Hulu, were you born bald? Yes, leader. It's easier to clean up after work this way. Hulu looked up at him, eyes sparkling. Well, that's not bad. You look like a naturally bright kid. Leader, are you complimenting me? Of course, Kino nodded with a smile. Hee, thank you, leader. Hulu grinned happily, flashing his pearly white teeth. Black Adam and Aya both let out a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, their eyes full of comfort. Now, back to the story, Kino continued. The gods weren't willing to give up this source of faith. Eventually, humanity could no longer endure the gods' oppression and began to resist. So the gods came up with an idea. They broke off a branch from the Tree of Life and handed it to Atlas to forge a divine artifact, the Staff of Life. The Staff of Life could grant certain gods divine power, but it could also strip others of their divinity. But coincidentally, news of the staff leaked. The Council of Wizards managed to steal it and used it to rob many gods of their powers. The gods grew fearful and fled. Since then, gods have never appeared in this world again. Hulu fell silent. He was young, but not stupid. Stealing from gods sounded harder than stealing the king's crown from the royal palace. Did the wizards know? He asked. Maybe not at first. But later, they must have found out. Maybe they even colluded with the gods. Then, why me? Hulu asked in confusion. I'm not special. I was just a slave back then. If it weren't for them, I would have already been dead. Actually, my earlier words weren't entirely accurate, Kino said. Shazam itself is not the tool you carrying Shazam's power are the real tool. Me. Hulu touched his chest in confusion, his expression filled with doubt. Yes. In the age of divine rule, someone like you would be second only to the gods, a holy spirit, fought over by all the gods. The belief inspired by a holy spirit is the purest one, equivalent to thousands. And once you obtain Shazam's power, you become a faith collector. Every transformation absorbs the ambient faith energy of Earth and transmits it back to the divine realm. So you are the tool. Shazam is merely the power designed to protect that tool. Kino explained slowly, his eyes fixed on Hulu, carefully observing his reaction. Hulu was initially shocked, his eyes widened in disbelief. Then his expression quickly shifted into sadness, like a flower suddenly struck by frost, instantly losing all its brightness. But soon, that sorrow faded. His expression became peaceful and accepting. It doesn't matter. Even if the wizard used me, the power is real. I believe father will lead Cam back to freedom, Hulu said, his voice firm and resolute. Black Adam lowered his head in guilt. He had not led Cam back to freedom. Instead, he was consumed by rage and hatred, ultimately sealed away by the wizards. You're a born hero, Hulu. That's my evaluation of you. If you hadn't given your power to your father, perhaps you could have truly led Cam back to freedom and prosperity, Chino continued, his eyes filled with both admiration and regret. Chino went on to recount the next part of history. After gaining the power of Shazam, Black Adam destroyed the royal court and even ended up saving the world, though he might not have realized it himself. But the wizards knew. It was a fact. They sealed your father for 5,000 years. During that entire time, he remained conscious, unable to move, unable to speak, sustained only by his willpower. 5,000 years of absolute isolation, until I finally released him to serve under me. In return, I resurrected you all. Kambak did enjoy a brief period of peace and freedom. Your deeds were sung throughout the land. Statues were erected in your honor. But Kambak remained oppressed and never truly rose again. The wizards created a hero for Kambak, but they also sealed him with their own hands. At this point, Chino paused. Father. Hulu turned his head to look at his father, his face filled with disbelief. He had naively believed that his father had experienced the same thing he had, that in the blink of an eye, he'd crossed thousands of years. But Chino's words were like a hammer striking his heart, telling him that his father had endured 5 millennia of darkness and silence, completely alone. What a heavy and painful span of time? Hulu couldn't imagine how his father had survived such endless solitude and despair with sheer willpower. Adam. Aya's voice trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with sorrow. She tightly embraced Black Adam, as if trying to dispel his 5,000 years of pain with her warmth. To see you again, that's all that matters. Everything else is meaningless. Black Adam gently lifted his hand and wiped the tears from the corner of his wife's eyes. His firm face was filled with joy and contentment at their reunion. Though the beginning of those years had been filled with agony and torment, time eventually smoothed out the sharp edges. In the end, he learned to silently endure, growing used to the endless darkness. Pamela and Venom also looked at Black Adam in awe. Such powerful willpower. Why? Hulu tried to seek answers, but his once pure heart was now tinged with both anger and sorrow. A smirk formed at the corner of Chino's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. The Holy Spirit who once worshipped the gods now turning to the devil for answers. There's no real why. If there must be a reason, it's because Black Adam was not a suitable tool. Their plan was to kill your father and reclaim the divine power, but when they couldn't defeat him, they could only seal him instead. Is that what gods are like? Would you give the power of Shazam to a dog you found on the street? Hulu fell into silent contemplation. That's enough. Stop spreading your lies. A sharp, feminine voice interrupted Chino just as he was about to speak again. Chino frowned and turned around, surprised to see the little lunatic defeated so quickly. Harley Quinn was tied up like a caterpillar with the lasso of truth, being dragged along by Diana. Even though she had clearly lost, she wore a triumphant expression. Diana, on the other hand, looked terrible. Her once luscious hair had been burned down to a buzz cut, and her face was covered in soot. Hellfire, especially that laced with magical damage, was no joke. Ha ha ha, Diana, you look like an African now. Chino's deep expression lasted only a second before he burst into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach. Pamela also covered her mouth, shoulders shaking as she tried to stifle her giggles. Venom gave Harley a thumbs up. Harley, even though you lost, you actually won. Of course, that be *TCHMMPH. The rope tightened around Harley's mouth, silencing her. She could only let out muffled groans while glaring indignantly at Diana. Diana's face darkened. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with fury as she glared at the still laughing Chino. How long are you going to laugh? Wait a bit more. My stomach hurts. Chino kept laughing so hard he almost cried. I'll wipe that smile off your face. Unable to endure any longer, Diana lunged forward like an arrow, determined to take down the guy who was mocking her. Just then, Black Adam flashed in front of her, blocking her path. Lightning crackled around his hand. Black Adam, stand aside. Chino was done playing. Without hesitation, Black Adam returned to Chino's side. Golden lightning flashed in Chino's eyes. Didn't Bruce tell you my intel? What? Diana didn't understand. The next moment, everything blurred. Chino suddenly moved, and before she knew it, she had been tied up with her own lasso of truth, completely immobilized. Her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Lasso of truth, Diana's signature weapon. But if it is turned against her, she falls into a weakened state. So fast. Diana's pupils contracted. It felt like a mirage passed before her eyes. She couldn't even see how he moved. And what he said. Bruce knew his abilities but didn't tell her. That bastard. Black Adam stared at Chino in shock. What seemed like an intense battle before, now looked like child's play in hindsight. He finally understood his leader's strength was unfathomable. His respect deepened even further. Ha ha ha, *TCH. It's your turn now. Harley stomped on Diana's butt, her face full of gloating mischief. Loser, Diana growled through clenched teeth. *TCH, you lost? Chino, want me to train her into an NBQ? Intentionally written wrong. You dare. Diana's eyes widened in outrage. Save it. I'm not interested in African girls. Bring her along, we have serious business to take care of. Chino, carrying Pamela and Venom, took off and headed for Kambak City. Black Adam followed, holding Aya and Hulu. I'll let you off this time. Once I clean you up, I'll train you into an NBQ. Harley lifted Diana into the air, still muttering as she flew. Diana quietly watched Chino's back. After just a few months, he had become this powerful. Chino soared toward Kondak City, the howling wind roaring in his ears. He overlooked the land below and took in the full view of the city. Its appearance was dilapidated, with old and decaying buildings. The roads were riddled with potholes, and the basic infrastructure was in shambles. In stark contrast to the modern and prosperous cities outside, Kondak seemed to be forgotten by time, decades or even centuries behind the outside world in terms of development. Hulu also noticed the statue that the leader had mentioned. Though 5,000 years of wind and sand had blurred its features, the unique lightning bolt symbol on its chest remained prominent, telling of a former glory. People of Kondak looked up to the sky, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. In this world, the ability to fly belonged either to heroes or villains. They longed for salvation by heroes, yet feared the destruction that villains might bring. Chino landed on the ground, a puff of dust rising beneath his feet. He walked step by step toward the ancient palace. Venom and Pamela walked on either side of him. Black Adam followed behind, along with Hulu and Aya, his expression solemn. Harley carried Diana in the back, curiously approaching anything that caught her eye. Wherever they went, the crowd stepped back in silence. Though there were hundreds of people around, the silence was so complete that it felt as if a pin could be heard dropping. The people of Kondak focused their eyes on this group, especially on Black Adam, their gazes fixed on the lightning emblem on his chest. Some were stirred, ready to speak, but swallowed their words. Hulu looked around at the expressions in the crowd. Though he was only a child, he didn't dare to meet their eyes. Their eyes were filled with fear and suppression. Kondak was under oppression, he understood it clearly. The oppression was not only reflected in the hardships of daily life and material scarcity but had also been deeply imprinted in the souls of the people. No one knew how much time passed, but behind Chino's group, a large crowd had gathered silently, following them without a word. Soon, they arrived at a fenced-off area. Tall fences rose around it, wrapped with sharp barbed wire. What are you doing here? This is international gang territory. Get lost. Wait, you're not from Kondak. Undergo inspection. Dozens of armed militants in black uniforms raised their guns, shouting menacingly. Chino didn't slow down at all and continued walking forward. Black Adam, Chino said calmly. Black Adam flew into the sky. Blue lightning surged in his hand, glowing brilliantly. *T. The militants stared dumbfounded at Black Adam, terror written all over their faces. In the next second, lightning struck. Accompanied by a loud crackling sound and a blinding flash, the entire group of militants was reduced to charred corpses. The barricades and iron gates blocking the way were instantly blown to pieces. The people of Kondak stood stunned for a moment before erupting into a frenzied cheer. The international gang is dead. Ha ha ha, serves them right. Taith Adam, are you the demigod who saved us 5,000 years ago? A hero? A hero? Our hero has arrived. The thunderous cries echoed into the sky. Joy and hope lit up people's faces. The darkness that had long oppressed them seemed to lift, if only slightly. Black Adam didn't respond. He simply landed behind the leader with his usual cold expression. The surrounding crowd soon realized that this man was not the leader. Their reverent gazes turned toward Chino instead. Why did you kill them? Diana questioned. Their weapons couldn't even harm you. Wonder Woman, who was actually quite famous, was covered in dust. Her head was shaved, and her gear was bound with rope, making her almost unrecognizable. Chino arrived at the ancient royal court, his gaze falling upon the stone throne above. Years of erosion had left mottled traces upon it. Little lunatic, go sit on it, Chino said. Okay, little shishi, Harley replied enthusiastically. Thud. Without a second thought, Harley tossed Diana to the ground and strutted forward with exaggerated yet elegant steps. She plopped herself onto the throne. Roar. A bestial growl erupted from Harley's mouth. In that instant, hellfire surged from the inverted pentagram on her chest, blasting straight into the sky like a massive pillar of flame. The scorching fire ignited the heavens, and the surrounding air itself seemed to catch fire as waves of heat rolled outward. The people of Kondak, who had followed them, backed away in terror, their faces filled with fear and panic. Chino raised his bioforce field to block the heat. A faint glow shimmered from the barrier as it separated them from the inferno. The gate of hell. You're trying to destroy the world. Diana shouted, looking up at the burning sky. I'm not that bored, Chino replied casually. The flames on Harley's body gradually subsided as she slowly opened her eyes. Come forth, my legion of the damned. The ground around them burst into flame. From within the blaze, a horde of gaunt undead figures emerged, holding broken weapons, standing crooked and unstable. Ew, they're so ugly. Way worse than little Shishi's creations, Harley commented, her face full of disappointment and disdain as she frowned. Venom walked up to one of the undead, gave it a gentle push and it collapsed instantly, bones clattering loudly. Terrible combat ability, Venom said, curling his lip. Pamela picked up a bone from the ground and gave it a hard tap. It snapped cleanly in half. They're basically useless. Even ordinary people with cold weapons could handle them. With hot weapons, 100 soldiers could wipe out your entire legion, Pamela said, shaking her head in judgment. Even Diana relaxed, her tightly furrowed brows easing. She was puzzled though. What was the point of all this? The gate of hell opened and then closed just like that. What exactly were they trying to do? Those bastards gave me a bunch of trash. I'm going to find them and return it. Harley's face darkened with fury. She cursed loudly and was just about to kill herself again to go settle the score with the 6 wizards. All right, little lunatic. If you're done playing, close the gate of hell. It's not their fault. Their master probably only gave them that worthless junk, Chino interjected, stopping her. Fine. Harley pouted in disappointment and shut the gate of hell. As the gate closed, the heavenly phenomenon vanished instantly, and everything returned to calm. Diana became even more confused about their purpose. Opening and closing the gate like that, what was the point? All right, time to leave, Chino announced. He wrapped his arms around Venom and Pamela. A surge of power lifted from beneath his feet, ready to take off. He planned to ask Tony to design him a ride. Speed didn't matter, as long as it looked cool. Leader, aren't you going to rule here? Hulu asked quickly. I'm not interested. Why would I rule this place? It holds no value to me, Chino replied coldly, his eyes showing no emotion. But, Hulu stammered. You want to say but you have the power, so why not help this country, right? Chino slowly walked toward Hulu. Yes, leader. Then why don't you ask them first, do they even want my rule? This country has been ruled by the international gang. Even if I free them, do you think they'll really be grateful? They won't be grateful, they'll fear me. They'll worry I'm just another version of the international gang. Even if I don't care about that, why should I do something that's all pain and no gain? Chino's voice boomed, echoing like a great bell through the air. Even the people of Kondak nearby heard him clearly. For a moment, the crowd fell into dead silence. Hulu looked toward the people. They instinctively avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. His heart sank. He realized that the leader was right again. Hulu, you need to understand, everything in this world comes with a price. If you want something, then you must pay for it. Your father gave up his freedom and power so I would resurrect his wife and child. And now you want me to save Kondak. What can you offer in exchange? Chino asked calmly, his eyes steady. Diana stared at him in shock. You're the Demon King he mentioned before, aren't you? Only the Demon King of Hell could wield the power of resurrection. But then, how could he roam Earth freely? Suspicion and caution filled Diana's mind. Hulu's small head was full of tangled thoughts. Give something in exchange? What did he have? He had nothing. Shazam had already chosen his father. Shazam? Hulu raised his head and looked at the lightning bolt on his father's chest. Determination flashed in his eyes. Leader, I can give you the power of Shazam, he said. Chino smiled. The one your father has won't work. I know. But you once said that the wizard still holds another power of Shazam. I am a holy spirit. If I was chosen once, I can be chosen again. Leader, do you agree? Hulu smiled innocently. Truth be told, he did hold resentment toward the wizard who had sealed his father for 5,000 years. Deal. Chino also smiled, admiration and anticipation in his eyes. In that moment, the big and small smiles on their faces looked eerily similar. No, you already have one set of the god's power if you get another MMMPH. Before Diana could finish her sentence, Harley grabbed her and began spinning her rapidly in the air. Who asked you to talk, you stupid little toy? Harley snapped viciously. You, bass, tard. I will stop you. Diana gritted out the words as she spun, dizzy and disoriented, but still unwilling to give up. This time, things might not have escalated. But once two Shazam powers fall into the hands of a Demon King, who knows what will happen? There had to be some kind of scheme. The truth was, Chino had no grand scheme, he just had a biological instinct to hoard power. You might not use something, but you should definitely have it, just in case. After signing the contract with Hulu, Chino turned to the people of Kondak and spoke in a voice filled with authority. Return to your homes. From now on, I will rule here. The people looked confused and hesitant. Their hearts asked, weren't you here to save us? Aren't you just another ruler? I said get lost. Chino's expression darkened as he released a trace of hellish aura. To the people of Kondak, he suddenly became a figure shrouded in black mist, with strange red lights flickering in his eyes. Yes, sir. Everyone run. Demon King. In an instant, the crowd scattered in terror, leaving behind only empty streets and swirling dust. Leader, why use such a method? Hulu asked in confusion. This way is the fastest. No matter how sweet my words, they wouldn't easily trust me. But in the future when this city changes they'll understand everything. This too is a way of improving efficiency. Reputation doesn't matter. Method doesn't matter. As long as I get my results, that's what matters most. Chino spoke slowly. I understand, leader, Hulu replied, looking at Chino with a gaze full of awe and admiration. Leader knows so much. Guru, I won't be staying here forever, so I will find a teacher to guide your father and help him become the king of this place, Chino said. He couldn't remain here long-term and, at most, could offer them some assistance. Teacher, can I meet him? Guru asked. You can. Chino raised his hand and summoned a portal. A long-lost figure walked out from within it. It was a tall man with deep, penetrating eyes. He wore a long black robe, and his steps were steady and powerful. Though the years had left their marks on his face, he still exuded an aura of authority and wisdom. Young master. Guru's eyes widened, curiously sizing up this unfamiliar figure. He is Ra's al Ghul. With over 700 years of experience, from today onward, he will be Black Adam's teacher. Black Adam and Ra's al Ghul locked eyes. Their gazes met in midair, as if invisible sparks were flying between them. Black Adam's eyes were filled with scrutiny and suspicion, while Ra's al Ghul's gaze was calm and unfathomably deep. Teacher. Black Adam gave a slight bow. Black Adam, I will teach you how to become a qualified leader. Ra's al Ghul could sense the immense power in the man before him, someone far stronger than himself. Ra's al Ghul, from now on, you'll stay here. In addition to guiding Black Adam, you have another task: eliminate the members of the Court of Owls. Kino then transmitted the relevant information directly into Ra's al Ghul's mind. Understood. Guru, next, I'll be altering your memory and appearance. These will remain hidden until you obtain the power of Shazam. Go say goodbye to your parents. Guru nodded and walked over to his parents. Kino turned to glance at the dazed Diana lying on the ground, her mouth gagged by Harley. Diana, I'll let you go, but you must not tell anyone anything about what happened here, in any form. Deal. Diana nodded. After giving a few final instructions, Kino prepared to leave. First, he altered Guru's memory and appearance, then had Ra's al Ghul arrange for him to be placed in Philadelphia. Then he took Diana and returned to Gotham. Batcave. Bruce looked silently at his three sons. A few words, and they were already manipulated like this? Dick, Tim, and Jason stared curiously at the delicate little girl beside Bruce. Bruce, is this your daughter? Dick asked. Hello, brothers. My name is Damian Wayne. Damian greeted them politely. Having read the comics, she was quite familiar with the three Robins. Dick and the others responded warmly. They found themselves liking this sister they had just met. Yo, Bruce, you came back so soon. Bruce turned and saw Kino, who was carrying Diana in his hand. After everything you stirred up, how could I not return? Bruce replied. Thankfully, he hadn't gone too far. Stirred up? I was seriously guarding Gotham for you, and I even brought back an old friend. Kino casually tossed Diana onto the ground. Boom! Diana glared at him furiously. So, you're back now just to leave again? Bruce asked, glancing at them but saying little else. Yeah, my side is going to war in just a few months. I could only spare time to come because it's Damian's birthday, Kino said. Go on, Damian, Bruce said, ruffling Damian's hair. Okay, take care of yourself, Dad, Damian replied obediently before running toward Kino. Kino and Damian vanished without a trace. Bruce walked over to Diana and first removed the cloth from her mouth only to find it was black lace. Ugh, that be *tch. Diana cursed furiously. How did he catch you? Bruce started untying her ropes. Xja. Diana said. What are you saying? Bruce frowned. Diana got up and tried again. RSGGSGW, she said, her face turning pale. She grabbed a piece of paper to write useless. Tried typing on a computer useless. Tried using code still useless. Even the lasso of truth no use. For a demon lord, even a verbal promise carries binding power. Bruce watched Diana's repeated futile efforts and quickly understood the situation. You can't reveal anything about him in any form. Diana nodded helplessly. Arkham Asylum. Kino arrived and observed the chaotic scene around him. Everyone was wearing a Deadpool mask. Deadpool, where are you? It's time to go. Everyone turned to him. This guy actually knows that lunatic? Boss, I'm here? Done so soon? I just finished organizing an outdoor activity with my new best friends. Deadpool emerged from the crowd wearing a full Batman suit. You can stay here if you want. No Vanessa. No pay. Oh, and I was going to hand out a bonus of 500,000 this time, but since you're not coming back, I guess I'll save that cash. Kino turned to leave, but before he could take a single step, someone clung to his thigh. Boss, I really don't want to stay here. The food's bad, the beds are worse, and they bully me all the time. I really want to go home. Deadpool sobbed pitifully, wiping away fake tears. The people around him stared in disbelief. Who's being bullied here? Get up. Go say your goodbyes, Kino said, shaking his head. My friends, it's been such a pleasure being with you all. But now I must bid farewell. Deadpool looked around reluctantly. This place was actually great. Everyone was sweet, skilled, full of ideas. It really did feel like home. But compared to the comfort of home, this place still fell short. Everyone was stunned. The lunatic was leaving? We're free? No one said a word, afraid he'd change his mind. All eyes turned hopefully to Kino. Please take him away. This lunatic is the one you sent in to deal with me, a voice said. One of the Deadpools stepped forward, dried blood still on his clothes. Who are you again? Kino asked, confused. The Deadpool removed his mask, revealing his signature green hair. Joker? No wonder you weren't laughing. Without your creepy laugh, I couldn't recognize you. Kino looked at Joker's slumped expression and knew Deadpool had done his job. Joker's eyes burned with fury, but suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, if I'm right, you couldn't kill me so you sent him. You wanted to destroy my mind without getting your hands dirty. Ha 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 ha. During this time, Joker had realized something. Deadpool had been especially targeting him. To the others, it had just been regular torment. But for him, it was personal. Deadpool drew his katana. As long as Kino gave the nod, a swift beheading would follow. How about this instead? Kino opened a portal. Little Kiki, why'd you call me? We were having such a great time shopping. Harley stepped out and immediately spotted the Joker. Joker, Harley. The Joker looked at her in shock. Wasn't she supposed to be preparing to rescue him? Who's a Joker? You're the Joker. Kino sneered as he looked at him. Harley instantly understood why she had been summoned. Joker, we're over? F***CKU, she shouted, raising both middle fingers at him. Now, the Joker's face matched his hair green with fury. No matter how crazy a man is, being publicly humiliated like that would enrage anyone. Harley, you dare betray me? I'll find you, kill you, and peel your skin off. Betrayal? This is what betrayal really looks like. Harley, fearless, stepped up to Kino, grabbed his hand, one to her chest, the other to her backside, and kissed him fiercely. The Joker looked like he might explode. He lunged for Deadpool's holstered gun. Slap! Deadpool slapped him right across the face. The Arkham graduates behind them all gawked at the scene. The crime king, the Joker, was publicly humiliated. What a juicy drama. Major news? Smooch? A long while later, Kino finally pried Harley off of him. This little maniac even bit him. Kino shook his head helplessly and wiped the tears from the corners of Harley's eyes. All right, go find Red. Anything you like, just take it on my tab. Harley nodded. She silently said goodbye to her past. Without even glancing at the Joker, she walked toward the portal. Kino walked up to the Joker. Why so serious now? You were wrong about one thing. It's not that I can't kill you. It's that I don't want to. The Joker couldn't be killed not just because of the Dionysian factor, but because the world itself refused to let him die. If this Joker died, who knew if the next one might be even more terrifying? What do you want to do? The Joker asked, sensing something bad was coming. Ever played Russian roulette? A glowing orb appeared in Kino's hand. The first one, rat. The light orb entered the Joker's chest. His pupils shrank, and a sensation of internal swelling overtook him. Cat. Blood vessels burst across the whites of the Joker's eyes. Dog. He couldn't hold it anymore. A blood-curdling scream escaped his throat. Almost done, just one more, how about? Sparrow. The Joker could no longer scream. He collapsed onto the ground, convulsing. His makeup twisted into a nightmarish grimace from the sheer pain. The Arkham graduates all cowered in the corners, terrified of Kino. They watched as he tortured the Joker while smiling. This man was a demon. The last one. Fish. As the final spirit merged into the Joker's soul, he completely lost consciousness. Kino simply stood there, quietly watching him. Boss, did you kill him? Deadpool crouched down beside the Joker and poked his head. If he were that easy to kill, he wouldn't be the Joker. In terms of willpower, Batman ranked first. The Joker came second. This kind of weight he could handle it. Kino's cold gaze swept across the trembling Arkham graduates. None dared to meet his eyes. Boss, here are the pictures you wanted, Deadpool said, standing up and handing Kino a camera. Kino glanced through it. The camera held a collection of Deadpool's selfies with various villains, Deadpool pulling goofy expressions while the villains either looked like they'd lost the will to live, tried to fake smiles, or sported black eyes and missing teeth. Most of the photos were of the Joker in all kinds of humiliating poses. Kino smiled faintly. One more for the collection. Well done. Your bonus just went up to 1 million. Deadpool's eyes lit up. He'd spent days having fun, and snapping a few pictures had just earned him an easy 500,000 more. Boss, you're so generous, I'm starting to fall for you. You want Venom to grind you into meat paste. On second thought, maybe not. The Joker soon regained consciousness. The moment he saw Kino, he leapt up from the ground like an animal on all fours, back arched, growling lowly. Meow. Fear clouded his twisted expression. Kino softly called out, Kitty kitty, be good. He pulled out a can of cat food, opened it slowly, and placed it on the ground. The Joker's eyes sparkled with caution. Like a startled bird, he stared at Kino warily. But when his gaze fell upon the cat food, a craving flickered in his eyes, an uncontrollable, primal hunger. He crept forward bit by bit, trembling slightly. Each step was careful, as though approaching an enticing yet deadly trap. Once he confirmed it was safe, the Joker let down his guard just a bit and gently licked the food. As the food touched his tongue, he purred contentedly. At that moment, he truly resembled a docile cat, lost in the bliss of delicious comfort. Kino smiled as he whispered again, good kitty. Smack. Suddenly, the Joker smacked the can away and slowly lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Kino. What did you do to me? You're impressive waking up so quickly, Kino said, unbothered by the outburst. I just stuffed a rat, a cat, a dog, a sparrow, and a fish into your soul. From now on, any of those spirits could take over at any moment. If you can still create chaos under those conditions, then I'll admit defeat. Kino looked at him with a pleasant smile. Who the hell are you? The Joker's eyes overflowed with rage, madness, and despair. His body trembled with fury as if he were about to devour Kino alive. The Joker was obsessed with chaos not as a momentary act, but as a constant state in Gotham. He always orchestrated schemes to fuel ongoing chaos, finding deep satisfaction in watching people crumble and suffer. But now, he could barely stay sane long enough to plan anything. You're asking who I am? Isn't it obvious? A dark mist shrouded Kino's body. As it dispersed, an enormous, terrifying form emerged. It had sharp horns atop its head and great black wings that unfurled behind him, blotting out the sky. His skin glowed like burning coal, and his crimson eyes flickered with a haunting gleam. I am the Demon King from hell. Demon King, ha ha ha, what a hellish joke, ha 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 ha, meow, chirp chirp. The Joker began babbling, his mouth spewing incoherent animal sounds, his face contorted, and his body trembling uncontrollably. The Arkham graduates witnessing this horrifying transformation collapsed to the floor in fear, some even lost control of their bladders. The air was thick with terror and despair. Hell is real. From now on, you are responsible for taking care of him. If he dies, I will turn your souls into candles. After saying that, Kino turned and walked away. Deadpool quickly followed. Boss, you're so handsome. Can I touch it? No. Please, boss, I'll let you touch me too. Say one more word, and I'll deduct 100,000 from your bonus. The Arkham graduates exchanged glances as they watched the Demon King disappear into the shadows. What do we do? What can we do? We have to take care of the Joker. Do you want to turn into a candle? The Joker must have done a lot of bad things to attract the Demon King's attention. I want to be a good person from now on. Where did the Joker go? Quick, find him. A group of them got up and started searching. Found him? He's in the restroom. I can't stop him. This time, it's the soul of a dog? Ugh. A series of dry heaving sounds came from the restroom. DC storyline concludes for now. Returning to the Marvel world, Chino arrived at the company and found Banner, Otto, Connors, Hank, and Killian. Young master, what can we do for you? Banner asked, knowing that gathering so many people meant something important was going on. I have something for you. Develop its use. Chino threw out some amber gold, wine god factor, promethium, and eternal stones. Such strong radiation. Otto extended 2 mechanical tentacles from his back, one scanning the metals, while the other displayed various data. The versatile tentacles, improved with Octopus Lady's technology, were like a mobile laboratory that could carry out many tasks. The others gathered around to look at the data. Since they had all injected the enhanced serum 3.0, the radiation wasn't a problem. Fantastic, these ores contain energy. Hank pulled out a piece of eternal stone. These metals have magical powers. Be careful when studying them, don't blow anything up. Chino then explained the properties of each metal. As Banner and the other scientists listened, their eyes grew brighter, eager to move the metals to their laboratory. Chino didn't disturb them and flew off toward Tony's seaside villa. As soon as he landed, the electronic eye at the door scanned him. Hello, Mr. Chino. Jarvis, I'm looking for Tony. Chino greeted. Sir is currently giving Lorna a lecture in the laboratory. Jarvis opened the door. Okay, I'll find them myself. Chino entered the laboratory and saw Tony explaining something to a projection screen. Lorna was listening intently, occasionally jotting down notes. Her focused, determined eyes and her long green hair tied casually at the back of her head gave her a professional appearance. Tony glanced at the door and said, all right, review what I've explained today. Next month, bring back anything you don't understand, and I'll answer it. Yes, Tony-sensei. Lorna packed her things and got ready to leave. When she turned around, she stiffened at the sight of Chino. She quickly regained composure and nodded indifferently. Hello, boss. Hi, Lorna. Long time no see. How have you been? I've been great, learning new things every day. Thinking about her recent life, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lorna's face. Good. Just don't push yourself too hard. Balance is important. Chino expressed his concern. I understand, boss. I have some other things to do now. Can you move, please? Lorna said, lowering her head as she adjusted her materials. Huh? Sorry. Chino just realized he was blocking the door. Lorna hurried out, and when she reached a corner, she leaned against the wall and slowly crouched down. What am I doing? I haven't washed my hair in 2 days, is it greasy? And this old outfit, does it smell? Her mind was in turmoil as she covered her face with her hands. Her heart raced as she thought about how she had acted in front of Chino. She felt utterly embarrassed. Usually, she dressed casually, but when she was around Chino, she always tried to look youthful and radiant, experimenting with different styles, hoping to figure out what he liked. Lorna bit her lip, silently scolding herself. Why today of all days? Why did I have to run into him looking like this? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, feeling like all her previous efforts to attract Chino had turned to dust. Lorna, what's wrong? Lorna looked up. Pepper, holding a stack of documents for Tony to sign, looked at Lorna's pitiful appearance and seemed to understand something. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Did Tony bully you? Come on, I'll help you beat him up. Pepper put the documents down and rolled up her sleeves, ready to go find Tony. Wait, Pepper, he didn't bully me. Lorna quickly grabbed Pepper's arm, but was still dragged along. Pepper, Chino just came to find Tony. Now that Pepper and Tony were living together, Jarvis addressed her as Madam. Pepper paused, remembering Tony had mentioned the relationship between Lorna and Chino, and turned to look at Lorna with a teasing smile. Lorna. Lorna immediately let go and stood still. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she avoided looking at Pepper, fidgeting with her clothes. Chino watched Lorna rush out, then turned to Tony. Tony, not everyone is a genius like you. She's still young. Don't pressure her too much with studying. Tony gave him a look as if he were an idiot. You think I'm the one giving her pressure? Who else? I didn't do anything. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Chino was confused. Because you did nothing. Tony shook his head helplessly. His students still had a long way to go. Maybe next time, he should share some of his love life experiences with her in the next class. Anyway, what's up? You never come to see me without a reason. Come on, this time I've brought you some really good stuff. Do you have a place to store these? Something to handle radiation. Chino looked around the lab, filled with intricate equipment and desks, with nowhere to store things. Good stuff. Tony was intrigued. If Chino called it good, it must be something important. Tony led Chino to the basement, a space used for crafting battle armor and storing reactors. Chino pulled out the Promethium and Eternal Stones, 4 boxes in total, and explained their properties. Tony used a mechanical arm to grab a piece of the Eternal Stone and began testing it. You got this from DC, didn't you? The energy inside is fascinating. I wonder if it can be artificially synthesized. Tony focused intently on the screen in front of him. The energy inside is magical. It's unlikely to be artificially synthesized, but you can try. Chino didn't want to be too certain. After all, Tony could create a time travel machine, so who knows? Synthesizing magic might not be impossible. Tony began analyzing the promethium metal. Even I would need a lot of time to study it before I could even think about synthesizing it. The strength of this metal should be comparable to adamantium. Do you have the formula for it? Nope. Otherwise, do you think I'd just give it to you for free? I knew it. Reverse engineering a formula from a metal is almost impossible. But for me, it might be a different story. Tony pouted, but the excitement in his eyes didn't fade in the slightest. He was already thinking about how to overcome these challenges. Seeing that the timing was right, Kino looked at Tony with a hopeful expression. Tony, I came here today because I wanted to ask you for a favor. Tony was in a great mood and raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Oh, now I'm curious. What could possibly be difficult enough to trouble the Demon King himself? Go ahead. I'll help you. Let's be honest, forget about the alluring metals. Just based on their relationship alone, Tony saw helping Kino as just doing a friend a favor. Kino began to explain, I want you to design a ride for me. It should be able to fly, go underwater, and if it can transform, that would be perfect. Oh, right, its material has to be strong enough because safety is very important. Also, the interior should be spacious, and if possible, it should be able to go into outer space. As Kino spoke, he already had an image of the perfect vehicle in his mind and didn't notice how Tony's expression gradually froze. With each additional request, Tony's once bright face darkened until it looked like the bottom of a pot. When Kino finally stopped, still full of enthusiasm, he glanced at Tony's unpleasant expression and asked cautiously, did I maybe go a bit overboard with my requests? Tony forced a smile and glared at him. Overboard? Where exactly were you overboard? Oh, right, what did you say at the beginning again? I got so lost in your endless list of demands I almost forgot. Tony, I came over today to ask you for a favor. Kino repeated honestly. I'm not helping. Get lost, now. Tony reached out with both hands and pushed Kino forcefully, but Kino stood rooted to the ground like a tree, completely unmoved. That only made Tony angrier. Hey, Tony, you promised me? You can't go back on your word. Kino stared speechlessly at Tony, who was red in the face, pushing against his chest. When did I promise? Do you have proof? Tony went full denial mode, gritting his teeth and launching into a rant. Do you even know how busy I am right now? The Stark Tower Reactor Upgrade Project, the War Armor Improvement 6 months from now, the Hell Paradise Project, and all that future tech from 1,000 years ahead. I haven't even fully processed any of it yet, and now there's the Eternity Stone and all this bizarre metal to deal with. I don't even have time to throw a party and relax anymore. If I agree to build your ride, I won't even have time to spend with Pepper? Forget it, just get out of here. I don't even want the metal anymore. The more Tony spoke, the angrier he became. He used to be the one people worked for, now he felt like he was working for Kino. What a joke. Kino realized he may have gone too far. Most of these responsibilities did tie back to him. Seeing Tony about to suit up, calm down, Tony. Let's talk about this a bit more. No more talking? Just leave. Tony didn't even give Kino a chance to finish and crouched down in his armor to try and hoist him over his shoulder. I prepared a gift for you. I don't care what the gift is. I need rest, parties, and drinks. Wait, why are you so heavy? Tony's armor started creaking alarmingly, sounding like it was about to fall apart. You'll definitely love this gift. If you don't, I'll give you the entire Demon Corporation. Kino knocked lightly on Tony's armored head. Seriously? Want to sign a demon contract? Kino pulled out a contract. No need for that. When will I get it? Tony knew Kino never made a bad deal. If he was putting the Demon Corporation on the line, the gift had to be worthwhile. What could it be? A spaceship? Alien tech? Some rare material? In a few days. Also, can you get up? Kino looked at Tony, who was clinging to his leg in his armor. Something about the whole situation just felt off. Yeah, the joints are just stuck from overload. Give me a second. You sure? If not, I'll just rip it off. No, hold on. The armor's still a prototype, hasn't been fully tested yet. Hurry up. Just then, a voice rang out behind them. Tony. Oh my god. What are you two doing? Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Tony kneeling in front of Kino in full Iron Man armor. Next to her, Lorna also widened her eyes. Both Kino and Tony realized how very wrong this must have looked. It's not what it looks like. Wait, Pepper, let me explain. Tony shouted anxiously. His voice echoed out from within the armor, filled with panic. Forget explaining. Just let go of me. Oh, right. FK, the power system's busted. I got it. Kino was done waiting. He began violently dismantling the armor. Clang clang clang. Parts flew everywhere, and Tony was shaken around inside until he was dizzy. Gentle? Be gentle? Oh my god. Pepper and Lorna watched, dumbfounded, as Tony kept shouting curses from within the armor. Within a few seconds, Kino had Tony freed, though his body was covered in bruises from the rough dismantling. Couldn't you be a bit more gentle? Tony complained. If I was gentler, my reputation would be ruined. Kino pulled out a healing injection and stabbed it into Tony. Why didn't you just buy an enhancement serum? Kino asked. Tony cleared his throat. I was worried it would affect my brain and cognitive functions, so I only gave it to Pepper. Whatever. As long as Pepper's around, she can protect you if it comes to it. Kino didn't press further. If the serum really had such side effects, Banner and the others wouldn't have used it either. It was likely Tony's pride and maybe Killian's influence too. Even though the demon contract made Killian give up his hatred for Tony, he still couldn't stand the guy. Tony should have known by now who was behind Killian. After all, it was his own arrogance that almost destroyed a genius. Tony carried a bit of guilt for that. Quote of the chapter: genius often walks the edge of madness, but pride is what blinds us to the fall. Pepper and Lorna both understood it had all been a misunderstanding. It made sense, after all. He was a famous playboy, constantly surrounded by beautiful women. How could he possibly be into that? Lorna, didn't you have something to do? Why are you back? Kino asked, looking at her return unexpectedly. Lorna's eyes wandered evasively. Well, She couldn't get the words out and looked at Pepper for help. Pepper stepped in. Actually, Lorna's car broke down. Kino, if you have time, could you give her a ride? Car? I have plenty in the garage. Oh wait, I just remembered they're all out of gas. Tony had initially planned to offer Lorna a car, but his face turned pale and he quickly changed his mind. Kino wasn't an idiot. He could tell what they were trying to do. Looking at Lorna, who was pretending to flip through her notebook, he said, Lorna, I don't have a car. I flew here. I can only fly you back. Would that be okay? Yes. I mean, sorry to trouble you, boss. Lorna's face lit up, then quickly shifted back to a calm, collected look. Kino chuckled. Then let's go. Lorna obediently followed behind him, the corners of her lips twitching upward involuntarily. After they left, Tony yanked his foot out from under Pepper's heel. Pepper, I think my toes are crushed. Sorry, Tony. Let me see. Pepper crouched down and gently removed his sock and shoe. Ever since she'd taken the enhancement serum, Pepper had become more beautiful and physically stronger, but sometimes, her strength was hard to control when she got emotional. It's okay, just a bit swollen. I'll put some ice on it later. Tony stroked her face as she inspected his toes. Pepper, wait until tonight. You still have lots of paperwork to Tomorrow's fine too. Pepper, you're so beautiful. Tony. The two embraced and kissed. The air around them grew sweet and scorching with passion. Kino flew through the sky, carrying Lorna in his arms. Lorna curled up against his chest, silent. Trying to ease the mood, Kino said, the weather's really nice today, huh, Lorna? Lorna gave a faint response. Silence fell again. Kino stared at the clouds ahead, spacing out. This is awkward. Maybe Tony and Pepper were wrong. Lorna doesn't seem to like me at all. But she's so light. Has she been eating properly? Am I not paying her enough? Makeup and clothes are expensive these days. Should I give her a raise? But if I raise only hers, won't that be strange? Maybe I should give everyone a raise. Kino finally broke the silence again. Lorna, is studying tiring? Lorna paused a few seconds. It's okay. The awkward silence returned. Only the sound of the wind roared in their ears. Venom, hurry and come save me. Right, Venom's not here. Venom and Pamela took the little lunatic shopping in hell. Ugh, I miss Venom. What would she say if she were here? Say what? Just pin her to the bed and go to town. Nothing works better than that. Venom's terrifying face popped into Kino's mind. In hell, Venom sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered, someone's talking trash about me. Kino shook his head. No, that trick only works on Pamela and the others. But now that I'm thinking about hell, did I forget something important? While Kino furrowed his brows, lost in thought. So firm, so warm. Lorna was overwhelmed by the sensations. Her brain, usually sharp enough to solve complex formulas, was stalling. What am I even thinking? Right, think of a topic to talk about. Like where have you been all this time, or what do you like to eat, or maybe about the beautiful landscapes in the east. She glanced at Kino and noticed the frown on his face as he shook his head. He can smell me. I knew it. Well, I haven't washed my hair in 2 days, after all. Boss, can you put me down? We're not there yet. Did you forget something at Tony's place? Kino stopped midair, confused. No, I just don't feel well. Kino frowned. Even without tasting sweat, he could tell that was a lie. Lorna, if something's wrong, you can tell me. Just put me down first. Lorna felt so awkward. Just thinking that Kino might be silently enduring her odor made her want to disappear into the earth. Seeing her stubborn expression, Kino started descending. Maybe she really needs the bathroom? As soon as they touched the ground, Lorna backed away several steps. Boss, just drop me off here. I can walk the rest of the way myself. She lifted her hands, which began to glow green, and floated into the air. But before she could fly more than a meter, she felt a strong grip on the back of her collar, pulling her down again. Boss, you're not leaving until you finish what you were saying. Even if you're in a rush to have a baby, you can tell me first. Kino hated being left in the dark. There's a smell. Lorna mumbled. What did you say? Kino couldn't make it out. I said I haven't washed my hair in 2 days. I smell bad. Lorna shouted, her voice echoing in the air. And just like that, she felt relieved that was her. Enough with the hesitation and self-doubt. Kino's status, accomplishments, and power were all too high. Lorna couldn't help but feel inferior. She had no status. She wasn't like her teachers, each a top expert in their fields. Her powers were still developing. Tony had said she'd be powerful one day, but that was in the future. Kino was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. I thought it was something serious and it was just that. Lorna glared at him, her cheeks flushed. You think that's not serious? Kino waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't worry so much, I didn't smell anything. You're lying? You were shaking your head and frowning. No way you didn't notice. Kino looked her in the eyes. I swear. I was just thinking, I feel like I forgot something. Lorna pressed her lips together, no longer bothering to come up with excuses. Green light glowed from her palms once more. Boss, I've answered your question. I'll be going now. As soon as she rose into the air, Kino grabbed her again. Looking at her stubborn expression, he sighed. Okay, but no hitting me next. Huh. Before she could process what he meant, he leaned forward, his face buried in her neck. She felt something wet slide along her skin. She froze completely. Tastes good. Smooth, tender. Did you apply body lotion? Kino smacked his lips. Ugh. Lorna stared at him blankly. He licked me, and he even gave a review? Haha. I must be dreaming. She laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, her entire body flared up in an intense green light. The world around them turned green. Nearby metal signs, wires, and iron sand began trembling, then snapped, rising into a massive black tornado surrounding them both. Metal fragments spun wildly in the wind, clashing and sparking. Blue lightning danced along the edges of the storm, illuminating Kino and Lorna's stunned faces. Lorna appeared somewhat dazed, while Kino remained calm as he looked at the massive tornado. Her powers have awakened again? This one's a bit intense though. It's known that a mutant's ability can awaken a second time. The triggers can vary from strong emotional stimuli to intense physical or mental training, environmental pressure, or even injections of enhancement drugs and Apocalypse's potential unlocking techniques. Judging from Lorna's condition, it seemed to be triggered by emotional turmoil. Kino activated his biofield to cover the entire area. From the outside, everything looked peaceful and calm. This wasn't the time for interruptions. Beachside Villa. Sir, we've detected a massive magnetic disturbance in the southeast direction. Never mind, it's gone, sir. Tony Stark flinched and scowled. Jarvis, I swear, I'm going to format your entire system. Pepper Potts sat up in bed, a little worried. That's the direction where Kino and Lorna left, and a magnetic disturbance? Do you think something happened? Nothing's going to happen with Kino there. And if it does, a portal would have opened right in front of me by now. Anyway, that one doesn't count. Let's continue. Tony pulled Pepper back into bed. SHIELD headquarters. The alarm blared throughout the entire facility. Magnetic activity detected near New York. Wait, it just vanished. The monitoring staff were visibly confused. Magnetic field? Could it be Magneto? Nick Fury frowned. No, intelligence reports say Magneto is leading the mutants in Washington. The technician pulled up the coordinates where the alert had triggered earlier. No anomalies, just an ordinary location. Fury's expression was grim. He didn't believe for a second that it was a machine error. Something was definitely off. Send Romlo and his team to investigate. Director, wait, Cowlson interjected, that spot is close to Stark's villa. We can pull up nearby surveillance cameras instead. Fury nodded. The footage was quickly retrieved. And Fury's face darkened at the familiar figure shown on the screen. The Demon King Kino, the one who had stolen Captain America and Director Carter from SHIELD. Losing Steve was one thing, he was replaceable. But Carter had classified intel that forced Fury to constantly update their database and secure critical information. Kino was the one individual he had absolutely no countermeasure for. Cancel the alert. Resume normal operations. Fury rubbed his temples in frustration. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and returned to their posts. Fury continued to stare at Kino's image on the monitor, deep in thought. Washington, D.C. Magneto suddenly looked into the distance. Magneto. A tattooed man appeared behind Magneto in an instant while the latter was distracted and swung a punch toward the back of his head. You bastard, that hurts. Logan leapt in, taking the punch with his chest. A gaping hole appeared, revealing his metallic ribs. With a glint of savagery in his eyes, Logan slashed his adamantium claws forward. Splat! The tattooed man fell back, clutching his severed arm. You mutant traitors, nothing but dogs of humanity. Idiot. Logan rolled his eyes and looked at the still distracted Magneto. What the hell are you doing? This is a battlefield. Sorry. Magneto snapped out of it. The magnetic signature he sensed earlier, he was sure it was Lorna's. He felt a surge of anxiety. He had no time for this fight anymore. Everyone, retreat. At his command, the Brotherhood of Mutants ceased fighting and began withdrawing with practiced coordination. The X-Men and allied mutants hesitated for a moment but followed suit. Some were reluctant. Why retreat? We were winning. Just 10 more minutes and we'd have beaten them. The Brotherhood sneered. You think we're retreating because of them? Don't flatter yourselves. Once they confirmed all their mutants were clear. Magneto raised his hand gently. Thunderclouds filled the sky. But these weren't clouds, they were countless metallic weapons clumped together into a terrifying mass. From above, Magneto gazed down coldly at the enemy forces. You have 3 seconds. Surrender or suffer the consequences. 1. Wait. We surrender. The enemies dropped to their knees one by one. Not everyone had the courage to face certain death. The battlefield fell into dead silence, broken only by Magneto's chilling voice. He slowly lowered his hand. The metal cloud dispersed. After instructing others to handle the aftermath, he quietly made a phone call. Kino flew back toward New York with the unconscious Lorna in his arms. Behind them, the small hill and nearby road had vanished without a trace. The ground was smoothed out like it had been carefully polished. Lorna had clearly gained stronger abilities, but due to overexerting her mental power, she had passed out. It definitely had nothing to do with Kino, probably. Before long, they arrived at the staff dorms. Kino entered from the balcony, walked into the bedroom, and gently laid her down. He removed her shoes and socks, then carefully covered her with a blanket. Ring, ring, ring. Lorna's phone rang. Caller ID, Bastard Father. Old Man Eric Magneto. Kino glanced at the still sleeping Lorna and answered, putting it on speaker. Eric's uneasy voice came through. Lorna. I didn't mean to disturb you. I just wanted to check if you were okay. I sensed your magnetic field. It's fine if you don't want to talk. Just knock once on the phone if you need me. Otherwise, just hang up. Eric, it's me. Lorna is asleep. Kino interrupted. Kino. Magneto's face darkened. Lorna was asleep, but Kino answered her phone? His mind spiraled with unwanted thoughts. If not for the demonic contract between them, he might have already lost it. What happened to Lorna? She's fine. Her powers just awakened again, but she overused her mental energy. She's resting now. Kino, she's still young. I know. I didn't do anything. I just brought her back to rest. Kino felt a little guilty. Things might have escalated due to him, even if indirectly. I understand. Kino, if you can, could you delete the call log after we hang up? Lorna doesn't like me bothering her. The once imposing Magneto was now nothing more than a father burdened with guilt. Lorna's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She saved your contact as Bastard Father. But she's never blocked you? Kino didn't offer his own interpretation, he merely told the truth. Bastard Father, a fitting name, Magneto murmured, eyes reddening. After your mission, stay at the Demon Tower for a while. Learn from Charles. He's good with kids. Kino said flatly. Thank you, Kino. Yeah, I'll be going now. Kino hung up. Seeing that Lorna still hadn't woken up, he left a jar on the nightstand. Youth serum. Girls deserve the best. Also, you really do smell nice. With that, Kino vanished from the room. Silence returned. Lorna slowly opened her eyes, picked up the phone, and stared at the call record. Her expression was complicated. Bastard. She put the phone down and picked up the youth serum on the nightstand. Opening it, she saw the milky white liquid inside and smiled faintly. But then she remembered how Kino had licked her neck, and her face turned crimson. Pervert. She bit her lip, hugged the serum tightly, lay back down, and pulled the blanket over her head. Quote of the chapter: even the coldest tyrant can melt before the warmth of regret and fatherhood. His Majesty's aura. This world has His Majesty's scent. My lord, I've come to find you. Before the voice finished, Myzogen turned into black smoke and disappeared. Kino shook his head helplessly and stepped into the portal, preparing to spend the night in hell. As his eyes adjusted, he was stunned by the sight of a completely unfamiliar courtyard. Just as he was about to activate the God of Destruction ability, a voice called from behind. My lord, I missed you so much. You left me behind when you left, but it's okay. I came to find you again, hee. Kino turned around and saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman sitting at a round table. Myzogen was already hugging her leg, grinning flatteringly. Relaxing, Kino walked over. Long time no see, Lucifer. Have you been well? Lucifer nodded, not even glancing at Myzogen on her leg. Sit down. Try this drink mixed by Little Emo. A black-haired maid pulled out a chair across from Lucifer. Kino sat down, picked up a glass, and took a sip. The taste is excellent. Lucifer, are you planning to open a bar again? No, just passing time. I've been training this maid. She was pretty disobedient at first, but after a few beatings, she's learned her place. Lucifer glanced at Little Emo with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Little Emo trembled slightly. My lord, aren't I enough for you? This thing, let me dispose of it for you. Having had her fill of Kino's aura, Myzogen stood up. Her eyes transformed into goat-like pupils, clearly indicating that her version of dispose would be anything but simple. But Little Emo raised her head too. Her eyes turned red as she glared back without fear. This isn't my maid. I just borrowed her for a while, Lucifer said. Hearing this, Myzogen's pupils returned to normal. My lord, whose is she then? A friend from this side? She's quite powerful. Lucifer turned to look at Little Emo. Tell them who your master is. Little Emo opened her mouth and said, my master is Kino. My real name is Mephisto. Pfft, Mephisto. Kino spat out his drink, staring at the black-haired maid in shock. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for that reaction. This was my carefully prepared surprise. What do you think, Kino? Lucifer laughed heartily. Kino wiped his mouth in disbelief. What's going on? Why is she with you? This little thing was misbehaving and tracked you down through your contract. So I trained her for you. Looks a lot more obedient now, doesn't she? Lucifer pinched Little Mo's soft cheek. Little Emo obediently bent down slightly, not daring to resist. You really don't fear death? Kino said speechlessly. Even after getting beaten up by him, she didn't behave, and now she dared to show up in front of Lucifer? She was asking to be broken on an adamantium board. Master, I was wrong, Little Emo whispered, full of regret in her heart. She should have just been a proper maid and bodyguard. Kino ignored her. Even if Lucifer had trained her, he still didn't believe a Hell Lord would ever truly admit fault. She must be faking it. Habitual bias. So, the only reason you called me over was for this? Of course not. First, since you sent my over, I wanted to check if God had done anything to you. Lucifer's eyes glowed golden, scanning Kino up and down before the light faded. No abnormalities. That old fool really can't detect you. Kino let out a sigh of relief and asked, and the second reason? I've finished training little Emo and don't want to give her back. I'm here to request ownership. Lucifer stated plainly. Little Emo looked hopeful, her pleading eyes silently begging to leave this terrifying woman and return to her own hell, to resume her life as a ruler. Myzajin looked a little dissatisfied but didn't dare speak up. If His Majesty wanted something, no one could stop her. She also looked toward Kino, hoping he'd take his maid away so she could have His Majesty all to herself. Kino's expression turned serious. Lucifer, you know Mephisto is someone I had to go all out to defeat. Even with the demon contract she signed, she isn't someone that can be casually transferred. Master. Little Emo looked at Kino, deeply touched. Then add more to the deal. Crack. Little Emo turned to stone. Ha 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 ha. Kino, you're becoming more and more like Satan. Lucifer laughed. Satan, Lucifer's name after falling. It was also her way of recognizing Kino's worth. Here, take this. I'm tired of it. Lucifer tossed over a glass orb the size of a fist. Kino caught it. Inside was a floating miniature figure surrounded by a galaxy. A celestial. I turned him into a puppet. He has 80% of his original power. That should be enough to exchange for a Hell Lord. But she comes with a Hell dimension. Then I'll give her Hell dimension to you. I only want the demon. She was supposed to be my heirloom. A guardian for my descendants. Fine, I'll add 10 billion universal credits. And the knowledge in her mind. Mephisto and Myzajin were both stunned. Me, was she really worth that much? Several minutes later, Lucifer looked conflicted. That shy little boy who blushed so easily had turned into someone shameless and calculating. You were born to be a demon king. Lucifer sighed. Hehe, thanks for the compliment. Actually, Before Kino could finish his sentence, he vanished. Lucifer lowered her hand and chuckled, shaking her head. My lord, that girl wasn't worth all of that, Myzajin remarked. Mephisto nodded in agreement. Little Emo herself isn't worth it, but Kino is. This is an investment. He's entered and exited the divine realm 3 times without being discovered by God. That ability is unprecedented. Lucifer said with certainty. True. Half a year ago when I first met him, he was just a regular human. I could have crushed him with a finger. Now, he could crush me without effort, Myzajin said. Wait, you said half a year ago he was an ordinary human? Mephisto asked, shocked. Yeah, wait, what does that have to do with you? Myzajin instinctively responded, then realized, and shot Mephisto a glare. Mephisto stood frozen, her face filled with regret and frustration. If she calculated the time correctly, it meant a human needed less than a month to become strong enough to beat her. If she had just submitted obediently at the beginning, maybe she could have used his power to unite the Hell dimensions and become the true Lord of Hell. Now, not only had she lost her dimension, she was also stuck here playing maid. Regret. So much regret she could puke green. She stood there, dumbfounded, her face full of remorse and disappointment. Lucifer elegantly sipped her wine. This time, the symbiote wasn't in his body. So where did his power come from? Even I can't trace the source. Things are getting more and more interesting. Just how many surprises can you give me, Kino? In the future, if you can surpass God, and take me with you to punch him in the face, then today's investment will have paid off 100-fold. Hurry up and grow stronger. Kino returned to hell, cradling his newly acquired treasures. What a huge haul, what a huge haul. He hummed a cheerful tune as he walked toward the palace. Of course, he knew Lucifer wouldn't gift these items without a hidden agenda. Still, it didn't change the fact that Lucifer had been quite generous. Good things were genuinely gifted. The most valuable among them were the celestial puppets and the hell dimension itself. Next were the 3 green lantern rings and the soul gem. The rings had no energy in them currently. He'd need to find a green lantern battery to activate them. As for the soul gem, its power was to manipulate souls, something Chino already possessed after becoming a demon king. Still, it could be kept as a collectible or used as a backup in case a certain purple potato snapped his fingers again. Upon returning to the palace, he found Venom, she, Pamela, and Harley all present. Chino, where were you? And where did you get all these treasures? Venom asked curiously. They're gifts from Big Boss Lucifer, Chino replied as he placed the items on a nearby table. Clatter? The women gathered around, intrigued. Lil Shishi, this thing looks so cool, Harley exclaimed, lifting a menacing greatsword. She injected it with magical energy, causing it to erupt in flames. From its design, the sword matched Harley's Sabak transformation quite well. If you like it, it's yours. Go ahead and pick anything useful, Chino said. After all, treasures only held value when put to proper use. She picked up a pen. It could answer questions she wrote, making it perfect for office work. Pamela chose some enchanted twigs, hoping to plant them. Huh? A figurine? Lucifer gave you this too? Venom asked, picking up a small, soft figure. She said she found it on the road. Chino scratched his head. He had been too focused on the coin explosion at the time to remember clearly. It's squishy. Venom poked the figurine. Let me take a look. Chino became interested. Back in his previous life, he had collected many figurines, but this was the first time he'd seen a soft one. He took the figurine, which wore a purple suit of armor, and gave it a gentle squeeze. It was indeed soft to the touch. He sniffed it, no strange smell, and it even had a faint fragrance. He looked underneath, it was purple there too. Can the armor come off? Chino began to study the figurine's outfit. My dear, young master. She and Pamela exchanged helpless glances. He was inspecting a figurine's clothes right in front of them. Lil Shishi, are you that thirsty? Want your crazy little Harley to help you out? Harley teased. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just curious. Figurines this detailed would have gone for 5 figures in my old world, Chino explained honestly. Venom stared at the figurine, as if something clicked in his mind. Chino, doesn't this figure look kinda familiar? Yeah, now that you mention it. Chino examined it more carefully. Most of his Marvel knowledge came from movies, he only knew bits and pieces from the comics. But he still remembered some major characters, the Living Tribunal, OAA, OBA, the 5 cosmic entities. Galactus. Chino suddenly realized it. The helmet design was identical to Galactus the planet devourer. Just then, something on the figurine was accidentally triggered, and it emitted a flash of light. A beautiful girl appeared in Chino's arms. So hungry, she bit into Chino's finger. Ow, hey, I'm not food. Chino yanked his hand back. Food, she shouted again. The girl lunged at him. Chino dodged quickly. She seemed so hungry she could barely think, chasing Chino while completely ignoring Venom and the others. Ha ha ha, run faster, Shishi. She's gonna catch you. Harley laughed and egged him on. Come on now, here, take this. Chino pulled out a crate of eternal stone ore. If this girl had anything to do with Galactus, normal food definitely wouldn't satisfy her. Faced with the choice between a stationary, low-energy meal and a moving, high-energy one, she quickly made her decision. She grabbed the box and her armor transformed to reveal several devices. The machinery absorbed the ore, converting it into cosmic energy even while she chased Chino. You're doing this on purpose. Chino cried, throwing out another box. The girl silently caught it and kept pursuing. The others simply watched. If Chino were really in danger, he would have fought back already. Clearly, he was playing. After Chino had thrown out about half of his eternal stone stockpile, the girl finally stopped. Floating midair, she patted her stomach. Phew, finally not hungry. I'll forgive you this time. You poked me, sniffed me, and even tried to strip me. Total pervert. Chino awkwardly rubbed his nose. That was why he let her chase him without resisting. You can really eat. You finished all that ore. Harley observed her curiously. I didn't mean to. I've never felt full before. Even those ores only make me temporarily full. I'll be hungry again soon, the girl said, frustrated. That's so sad. Harley sympathized. Always being hungry sounded like a cruel torment. My dear was in the wrong earlier. Who are you? And how did you end up as a figurine? Pamela asked kindly, seeing the girl meant no harm. My name is Galanetta. While protecting Earth, I encountered a strange creature full of energy. I wanted to taste her, but she turned me into a figurine instead. No food, no drink, I almost starved to death. Galanetta looked incredibly aggrieved, the trauma of unending hunger still fresh in her mind. Damn, another death-defying lunatic, Chino muttered. What's your relationship to Galactus? Venom asked. He's my dad. But I don't like him. He eats with no self-control. Wait, did you say you met Lucifer on Earth? Chino suddenly asked. Yup. You know that god? Galanetta nodded. Chino and Venom exchanged glances. Lucifer's on Earth? What do you plan to do next? Chino asked. Return to Earth. Find food? Galanetta replied, rubbing her stomach. Though she had eaten, she didn't know how long it would last. How about working for me? Chino offered. She was Galactus's daughter, which meant her strength was at least single universe level. If he could keep her well fed, she might even reach half multiverse level. Plus, it was a buy one get one deal through Galanetta, he might be able to contact Galactus himself. Will I get fed? She asked, considering the offer. The energy in his ores was rich. If she could stay fed, working for him wasn't out of the question. Unlike her father, Galanetta was kind-hearted. Even while suffering from endless hunger, she never harmed Earth's humans or animals, she only hunted aliens and invaders to curb her hunger. Chino hesitated. Feeding a young Galactus was quite the challenge. Still, not impossible. Tony Stark's arc reactors, if mass-produced, might satisfy her dietary needs. But eventually, she would eat him bankrupt. Hell energy could also be used, but that was out of the question. Hell was far too important to sacrifice. Quote of the chapter. The hunger of a cosmic soul cannot be sated by mortal means, it must be met with purpose, not pity. Can you eat the Infinity Stones? Kino asked. You have Infinity Stones too. Galanetta looked at Kino in surprise, then shook her head. No, my food source is planetary energy. The energy form of the stones is completely different. Otherwise, with Dad's strength, he would have already snatched one and wouldn't be wandering around the universe constantly looking for planets to devour. You're kind of a picky eater, Kino said with a headache. Picky? I've eaten underground alien bugs, bacteria, cosmic life forms, everything except humans? And you still call me picky? Just admit you can't feed me and let me go home. Galanetta snapped angrily. It had been hundreds of years, and people had called her all sorts of things, but it was the first time someone accused her of being picky. Calm down. Here, eat this. Pamela gently handed her some fruit, trying to soothe Galanata. Her beloved clearly wanted to keep Galanata around, so they couldn't let her leave. Thank you, you're really kind. Galanata grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Though the energy was small, it was enough to satisfy her cravings. Z also went to prepare some grilled meat. While it wouldn't be enough to fill her, it could at least help with her hunger pangs. Venom brought in some magma from hell. Harley also brought some things: gems, a baseball bat, a chair. It seemed Galanata, just to prove she wasn't picky, accepted everything. She ate the food directly and absorbed the rest by converting it into cosmic energy. Kino realized that recruiting Galanata was going to be difficult. To feed her, the food had to be a planet. But if it were a planet from the universe, she could get it herself. She wouldn't need him. So then what? Find planets in the DC universe for her to eat? No, that would be too evil. It could stir up a lot of anger. Planets. Kino frowned deeply, racking his brain to find a way to satisfy Galanata's appetite without causing major trouble. Wait, can you eat a sun? Kino asked. A sun? I can, but I won't. The sun is vital for maintaining the balance of an entire star system. Even my father wouldn't touch it, Galanata replied. I'm not talking about Earth's sun. I mean an artificial sun, Kino said. An artificial sun. Galanata's face lit up with surprise. Kino opened a portal and stepped into the Demon Corporation, where he found Dr. Otto. Artificial sun? I'm sorry, young master. That project hasn't made any progress yet, Otto said. What's the bottleneck? Kino asked. The issue lies in the containment materials and their resistance to high temperatures and radiation. Because nuclear fusion requires extremely high temperatures and pressure, no material on Earth can withstand it directly. So, our plan is to train Lorna to use magnetic force for containment in the future. Otto, Dr. Octopus, explained helplessly and pulled up the Artificial Sun Project documents. Galanata browsed through the data. I must say, it's a fascinating idea. Unfortunately, not just on Earth, even in the universe, such a material doesn't exist. Magnetic containment is feasible, as you said. But as the pressure of your artificial sun increases, the magnetic force required must also increase. Unless you find an indestructible material, it will never stabilize, Galanata sighed. Though still a prototype, if this invention succeeded, it could definitely satisfy her hunger. What if there's a metal that's practically indestructible? Kino asked. Young master, do you mean adamantium? We've tried it. It's not truly indestructible, Otto replied. No, I'm talking about N-metal. Kino pulled out a whole box of N-metal. No risk, no reward. N-metal can allow the user to function in high-temperature environments like a sun without damage. It also has self-repair capabilities, making it nearly indestructible, Kino explained. Hawkman's recorded failures were due to his gear being mixed with other metals. Otto excitedly grabbed a chunk of the metal. Young master, if this metal truly has the properties you described, then the Artificial Sun Project can absolutely succeed. Galanata also picked up a piece. How can a metal like this even exist in the universe? Otto immediately began calling everyone. Such a historic moment needed witnesses. After his calls, Otto looked back at the N-metal in awe. Next, we'll need to refine and shape this metal. That will take about 3 days. I'll do it. Give me half an hour, Galanata said. Her armor unfolded, transforming into a massive furnace. Material reconfiguration and creation. This is a godlike ability, Otto said, overwhelmed by the surprises today. Having just read the project requirements, Galanata quickly began crafting. The precision needed for the shell was down to 0.00000001 nanometers and she nailed it. Kino noticed half the metal was left. Make another one. One for Galanata to eat, one for himself. Galanata nodded and resumed her work. Dr. Banner's team was the first to arrive. Otto, did you discover a new metal formula? Banner asked urgently. The Artificial Sun Project was far too important. If successful, Earth's resource usage could last humanity 10 billion years. They were confident they could usher Earth into the interstellar era within a decade. It was the young master. He brought a brand new type of metal, Otto explained excitedly, outlining the metal's properties. Everyone looked thrilled. They all believed in the young master. If he said it would work, it would. I'll prepare the instruments, Otto said, not wasting a second. I'll get the elements ready, said Banner. I'll check the Demon Tower's energy systems, said Hank McCoy, Beast. I'll run the simulation programs, said Killian. Then I guess I don't have anything to do, muttered Connors, Lizard, disappointed. In the end, he helped Otto. They weren't just speeding up the process, they wanted their names in history. Though they had already earned a place in scientific history, assisting in launching a new era was a whole different level. Galanata focused entirely on shaping the metal, ensuring perfection in every detail. Though she didn't quite believe the metal could withstand the temperature and pressure of a sun, it still represented hope. Hope of being full. Before long, Tony Stark arrived, flying in with his Iron Man suit. His faceplate slid open. Among those present, other than Kino and his harem, there was only one stranger. Otto, who had called him, was nowhere to be seen. Kino, where's Otto? He's preparing instruments and the required elements for the experiment. I'll go help. Clearly, Tony shared the same thoughts as Banner and the others. No need. Banner, Hank, Killian, Connors, they're already on it. There's no space left for you. Then I might consider buying a building nearby. Is this the metal that can withstand an artificial sun? You really do have a lot of good stuff on you, Tony said, shaking his head with slight regret as he looked at the constantly reshaping metal in front of Galanata. Can she control metal like Lorna? A mutant with similar abilities? This is all I've got. This metal is extremely rare. If not for her, I wouldn't have been willing to part with it, Kino replied, his heart aching. Note, Tony's solar ring energy cannot be recharged, and its output is nothing compared to a real artificial Sunday. Quote of the chapter. To feed a cosmic hunger, one must offer not a planet but a star born by human hands. When he heard that, Tony sized up Galanata. She looked quite young, probably just reached adulthood, but she was undeniably beautiful. For her? What, are you planning to propose with an artificial sun? Tony joked. Just then, Lorna walked in from the doorway. Hearing her teacher's words, she froze momentarily and stared at Kino's back. It's not a gift. It's her salary, Kino replied. What's with this woman? She's worth that much? Tony asked in disbelief. Her dad is Galactus. You can think of him as a god who eats planets. Got it. Kino said casually. Tony and Lorna looked at the pretty girl in shock. The daughter of a god. Kino, are you seriously planning to keep her on Earth? Tony asked with a grave expression. Regardless of whether she was divine or not, a being who devours planets was simply too dangerous. Relax. Galanata is really kind. She hasn't harmed a single blade of grass on Earth all these years, and she's protected it countless times. If she wanted to devour it, she'd have done it already, Kino explained. Besides, she knows a lot about the universe. In the future, her father might show up. If she's here, we might avoid a catastrophic battle. And if the artificial sun project succeeds, we might even gain a powerful ally. Upon hearing that, Tony's tense expression relaxed slightly. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, but aren't we basically discussing how to deal with her dad right in front of her? Isn't that dangerous? Kino appeared confident. He smiled and shouted toward Galanata, hey, Galanata, if the artificial sun works out, maybe invite your dad over sometime for dinner. Galanata didn't even look up from her work. She simply responded without missing a beat, do whatever you want. Just don't bother me. I'm really busy right now. Kino shrugged helplessly. See, beings at her level don't care about concepts like using or being used. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Kino turned toward Lorna. What's wrong? Not going to sleep a bit more? How could I sleep at such a historic moment? If I missed it in my dreams, I'd regret it for life. Lorna said while gently tidying her somewhat messy long hair. She had only just fallen asleep not long ago when she was urgently woken up. She didn't even have time to properly freshen up before rushing over. At that moment, Venom and the others were getting a bit bored. Venom's eyes sparkled mischievously. He grinned and suggested to Kino, how about we take her to hell for a proper makeover? It had been a while since they'd seen her. Her previously short hair had grown longer and had its own unique charm now. Lorna froze on the spot and immediately began waving her hands in panic. No, really, that's not necessary. She knew her boss was a demon lord, but she hadn't mentally prepared herself for a trip to hell. But Venom didn't let her off so easily. Still smiling, he tried to persuade her, don't worry. You know, after a historic event like this, you have to take a commemorative photo. Do you really want to be immortalized in textbooks looking like that? Lorna instinctively looked down at her appearance. Sure enough, she looked quite disheveled. But, what about the time? She still hesitated. At that moment, Pamela rushed over, wrapped her arm around Lorna's left side, and said, relax, it won't take long. 10 minutes tops. Harley hugged her right arm, grinning. Yeah, Little Red and I will make you absolutely gorgeous. She silently opened a portal. Wait boss, Lorna looked nervously at the portal to hell and turned to Kino. Kino looked at Venom and the girls. 1 vs 4. She won't die, probably. He muttered. Mr. Tony, Lorna called out pitifully. Tony saw his normally calm and strong student looking like that, and he made the sign of the cross over his chest with a sympathetic look. Amen. Lorna, terrified, was dragged through the portal. We'll be back soon, young master. She bowed slightly and followed through. Tony stared at the disappearing portal, a little worried. Lorna won't be bullied by them, right? Kino thought for a moment. Well, that depends. What kind of bullying are you talking about? There are types of bullying? Wait no. Tony finally caught on and gave Kino a complicated look. Kino nodded silently. Those who know, know. My poor student, Tony said with pity. 10 minutes later, a green figure stumbled out of the portal, and without saying a word, hid behind Kino. Her long green hair had been styled into a cute, playful side ponytail. It bounced gently, like a dancing sprite. She wore a fresh and elegant green dress. The tailoring was precise, and the lines flowed naturally formal enough for the occasion, yet light and graceful. However, her exposed face and neck were a clear shade of pink, indicating embarrassment. Noticing Kino's gaze, Lorna shrank back slightly and muttered softly, a bunch of perverts. Gone was the usual cool and composed aura. Venom and the girls followed her out of the portal. I think I heard someone talking behind my back. Venom said. Lorna trembled at the sight of her. This one really was a pervert. Despite being so beautiful, why did she enjoy touching people so much and so skillfully? Venom looked at Lorna's flustered appearance and couldn't help wanting to tease her more. Venom, don't push it. Kino stopped her. If you scare her off the first time, she'll avoid you forever. Venom got the message and reluctantly nodded. Fine. Next time, then. Sorry. Venom and the girls tend to get a bit carried away, but they mean no harm, Kino reassured her. It's okay. I'm just not used to it, Lorna said. She had always been alone, with few peers. Suddenly being dragged in by a bunch of girls had startled her, but she didn't hate it. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have fought back. And hell wasn't as terrifying as she imagined. From the window, it looked more like a medieval town. That's good, Kino replied. Can I visit hell again sometime? Lorna asked. Of course. You're always welcome. Tony Stark's mouth twitched slightly on the side. His student was still far too naive. Once she marries, she's going to be completely wrapped around his finger. Banner and the others also gradually returned. Now, all that remained was the shell of the artificial sun to be completed, and the experiment could begin. At that moment, a voice rang out from Ganeda's direction. It's done. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over, and they quickly gathered around. The once irregularly shaped end metal had now been forged into a perfect sphere, its surface smooth and radiating a mysterious luster. Dr. Otto carefully picked up the metal sphere and began running a series of tests. All parameters are exactly as we hoped for, even exceeding our expectations. Young master, we might really succeed this time. Dr. Otto's voice trembled with excitement. Kino also showed a satisfied smile on his face and turned to look at Ganeda. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Ganeda casually brushed the non-existent dust off her hands and said with disinterest, just a small matter. Now it's up to you to turn this thing into an artificial Sunday. Everyone immediately threw themselves into the tense follow-up work. As the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere in the lab grew more and more intense. Finally, with a burst of blinding light, a sun the size of a fist appeared before their eyes. However, no one cheered prematurely, knowing that the real challenge was just beginning. Kino was ready. If the experiment failed, he would immediately destroy the miniature sun. Killian monitored the temperature and all critical data in real time. Initial temperature has reached 50 million degrees Celsius and is steadily rising. Connors was monitoring the magnetic confinement system. Magnetic containment is currently stable. Hank was keeping an eye on energy consumption. Energy consumption has surged. We're shutting down all other power-consuming facilities. Banner was focusing on the vacuum systems. The ultra-vacuum field's energy use is exceeding expectations. Starting adjustments now. Everyone worked in full coordination to assist Dr. Otto with this monumental experiment. Ultron, controlling his mechanical tentacles, continued heating the plasma with radio frequency waves. For greater precision, he wasn't wearing his glasses, resulting in his eyeball cells constantly being damaged and repaired. As the temperature spiked, the atmosphere in the lab became even tenser. 80 million degrees Celsius. Killian stared at the monitoring data, large beads of sweat pouring down his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. He didn't even have the time to wipe them away, eyes locked on the screen. 100 million degrees Celsius. The temperature kept climbing. Killian was sweating even more now, his eyes filled with tension, yet he held firm. 130 million degrees Celsius. Killian's entire forehead was soaked. Sweat dripped into his eyes, but he didn't dare to blink, fully focused on every data change. 150 million degrees Celsius. It's a success. Killian finally couldn't hold back his cheer, but the room remained eerily quiet. Everyone was still immersed in their work, without a hint of relaxation. 170 million degrees Celsius? What are you doing? Why are you still heating it? Stop right now. Killian cried out in disbelief. Tony chuckled and replied, sure, 150 million degrees Celsius means we've succeeded. But according to nuclear fusion theory and experimental data, within a certain range, every increase in temperature causes the fusion reaction rate to grow exponentially. That means the energy released will surge as well. Don't you want to see the limits of the artificial sun? If you don't want to continue, I'll take over. As he spoke, he looked at the instruments in front of Killian. Killian glanced at the others. None of them said a word. They clearly all had the same thought. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed this chance, it would never come again. Even if the outside world had descended into chaos by now, none of them wanted to give up this rare opportunity for exploration. You're all insane. Killian, now thoroughly frustrated, tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular upper body. But instead of leaving, he focused again on the screen. 230 million degrees Celsius. 270 million degrees Celsius. Ganeda was no longer looking at the artificial sun. She watched these mad scientists, dazed. She knew that even if the artificial sun went out of control, she would survive. But what she couldn't understand was why these humans were willing to take such a risk. Kino seemed to sense her confusion and answered, for truth, for glory, for curiosity. That's what humans are like. To achieve their goals, they will risk everything, even fall into madness and bloodshed. But, is it really worth giving up your life for those things? Ganeda was lost in thought. She believed that nothing in the universe was more important than life itself. That's why she would never become like her father, who devoured entire planets just to satisfy his hunger. Even if hunger tormented her for centuries, she would rather endure it than die. Who says they'll die? Aside from those strange reasons you mentioned, there's one more, me. I'm here. Because I'm here, they believe that even if it fails, they won't die. Kino smiled confidently and stretched his hand out toward Venom. Venom. Coming. Venom leapt onto Kino, merging into his body and forming a Superman-like armor on the outside. Kino and Venom activated Superman's powers at the same time, merging into one. This was a mode they hadn't even used against Mephisto, dual Superman mode. Their biofields fused, forming a synergistic effect far beyond the sum of their parts. The once transparent biological field now shimmered with a faint golden glow. Kino used it to wrap around the vacuum device, shielding it from the heat and increasing gravitational pull. The entire lab's temperature dropped rapidly. Keep going. Even if this thing explodes today, I guarantee no one here will be harmed. Hearing that, everyone finally put down their last reservations and devoted themselves completely to the experiment. A symbiote? But how can it possess such immense power? Ganeda, who had roamed the universe for years, was rarely surprised by anything. She had studied symbiotes. Though they could copy their host's DNA and gain similar abilities, they were still limited to genetic replication. These powers had to have an origin, and in the known universe, there wasn't a single race capable of such incredible power purely through genes. Even the Celestials depended on cosmic energy and dimensional power for their might. Unable to figure it out after thinking for a while, Ganeda simply stopped pondering and turned back to the tiny artificial sun in the center. She couldn't help but drool slightly. Just the leftovers from this thing could feed her for 2 or 3 years. Quote of the chapter inside the training room on the upper floors of the Demon Tower. Hela's body stiffened, her entire being on high alert. What the hell was that? It felt as though she were standing atop a raging Odin any moment. She could be impaled. An opportunity? Standing before her in full battle stance, Will saw Hela suddenly dazed and immediately lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her chest. Crack. Thud. Will's leg snapped in 3 places, folding unnaturally. But he dared not make a sound. A sharp dagger was already pressed against his eyeball. Next time I space out, don't attack me. Hela came back to her senses and withdrew the dagger. When she was in a dazed state, that was actually her most dangerous moment. If she hadn't reacted quickly, that dagger would have pierced straight through his skull. Why yes. Will's voice trembled. He had just narrowly avoided death during training. Training is over for today. Go rest, Hela said as she turned and ran off. Though Will was still in pain over his broken leg, a smile spread across his face. Ending this hellish training 5 hours early? Today might just be his lucky day. But his grin didn't last long. A few shadows loomed over him. Well, if it isn't Lucky Will himself. Legs broken? No worries, I reattach my dog's legs all the time. Relax, we're gonna take real good care of you. Several hands grabbed the escaping Will and pinned him down. Wait, stop. Frank didn't bother intervening in their roughhousing. Instead, he looked out the window, a feeling of unease gnawing at his chest. Everyone, gather. The roughhousing squad immediately straightened up, injecting Will with a stimulant. Within 10 seconds, the entire team was assembled in perfect formation. Grab your weapons. Get to your assigned positions and await further orders. Yes, sir. SHIELD headquarters. Director? A massive energy signature just appeared in central New York, currently equivalent to 10 megatons of TNT, and still rising. The SHIELD monitoring technician stared at the data in disbelief. Quick, locate the source. Nick Fury's scalp tingled with dread. The source is Demon Tower. Everyone present froze in horror. What was the Demon King planning, destroying New York? Mother of Carlson? Take a team on the Quinjet and get there immediately. Whatever he's doing, stop him. Nick Fury gave the order without hesitation. After they left, Fury pulled out a communicator from his coat and gently ran his thumb over it, eyes full of hesitation. Wait. First figure out what the Demon King is really up to. Asgard. Sitting upon the throne, Odin looked far off into the distance. His gaze landed upon Earth. And then, he saw a familiar figure. Hela? Why was she out? Just as he was about to rise and descend to Midgard, a golden ring crackling with sparks appeared before him. From it stepped a man in a yellow robe. The Sorcerer Supreme. Odin's eyes filled with wariness. Odin, have a cup of tea with me. Most of the Sorcerer Supreme's face was hidden beneath his hood. He cradled a teapot in one hand. She will destroy Midgard, Odin warned. That's not for an irresponsible parent like you to worry about. Right now, all you need to do is have tea with me. With a flick of his hand, the Sorcerer Supreme conjured a tea table and gestured for Odin to sit. You. Odin's face darkened, a thunderous energy radiating from him. An overwhelming divine pressure spread across the room, freezing the very air. Thousands of years of accumulated divine power surged through his body like a flood. Tea or a fight? Choose. The Sorcerer Supreme calmly sipped his tea. The pressure ruffled the brim of his hood, revealing a streak of golden hair. Humph. Odin let out a cold snort, finally sitting across from him and staring at the teacup. What's the point of tea without pastries? I brought some. Try these Eastern delicacies, I bought them just for you. In the depths of space, a massive figure paused and turned toward Earth. Ganeda. In the laboratory, a wave of metallic and electrical energy rushed out. Lights flickered. Instruments buzzed. The air was thick with a biting, acrid stench. Hela pushed open the door. A blinding, glowing artificial sun hovered in midair, its brilliance forcing her to squint. Then her eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? Making a sun? Isn't it obvious? Look at that glow, it's gorgeous. Who are you? Harley stared at the petite woman who'd just walked in. Goddess of Death Hela. Hela glanced at Harley. Another woman the Demon King had picked up, clearly. That part, at least, was consistent with how a demon king should behave. Another goddess, huh? Do you know her? Harley pointed at Ganeda, who was still drooling. No. Hela's gaze returned to the glowing orb at the center. Create a sun? These humans were mad, challenging the powers of gods with mortal bodies. No, not even gods could do this. At least Odin couldn't. As Hela stared at the radiant miniature sun, a rare ripple stirred within her heart. This was a miracle of humanity and also their madness. But just as things reached their critical point, an unexpected accident occurred. Plasma temperature has reached 340 million degrees Celsius. Killian reported, voice trembling with excitement as he stared at the data. Vacuum chamber nearing failure, Hank? Increase power output. Banner shouted urgently. Understood. But the magnetic confinement needs more power too, we won't hold stability otherwise. Hank responded as he worked the console. But before he could finish his sentence, boom, the ground-mounted circuits suddenly erupted in a spray of blinding sparks. This triggered a terrifying chain reaction. First, the magnetic confinement system lost power and failed instantly. The once stable artificial sun twisted violently, as if a giant invisible hand had stirred it. Then a searing beam of light lashed out like a wild whip, smashing into the vacuum containment unit. Kaboom! With a thunderous roar, the vacuum unit, supposedly indestructible, was torn clean in half. Shrapnel flew in every direction. And that devastating beam didn't stop, it slammed straight into Kino's biofield. At the moment of impact, a stunning explosion of light illuminated the entire lab. Kino watched the rapidly expanding sun with a sigh of disappointment. So it failed after all. This was the first test. Failure was always a strong possibility. They had accounted for that. With the biofield in place, damage was manageable. The people present had mixed expressions. Dr. Otto's mechanical limbs collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. Banner immediately began collecting data from the experiment. Hank was already sketching out a new energy circuit. Connors gave Otto a consoling pat on the shoulder. The two had come a long way and were old friends. Killian, furious, punched straight through a console. The display still read, 360 million degrees Celsius. Tony sighed and shook his head in disappointment. Quote of the chapter. Greatness often lies beyond the threshold of failure. Only those who risk the impossible can touch the stars. There is no failure. Continue the experiment. Ganeda unfolded her armor, transforming it into various intricate instruments that appeared before everyone. She was unwilling to give up. The hope of finally eating a full meal was right in front of her. How could she allow failure for such a reason? Everyone stared in shock at the instruments before them. But there was no time to waste. They quickly took control of the equipment and resumed the experiment. The artificial sun, which had been continuously expanding, gradually stabilized and began to shrink. This time, Ganeda used the energy within her body to generate rays and heat the plasma, in order to accelerate the process. Otto, Tony, and Hank all controlled the rays simultaneously. 3.9, 4.1, 4.3 The temperature is rising fast. Killian was so excited, flames began to rise from his body. This time, they were certain of success. Kino suddenly looked up at the ceiling. Pamela, she, crazy girl, and Hela, you four go out and calm the employees. The entire building's circuits just shorted out. Also, stop anyone trying to force their way in. If they attempt it, kill them. Understood, said Pamela. Got it. She responded. No problem, little Kiki. Harley grinned. Who's the blind idiot looking for trouble at a time like this? Hela growled. Devil Corporation headquarters. Carlson adjusted his suit as he approached the Devil Corporation building. Before he could even step through the front door, he was stopped. Hello, Flint. I need to see the Demon King, Carlson said calmly, staring at the sand giant in front of him. No one is allowed inside today, Flint replied without emotion. Flint, you have to understand, right beneath our feet lies a massive bomb. No one knows when it might explode. Its power is enough to obliterate all of New York. Your wife is in an apartment 5 kilometers away. Your child is at an elementary school downtown. Do you understand? Carlson said, knowing Flint well enough to avoid a direct confrontation. Using his family as leverage was the only way. Flint remained silent and unmoving. Carlson frowned and made a subtle hand gesture behind his back. Prepare to force Ent. Before he could finish the sentence, a red dot appeared on the foreheads of every SHIELD agent present. Long time no see, Agent Carlson, Pamela said elegantly as she walked out, flanked by Harley and she. Hela had gone to calm the employees. Hello, Madam Pamela. Can I ask you to stop this dangerous experiment? Carlson, unfazed by being targeted by sniper rifles, calmly stated his objective. Carlson, we're all here. This experiment is a benefit for all of humanity, Pamela replied with a gentle smile. I hope so, Carlson said, remaining silent as he waited for the outcome. Inside the laboratory. 900 million degrees Celsius? Isn't that enough? How much more do you need? Killian was nearly losing his mind. If he was a genius, then these people were maniacs. Weren't they afraid of failing again? According to the data model, 1 billion is the optimal temperature. Keep going, Tony said, his face pale. He hadn't taken any enhancement serum, and this kind of long-term precision work was starting to take its toll on him. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Ganeda's face had become gaunt. All the energy she had consumed earlier had been used up, and now she was running on empty. But the delicious feast was right in front of her. To give up now would mean failure at the final moment. I'll control the magnetic containment next, Lorna said, her hands glowing with green light. Ganeda stopped her own energy output to the magnetic device. This would allow her to hold on a bit longer. Lorna's arms sank under the weight. So heavy? 9.3, 9.5, 9.8, 1 billion. The temperatures reached. Killian shouted. Kino picked up 2 metal shells and approached the artificial sun. This final step could only be performed by him. The immense pressure from the artificial sun kept trying to push the 2 shells apart. Kino gritted his teeth and forced the shells together. Everyone present held their breath unconsciously. Crack. As the 2 shells merged into one, the mechanism on them activated automatically, sealing every gap. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The metal sphere trembled continuously. Everyone's hearts trembled with it. Each of them silently prayed that everything would proceed smoothly, that no accidents would occur. With a final strange noise, the metal sphere finally calmed down. Did it work? Tony was dazed. Had they truly achieved the greatest invention in human history? It worked. Hank confirmed. Otto removed his mechanical arms and stared in disbelief at the metal sphere in Kino's hand. My artificial sun worked, he murmured. Kino handed the metal sphere to Otto. Yes, Dr. Otto. Otto clutched the slightly cold metal ball and burst into tears. It had truly succeeded. A project that had always been mocked and dismissed as a fantasy had actually succeeded. Among everyone present, only Banner and Killian could truly understand Otto's emotions in that moment. Stop crying and feed me already, I'm starving. A weak voice groaned. Everyone turned their heads. Ganeda was lying on the ground, completely drained. This is the first artificial sun. No matter how it's used, I'll respect your choice, Kino said. Of course, it could only go to Ganeda or himself. Otto gently stroked the metal sphere in his arms. This wasn't something he had achieved alone. The young master's metal, Ganeda's equipment, and everyone's assistance had all been essential. He slowly approached Ganeda and crouched down. This should be enough to satisfy your appetite, Ganeda. Ganeda stared at the metal sphere in a daze. You're just giving it to me. Yes. It was thanks to you that we didn't fail this time. Thank you. Then, I'm digging in. Ganeda opened the sphere's energy output valve. A massive surge of energy gushed out and was quickly devoured by her. Even though you told me about her identity, seeing this scene in person is still shocking. I really want to study her physiology, Tony said as he walked up beside Kino. If you don't want her father to come after you, I suggest you give up on that thought, Kino warned, casting a side glance at him. Then I guess I'll pass. Kino walked up to Ganeda, who was devouring her meal happily. Is it delicious? She nodded, still eating. Do you remember our deal? Then sign this contract. Without even looking, Ganeda signed her name on the contract. Congratulations? This solar sphere is yours now, and in return, you'll work for me, for 10,000 years. Empht. A mouthful of golden energy sprayed all over Kino's face, yet it didn't pierce his thick skin. 10,000 years. I've only been alive for a few hundred. Ganeda shouted, eyes wide in disbelief as she yelled at Kino. Quote of the chapter. Dreams that once seemed foolish become history's greatest miracles when fueled by belief, teamwork, and a bit of madness. You mean to say you want me to get you a senior citizen card? Senior my ass? 10,000 years is way too long. You're scamming me. Scamming you? I paid in real cash. If you're not satisfied, give me back the sun core. The moment she heard that, Galata clutched the sun core in her arms tightly, refusing to let go. This was her precious treasure. Just by replenishing it with deuterium and helium, it could generate endless energy. With this, she'd never have to go hungry again for the rest of her life. 10,000 years is 10,000 years. Worst case, I'll outlive you, Galata mumbled under her breath. What did you say? Nothing. On the other side, Tony asked curiously, you guys also got tricked into this like that? No, Banner said, I joined in exchange for being separated from Hulk. I got in through a formal interview, said Otto. Me too, added Connors. Same here, Hank chimed in. Everyone looked toward Killian, who hadn't spoken yet. Killian twitched his lips. I was forced into it. If I didn't join, I'd die. What did you do that made joining a matter of life or death? Tony asked. I planned to kill you. Didn't even get the plan started before I got caught. Tony. That topic was swiftly shut down. Seeing Galata had finished eating, Chino asked her to get up and make another one. With the experience from before, this time it was completed very quickly. Everyone stand together for a group photo. Chino took out a camera. Otto and Galata stood in the center, each holding a sun core, while the rest stood around them. Cheese, XN. Chino looked at the photo in the camera and nodded in satisfaction. Another piece for his collection. Tomorrow we're holding a press conference. Better think about your speech, Dr. Sun. Otto held his sun core tightly, visibly emotional. Every scientist dreamed of such a moment. The others congratulated him in advance. Need help writing your speech, Dr. Sun? Relax, I've got experience, Dr. Sunday. Congratulations, Dr. Sunday. Being called Dr. Sun over and over made Otto's face flush as he left with the sun core in hand. I still need to test the sun core's energy output, so I'll excuse myself first. He said that, but the smile never left his face. You all should rest well too. Everyone's going up on stage tomorrow, said Chino. I'm going too. Lorna pointed at herself. Of course. Lorna, you're part of the team, Tony said with a wink. But I didn't do much, Lorna said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Your powers are important, and you helped a lot in the end. It's all good, Banner reassured her. It's perfectly normal to give your students a bit of extra credit. Chino arrived at the entrance of Demon Tower. The moment he appeared, the red dots on the foreheads of the SHIELD agents vanished without a trace. Long time no see, Cowlson. Yes, Mr. Chino. Can you explain what your demon group is working on? Cowlson asked seriously. There will be a press conference tomorrow, you'll know then, Chino replied calmly. I understand. Then I'll take my leave. Cowlson knew SHIELD didn't have the strength to pressure a demon king. They could only go along with his arrangements. As Cowlson turned around, the SHIELD agents behind him gave Chino silent salutes. Chino's expression turned odd. Good grief, besides Cowlson, all of them were Hydra. The next day, the demon group held a press conference. They officially announced the completion of the Artificial Sun project. It sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Many were skeptical until the data and physical prototypes were presented. There was no denying it. Under the demon group's guidance, the media dubbed Otto Dr. Sunday. Just like Banner before, Dr. Otto received countless invitations and awards, his hands full of certificates. Naturally, Chino received many too, but he tossed them all into the trash. He'd rather spend time shopping with Venom and Pamela. Dr. Sun's past was quickly dug up. The Artificial Sun project had existed for a long time, but no one believed in it. Dr. Sun had once been broke and desperate. Only after joining the demon group did he succeed. Same with Banner before him. This inspired a mad rush of people hoping to join the demon group. The happiest of all was the president. A world-changing invention emerged during his term. With this alone, he truly became the greatest president in history. It also further solidified his decision to stick with Chino. Galata's job now was to record all her cosmic knowledge into the demon group's database and discuss various data schemes with Banner and the others. When she had time, she'd go shopping and eating out with Venom, Pamela, and the girls. Now that she was no longer starving, she could finally enjoy the pleasures of food. She got along best with Dark Phoenix, both of them loved eating. The mutant recruitment task was also nearly complete. They had secured 80% of the mutant population, a surplus success. But there were simply too many of them. So Chino opened a permanent portal to Hell inside the Demon Group HQ, with Charles as its administrator. After absorbing Mephisto's Hell dimension, Chino's Hell had undergone many changes. The space expanded and new features emerged, one of them being the permanent access gate. Of course, employees who wanted to enter Hell could also apply. On the first day alone, Charles's computer received thousands of applications and the number kept growing. So he dragged the just-returned Eric in to help. For a time, Chino had nothing to do, so he went to the New York sanctum and knocked on the door. Is the Sorcerer Supreme in? Creak. The door opened, revealing a black man. Hello, Mr. Chino. The Sorcerer Supreme is not here. You can call me Mordo. Did she say when she'll be back? No, but she did leave something for you if you came. Mordo handed over a large package from behind the door. Chino opened it. On top was a familiar note. Don't rush. It's not yet time for us to meet. These will help you study them well. The Book of the Vishanti, detailed magic, artifact crafting, alchemy explained. The Book of Cagliostro, Dark Hold. She had given him all the magic books from Camartage. But Chino paused when he saw the last one. You sure this wasn't a mistake? Mordo shook his head and said mysteriously, if the Sorcerer Supreme gave it to you, she must have her reasons. If he remembered right, Mordo was always disgusted by dark magic and anything related to hell dimensions. He believed such forces were evil and must be rejected. When he later found out the Ancient One had used Dormammu's power to extend her life, he had a complete breakdown. But now, he showed no abnormal reaction and treated the two dark magic books with indifference. Still, these things were definitely useful. Chino thought for a moment, then pulled out a black, glowing vial of liquid and a chunk of N-metal. Give this to the Ancient One, it can be used to make an artifact. Consider it my gift. Bat metal. After Mordo accepted it, Chino disappeared. Who's the Ancient One? Mordo mumbled. Bat metal is the fifth and final piece among the 5 mystical metals. It resembles copper but emits a red glow. It's a magical metal known as the Bone of Set, passed down by the Bat tribe for generations before being stolen by the Bird tribe. While Bat metal cannot make weapons or armor like vibranium, nor does it have healing properties like amber metal, it is a magical medium that amplifies spells and serves as a bridge to the dark multiverse, allowing one to glimpse the lurking creatures in the infinite black void. Quote of the chapter: a single light can illuminate the darkness, but a man who becomes the light can change the world. Back at the manor, Chino entered his Speed Force state and finished reading everything in less than a second. This was the first time he learned a new power without relying on Venom. The other magic books were manageable, but the Dark Hold carried a natural corruption of the soul. If Chino didn't have a Demon Lord's divine position, he would have already been consumed. Moreover, using these magic spells always came with a cost. The Book of Vishanti was relatively safer. It inflicted physical damage, spiritual consumption, and shortened one's lifespan. The more you paid, the stronger the spell. That was how Doctor Strange could use powerful magic in just a few years. Even with the greatest talent, accumulation was necessary. Thankfully, these costs could likely be covered with healing potions, so it wasn't a big issue. The Dark Hold, however, contained spells far stronger than white magic. Even their descriptions made that clear. But the price was absurd. Once you established a connection with the Dark Hold, your soul would belong to its master. Than darker than me, even. At least Kino gave people a fair trade. Than demanded your soul just for a trial use. Kino felt tempted by the magical power. As satisfying as punching enemies to a pulp was, who hadn't fantasized about waving their hand and casting dazzling spells? He had no shortage of magic power. The issue was that these spells belonged to someone else. To use them, one had to form a bond. Only then could you tap into the owner's magic. That applied to both the white magic and the dark magic books. I'll have to make a trip. Than was no pushover like Mephisto. In the magic world, Than was one of the highest tier entities. Even Mephisto and Dormammu had borrowed his power before. Although not unbeatable, Kino wanted to finish things quickly and didn't want another 10-day slugfest like last time. He opened a portal. Inside, Jean Grey, Phoenix, and Galantha were happily eating a massive ice cream sundae when the portal suddenly appeared. Kino walked through, startling all the customers. Kino, what brings you here? Want some sundae? Jean offered him a big spoonful. Kino opened his mouth and ate it. I need your help. Got time? Totally. What are we doing? Jean asked, cheerfully shoveling the rest of her sundae into her mouth. I'm busy. Galantha refused immediately. Her plan for the day was to eat everything on that street. You're my employee. You don't get to refuse. It's work time. Kino grabbed her by the collar and pulled her into the portal. Wait. My extra-large limited edition sundae. Galantha reached out helplessly as it got farther away. I'll help you out. Jean quickly finished Galantha's sundae. Galantha's gaze turned lifeless. It was the first time someone dared to steal food in front of a Herald of Galactus. The other customers finally recovered from the shock. Was that the Demon King? Yeah, I saw him during the demon invasion. Who were those two pretty girls? No idea. Did anyone get a video? Forgot. It was the first public appearance of the Demon King, and no one recorded it. I think this place has security cameras. The room went silent, and then, boss, I'll pay $500 for that footage. $1,000 from me. Uploading that to social media would definitely go viral. In a dimension adjacent to Earth called the Flickering Domain. This realm was shrouded in darkness and eerie energy, filled with mysterious power and dangerous entities. Than, you here? I need to talk. Kino stepped out of the portal with Jean and Galantha, who were still bickering. A white-haired man stepped out from the black mist, arrogance radiating from his posture. Demon Lord, what do you seek? He was familiar with these demon lords constantly showing up to borrow power, but they always gave him satisfying offerings. I want to use the Dark Hold without paying a price. And if possible, I want a few others to do the same. Kino waved the Dark Hold. Why is that book in your possession? Than remembered that the current Sorcerer Supreme had sealed the Dark Hold. She was the strongest Sorcerer Supreme in history. He had planned to wait until her death before trying to reclaim the book. She gave it to me. Kino spoke honestly. Are you mocking me? Than's expression didn't change, but the entire dimension trembled with dark power, echoing his anger. I stole it. Impressive. Stealing it from the Sorcerer Supreme. Hand the book to my disciple, and I'll reward you with my power. Than nodded approvingly. Who wants your power? I want access to your spells. Kino was speechless. Was this guy deaf? That kind of access is impossible. Take my power and get lost. The Dark Hold was the key to his return to Earth. Even if this was only a fragment, he couldn't let others access it. Not even demon lords. Than was Earth's first and strongest master of black magic. His dark power was nearly the sum of all dark magic on Earth. That meant, if all humans became dark mages, his power could rival the 5 abstract entities. A red energy orb appeared before Kino. He accepted it. Free stuff was free stuff. Don't blame me then. Jean, Galantha go. At Kino's command nothing happened. I thought you didn't like your sundae, so I helped you finish it. I was savoring it slowly, you just gulped it down. I'm sorry. Kino sighed as he stared at the stone-faced Than. I'll buy the entire street of food stalls later. Right now, let's deal with this first. No problem. Deal. The two women instantly got serious and charged at Than with killing intent. Courting death. Than's face darkened. A massive, blinding red energy beam shot out from behind him, carrying a world-ending aura, and surged toward the two women. Jean, unafraid, ignited into flames, transforming into a blazing phoenix. With a piercing cry, she soared forward and collided with the red beam. Meanwhile, Galantha activated her armor. Giant cannons emerged from her suit, and torrents of cosmic energy erupted, bombarding Than's position. Phoenix Force? A young herald of Galactus. Than waved his hand and instantly wiped out their attacks. Leave now, and I'll overlook your offense. Cut the crap. Hand it over, and we're gone. Yeah, we've got food waiting. Than's offer was ignored. Although he wouldn't kill them, he could still leave them seriously injured and their superior wouldn't object. From his perspective, the Demon Lord was just a guide. The masterminds were these two. Power scaling notes from the author. Marvel power levels as per this story. Omnipotent cosmic level, top tier, example 1 above all, the Beyonders, heart of the universe Thanos. Lucifer in this novel is also at this level, slightly weaker than OAA but stronger than Oba who can't move freely. Super cosmic level, like Nemesis, source of the Infinity Stones, her death created multiple multiverses. Multiversal level includes the 5 abstract entities: Galactus, Death, Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion. Phoenix Force also belongs here, capable of rewriting history. Yes, the Phoenix seems weak here, but remember, she's only 6 months old and spends most of her time eating or playing. Comic Thanos with the full gauntlet and peak Scarlet Witch are also at this level. Universal level, Celestials, Silver Surfer, Ego, Star-Lord's father, can affect an entire universe. Their movie portrayals vary greatly. Skyfather level, Odin, Zeus mythological pantheon leaders who can destroy planets. Earth level, most Avengers, Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America are in this range. Powerful for Earth, weak in cosmic terms. Zisorn let out a cold snort. A layer of black shield surged around his body, blocking all incoming attacks. Clasping his hands together, a massive vortex of darkness formed out of thin air, generating an immense gravitational pull, attempting to drag the two women into it. The Dark Phoenix went all out, transforming into a gigantic flaming phoenix, directly clashing with the black vortex. Gonita grew to dozens of meters tall. Taking advantage of the distraction, she charged towards Zisorn, her fist gathering terrifying energy before smashing down toward him. Zisorn vanished and reappeared in the distance. With a casual wave of his hand, a blast of dark energy hit Gonita, sending her flying back hundreds of meters. Kino simply stood to the side, watching. The Dark Phoenix and Gonita had power levels beyond even cosmic level beings, but they lacked real combat experience. Their style was basically brute force without finesse. Zisorn's power was comparable to theirs, but he had thousands of years of experience and potent dark magic, allowing him to suppress the two of them. Gonita was once again blasted away, crashing straight toward Kino. Kino dodged swiftly, letting Gonita crash through several small asteroids before coming to a halt. Ugh, that hurt. You didn't even try to catch me, Gonita grumbled. You're several dozen meters tall, how could I catch you? Kino tilted his head. At this point, he wasn't even as tall as one of her fingers. Just then, the Dark Phoenix, who had been fighting alone, suddenly disappeared without warning. A surge of roaring flames appeared out of nowhere. The fire completely engulfed Zisorn, reducing him to nothingness. That was a move I just came up with. How'd you like it? The Dark Phoenix said proudly, appearing in Zisorn's original location. A strike through time itself. To pull that off, you're not just a fragment of the Phoenix Force. You are the complete Phoenix Force, Zisorn remarked, reappearing not far away. The next moment, 2 beams of red light shot out, blasting Zisorn into the distance. Zisorn, hand over the authority. I don't want to waste more time, Kino said as he floated slowly towards Zisorn. The 2 women hovered behind him. So I was wrong. You're the mastermind, Zisorn replied, expressionless. I said so from the beginning, Kino said flatly. Zisorn fell silent for a few seconds. Should he keep fighting? His strength was on par with the 3 before him. While there was an experience gap, it wasn't an unwinnable battle. But there was no benefit in winning. Their backing was powerful. If he lost, the outcome would remain the same. As for pride, Zisorn had lived for countless years and considered it optional. I can hand over the authority. I can even give you my dark magic. But you'll need to help me with one thing, Zisorn said slowly. Go ahead. Say it, Kino replied cautiously. You were able to steal the Dark Hold, so you must be able to move freely on Earth. My next host will appear on Earth. I want you to pass these dark spells to her and protect her until she fully matures. A mysterious red mark appeared in Zisorn's hand. Sure. But will this authority be of any use to her? Kino asked. He already suspected the host was Scarlet Witch and was wondering if there was a loophole to exploit. It will. But my magic will still have a corrupting influence on her, Zisorn nodded. While that meant he wouldn't be able to control her directly, once she grew into her full power, she'd be worth more than 100 dark sorcerers. Then the deal is done. Kino accepted the red mark and turned to leave. You're smarter than Mephisto, he said casually. Zisorn's eyes snapped open wide in shock as he watched Kino's silhouette disappear. He mentioned Mephisto? 6 months ago, Mephisto had mysteriously vanished. Hell had fallen into ruin. All the dimensional demon gods thought he was dead and tried to claim Earth only to be rejected. They'd captured some demons from Hell. According to them, another demon lord had invaded Hell and left it devastated. At the time, all the demon gods had suspected one another. Especially recently, Mephisto's Hell dimension vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Killing a Hell Lord was extremely difficult, but not impossible. But for the entire Hell dimension to vanish, like the blue sky of Earth disappearing, that wasn't something even a Hell Lord could do. Even the 5 great gods couldn't have done it so silently. When Kino first appeared, Zisorn had his suspicions. But the aura he sensed from him was weaker than his own, roughly on par with Mephisto's. Now, it was clear he had been hiding his true power and had even more terrifying beings behind him. Phoenix Force, Galactus, and some unknown Hell Lord. How did these forces even end up working together? Looks like he went easy on me, Zisorn muttered in relief. The full Phoenix Force was on the same level as the 5 great gods, a multiversal class power. A juvenile Galactus had a complete Galactus behind him, also multiversal class. That Hell Lord was backed by a being even more terrifying than the 5 great gods. Honestly, Zisorn was surprised he was still alive. He contacted his followers on Earth to get updates. The Demon King of Earth? Then the Dark Hold must have been given to him by the Sorcerer Supreme too, Zisorn muttered. He hadn't expected the Sorcerer Supreme to be one of Kino's people. In that case, Earth might as well belong to him already. My lord, shall we deal with this demon king? We've learned he has a weakness for beautiful women. We have many beauties willing to assassinate him. For you, we'll sacrifice everything, came the fanatical voice of one of his followers. No, just continue developing more followers. Do not provoke the demon king, Zisorn said, sending a bit of power as a reward. Thank you for your divine gift, my lord. Zisorn had no interest in hearing more and directly closed the communication channel. He likes beautiful women? His next host would count, right? Maybe he could build a good relationship with Kino and expand his cult more easily. Besides, Kino seemed to like collecting the powers of demon gods. For the first time in billions of years, Zisorn began thinking about how to build a good alliance. Sidorak. Want to know the truth behind Hell's disappearance, he said, reaching out telepathically. You know what happened, Zisorn, came the surprised reply. 10 portions of your power source. Deal. When Kino returned to Earth, only an hour had passed. Bringing Gonada and the Dark Phoenix had been the right call. But Kino didn't get a chance to study the red mark. He was dragged off by the 2 women to go shopping and pay for everything. Of course, he had changed his appearance beforehand. Kino, try this, said the Dark Phoenix, shoving a pancake into his mouth. What the hell? They even have pancakes here? Are they authentic? Kino took a bite and found the flavor quite good. Of course they're authentic. This recipe's been passed down since the SD dynasty? You're from my hometown too, said the brawny man selling the pancakes. He was making 4 at once with smooth, practiced ease. No, I'm from Eek, Kino replied. Hearing that familiar accent really stirred up some nostalgia. Doesn't matter, we're all locals when we're out here, the man chuckled while flipping his pancakes. A blonde woman, nearly 1.8 meters tall, suddenly smacked the man's head and said, what are you still chatting for? The customers are already getting impatient. Impossible? I'm flipping for a minute, how could they be impatient? Don't lie to me, woman. The big brother didn't believe her and turned his head. 2 beautiful girls were devouring the pancakes, each bite disappearing in 2 gulps. As soon as the vendor finished making one, it was gone. This time, afraid of being outpaced by the Dark Phoenix, Gonada no longer took her time savoring them. The other customers, though hungry, weren't in a hurry either. They placed their untouched pancakes in front of the 2 girls. Big eaters weren't rare, but ones this beautiful and well-proportioned? That was a first. Mother of mercy, the vendor gasped. His pancakes were no joke, loaded with ingredients and usually enough to fill someone with just one. What are you staring at? You wanna lose your eyeballs. The blonde woman twisted the vendor's plump belly. Ow, okay, I'm not looking, stop pinching me. The vendor cried out as he hurriedly increased his speed. Big brother, is that your wife? Kino asked with some surprise. She's pretty, isn't she? Don't let the fact that I sell pancakes fool you. She married me because she loved my pancakes. Even gave me a beautiful daughter. The big brother spoke proudly. Then you're truly impressive, Kino said with a thumbs up. The blonde woman smiled generously and reached out her hand for a shake. I'm Susanna. Don't listen to him, he kept bringing me pancakes every day until I was so annoyed I gave in and married him. Nice to meet you. I'm Kino. Kino shook her hand lightly. Hey, kid, want my wife to introduce you to someone? She has a bunch of girlfriends. Their daughters are around your age and absolutely stunning. Hey, woman, ease up. The big brother's waist was twisted like a pretzel again, but his hands didn't miss a beat, he was clearly used to it. How do you know they're stunning? I don't. I was just bluffing, chatting with the young lad. Really, truly? Give me some face here, darling. Just then, Dark Phoenix and Gonada finished eating and walked over to Kino. Kino, we're done. Let's hit the next spot. This place isn't bad. Boss, buy it for me. Kino waved at the stunned vendor. See you next time, big brother. It was a while before the vendor snapped out of his daze. That young lad is seriously badass, handling 2 at once. Hubby, did they say they're buying our shop? Must have misheard. Who buys pancake stalls anyway? But that very evening, someone came looking for the vendor and bought the shop along with him, the boss. That's when he realized who the young man really was, the demon king of Devil Corp. Kino spent the day eating and drinking with the 2 girls, all while casually inspecting which restaurants failed his standards of taste and hygiene for future purging. That's when they ran into familiar faces. 2 men and a woman. Bucky, why are you following us? Peggy gave the old-fashioned man a tired look. I had nothing to do, so I came out for a walk. Just a coincidence. Bucky wore a flight jacket and had one gloved hand. You do realize you're basically a third wheel, right? What do you mean? How am I a third wheel? Clearly, Bucky hadn't fully grasped modern slang. Sigh. Peggy sighed. Ever since becoming young again, her mindset had also returned to youth. She found herself getting emotional and sentimental easily. Bucky, maybe you should. Steve looked into Bucky's lonely eyes but couldn't finish the sentence. He could only look silently at Peggy. Feeling both men's gaze, Peggy's expression turned neutral. Why couldn't Hydra have been a little slower? Steve and I barely had any time to enjoy being together before they showed up. 1 week. She held up a single finger. All right. Steve hesitated but eventually nodded. Hearing that, Peggy smiled and said to Bucky, you can tag along, but today, you're our bodyguard. Got it. Bucky's eyes brightened with a small smile as he nodded. He just wanted to stay close to his 2 old-time friends, he didn't care about the role. The three lined up at a burger shop, right behind Kino. Looks like you're adapting well to this era, Kino said as he turned around. Steve was briefly stunned. The face was unfamiliar, but that voice. Boss. Pepper and Bucky also changed expressions, wanting to say something. Relax. I'm just out having fun today, Kino waved casually. So, Steve, are you happy with your life now? Very happy. I have my loved ones, friends, and I no longer have to save the world. This is the life I always dreamed of, Steve said with a smile. Empty words. Lying to the Demon King is never a wise move. Looks like you misunderstood my question last time. Let me ask you again, if you had to choose between family and friends, who would you choose? Family. This time, Steve answered without a trace of hesitation. Perfect answer? We're the same, selfish and self-serving, Kino said. The difference between us is this: I am decisively evil and never regret my actions. You are hypocritically good, always hesitant before making a move. When I first became a super soldier, all I wanted was to fight to prove myself. But the government made me into a performer instead. Back then, I was just angry. When I saved Bucky, half the reason was to prove myself. Steve confessed something neither Peggy nor Bucky had ever heard before. Boss, when you asked if I saved the world for justice, was it really justice, or just for fame and glory? I can now answer you. In that moment, I did it for justice. To save the world. Steve's eyes were resolute. He had thought long and hard about this answer. Kino stared at him with sharp, piercing eyes that seemed to see straight into his soul. Steve, however, met his gaze squarely. There was no fear or doubt, only honesty and conviction. Then let me ask you, do you still want to save the world one more time? This world doesn't need me to save it anymore. Steve smiled and shook his head. There was a relaxed and contented peace in his expression. Peggy furrowed her brows slightly, falling into deep thought. The Demon King was never someone who enjoyed war, yet now he seemed intent on facilitating one. There had to be a deeper reason behind this. And the fact that Nick Fury had come to them without informing the other side, could it be that Nick Fury himself was the cause of this war? She couldn't help but recall the artificial sun incident that erupted in New York. In the end, nothing bad happened. In fact, it had benefited the world, and that was also orchestrated by the Demon King. Boss, I want to ask, will this war benefit all of humanity? Peggy hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Who knows? Kino answered without even turning his head. He casually tossed a black satchel over his shoulder and walked away. This burger's pretty good. I'm buying it. Peggy's lips curled into a subtle smile. It seemed she no longer needed to worry too much. Steve reached out to unfasten the clasp on the satchel and looked inside. A familiar metallic gleam sparkled in the sunlight. It was his shield, both familiar and dear to him. He couldn't help but reach out, gently caressing the cold surface of the shield with a sense of nostalgia. A great battle was approaching. However, before he could fully sink into the wave of memories, Peggy suddenly snatched the satchel from him and tossed it to Bucky behind them. Your job today isn't to sit here and mope. But the war is coming. Peggy ignored his protest, firmly grabbing Steve's arm and pulling him toward the burger shop. What are you afraid of? We have the Demon King. You're just a soldier. Your duty is to follow orders. And right now, I'm ordering you to go on a date with me. Yes, Commander Peggy. Steve took a deep breath. That's right, the boss was here. He just had to obey orders. Bucky followed behind, holding the satchel. Subconsciously, he clenched his steel fist, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. War, now that was something to look forward to. Why are you spacing out? Try this. This is New York's #1 burger. Peggy's voice snapped Bucky out of his thoughts as she forcefully stuffed a steaming burger into his mouth. Even though she found this old-timer a bit of a third wheel, she still had to be considerate. After all, that would make Steve even more guilty and willing to compensate her more. After dining with Jean Grey and Galactus and casually buying an entire street, Kino returned to the estate and pulled out the Mark of Than. He began studying magic and knowledge seriously. He never imagined that someone as bad at school as himself would one day enjoy learning. Than's magic came in many forms, but it could generally be divided into 4 categories. Darkhold magic, this was the full compilation of spells Than used while he was still on Earth. However, casting these spells required sacrificing one's soul. Possession magic, similar to Shazam's powers, except the user could control the possessed target. Creation magic, with this magic, one could create actual mythological beings. This alone was enough for Kino to conquer the world. Chaos magic, the ability to manipulate reality itself. I really hit the jackpot this time, Kino muttered. With this, he could begin his journey at a planetary level, like Thor. After studying diligently for a decade or 2, he could reach Skyfather level, like Odin, and with excellent talent, even reach single universe level, like the Celestials. Galactus had once mocked the Celestials' creations. Kino felt a bit guilty. Than was just too generous, and yet he'd still beaten him up. But that guilt lasted less than a second before Kino picked up the Book of the Vishanti and resumed studying. It was decent, balanced. It too could be divided into 4 general types. Defensive magic, like the Shield of Seraphim, which created strong protective barriers. Teleportation magic, portals that allowed for rapid spatial travel. Offensive magic, such as magic whips, scarlet chains, and rings of fire spells with strong attack and binding abilities. Special magic, including astral projection, mirror dimension manipulation, and the form of the icon, all offering unique effects. Although not as powerful as Darkhold spells, these were versatile and lacked serious side effects. They could be used for attack, defense, escape, or setting up battle formations. Kino decided to try creation magic first. As red magical energy rose from his hands, a distorted figure began to take shape in the room, constantly morphing, shaping itself. Nay. A white unicorn let out a soft cry, its voice clear and melodious like heavenly music, echoing through the room. Its body emitted a gentle white glow. The unicorn looked at Kino and bowed its head in submission. No soul, huh? Kino reached out and stroked its neck. It felt amazing. Maybe it could be turned into a rug? But looking into the unicorn's loyal eyes, he decided against it. Creation magic couldn't create souls, it could only generate consciousness. These beings were essentially high-level ace. They could think, breed, love or hate, but they had no fear of death. Go play somewhere else. Don't bother me. Kino patted the unicorn, planning to try creating new life. The unicorn nodded gently and walked away, unwillingly sitting in a corner and watching its creator quietly. That night, Pamela and Venom picked up Damien from school. Along the way, they ran into Gwen, who had tied up Harley Quinn with spider silk. Apparently, Gwen had encountered Harley while patrolling as Spider-Woman, catching her in the middle of beating up some street punks. Harley noticed Gwen's ring identical to Little Red's and didn't resist. After Pamela explained everything, Gwen let her go. Darling, we're what the? As they stepped into the house, Pamela and the others were struck dumb by what they saw. A white unicorn was strolling elegantly through the room. In the sky, a phoenix and Rayquaza chased each other playfully. Dozens of colorful slimes bounced across the floor, chased by several large yellow mice. Giant butterflies the size of wash basins fluttered in the corners. A red dinosaur and a blue turtle were locked in fierce combat. You're back? Come, behold my masterpiece. Kino proudly showed off the work he had spent the most time on, Bumblebee, the Transformer. Hello, mistresses. Hello, young master. The yellow sports car flashed its headlights in greeting. Hello. Wait, darling, where did all these come from? Pamela greeted it blankly, before suddenly snapping out of her daze and demanding answers. I created them. Bumblebee, transform. With a series of mechanical whirs and clicks, the car shifted into a 5-meter-tall robot, smashing its head into the ceiling. Bit of a hiccup, but isn't it cool? Kino beamed with pride. He hadn't expected creation magic to be this powerful. It could even generate silicon-based life forms. This is awesome. I love it. Little Kino, can I have it? Harley's eyes sparkled with little stars. No, it's mine. Please, I'll sleep with you. Can't you try something else? Do you really see me as some sex-starved pervert? Isn't that exactly what you are? Kino was speechless. It's very handsome, my dear, you've become a god. Pamela asked in shock. Previously, her beloved's power was immense, but it was understandable. Now, he could even create life. No, although these lives look lively, they don't have souls, Kino said, patting the bumblebee's small leg. Sorry to disappoint you, master. Bumblebee's tone was sad, yet it looked lively and animated. It's not your fault. I'm not strong enough. Maybe in the future, you'll be able to create souls on your own. I'll definitely create souls. Don't be so determined. Harley, seeing Kino ignore her, jumped onto Bumblebee and started to tempt him. Hey, big guy, want to join me? You'll have the freshest 98 fuel every day. Let's go rob some places and have fun. What's 98 fuel? Gasoline, you should like it. Damien picked up a Pikachu that ran by. Pika. Pikachu obediently stayed in Damien's arms, rubbing its chin. Godfather, can I keep it? Damien squeezed the soft creature in his arms. Sure, I'll build a forest nearby and place them there. Thank you, Godfather. She could bring Xiao and the others to play later, and the teacher would probably like it too. Gwen, full of admiration and expectation, slowly walked toward a graceful unicorn whose fur shimmered with a dreamy glow. Her eyes were full of caution and wonder as she gently reached out and stroked the unicorn's neck, her movements as gentle as if she were afraid of disturbing a beautiful dream. The unicorn glanced at her, sensing the master's aura on her, and didn't resist. Seeing that it didn't reject her, Gwen couldn't contain her excitement. She quickly spun around and sat on the unicorn's back. However, in the next second, the unicorn knelt to the ground with a tragic whinny, causing Gwen to quickly jump off in fear. Huh? Chino, what's going on? Gwen cried out in panic. Chino walked up to the unicorn and gently comforted it. The unicorn prefers pure maidens. Gwen, you're already a married woman. Gwen's face instantly turned red, and she couldn't speak for a moment. The unicorn stood up and sadly rubbed against Chino's hand. It was strange to be ridden immediately upon meeting someone, especially not by a pure maiden. Venom walked over to the unicorn. She reached out and gently stroked its neck. The unicorn's nose twitched as it seemed to catch a familiar yet unique scent. Another master? It walked slowly around Venom, sniffing and feeling her. Then, as if approving, it slowly knelt and rubbed against her. Does this mean I can ride? Venom asked softly, with a gentle tone that held a hint of seduction. The unicorn nodded gently. After receiving permission, Venom gracefully sat on the unicorn's back. The unicorn stood up steadily, carrying Venom as it walked leisurely through the living room, its steps light and steady. Venom, why can you do it? Gwen couldn't help but ask, watching the scene. Venom heard her and smiled faintly. Gwen, I'm not human. As long as I want, every day is a day for pure maidens. Chapter 197, Every Day is a Pure Maiden, continued. As soon as the words left her mouth, Venom's hair instantly turned a dazzling platinum blonde, and her ears gradually became pointed, exuding an exquisite charm. At this moment, she was riding the unicorn, and the perfect blend of purity and allure on her was like a fairy stepping out of a dreamlike painting. Venom winked playfully at Gwen, making her stare in awe. So beautiful. Wait, I also want to ride. Gwen stared for a while, then reluctantly shifted her gaze toward Chino, the one responsible for turning her into a married woman. Chino found Gwen's distressed look amusing and asked, Gwen, do you like Pegasus? Pegasus? I love it. Hearing Chino's words, Gwen's eyes instantly brightened, and all her earlier frustration disappeared, replaced by excitement about Pegasus. Later that night, outside the manor, Gwen was riding a white Pegasus soaring through the sky, followed by 10 other pure white Pegasi. Harley and Damien were also on their own Pegasi. Chino had provided everyone in the house with one. As for Chino, he was riding with Venom on the unicorn, strolling in the garden. At this moment, on the unicorn, an innocent fairy girl wearing a heavy collar looked back at her master with confusion and asked softly, Master, what's this thing pressing against me from behind? The fairy girl blinked her big watery eyes and continued to ask, I always carry it with me. Why is Master holding me so tightly? I'm a bit cold. Then Master, be quiet. Okay. The fairy girl obediently responded, but her eyes were full of playful light. You naughty little fairy. Her master, slightly embarrassed, leaned down and bit her pointed ear. Do you want me to punish you, Master? The fairy girl, instead of being afraid, provocatively responded. In the blink of an eye, Chino vanished with the fairy girl. The unicorn stopped and turned its head back, its eyes full of confusion. After searching and finding nothing, it gently shook its flowing mane and found a clean and quiet corner in the garden, where it slowly lay down to rest. Meanwhile, Pamela was crouching on the ground, staring curiously at a Bulbasaur in front of her, her eyes filled with curiosity and exploration. You're carrying garlic? Can you photosynthesize? Seed. The Bulbasaur tilted its head at Pamela's words, its round eyes full of confusion. Pamela wasn't interested in the Pegasus soaring in the sky. This strange Bulbasaur piqued her endless curiosity. The Bulbasaur had plant-like features on its back, but its body was undeniably a living creature. This unique combination made Pamela even more eager to explore. Can't talk? How troublesome. Would you mind if I studied you? Seed, seed. The Bulbasaur, sensing some unease, shivered slightly but dared not resist in front of its mistress. Don't be scared, little one. Do you want to eat some fruit? Pamela's tone softened, as if soothing a frightened child. Saying that, she pulled out a carefully cultivated fruit from her bag and offered it to the Bulbasaur. The Bulbasaur stared at the fruit for a moment before two tender green vines extended from its back, carefully taking the fruit. It sniffed the fruit first, then immediately started biting into it. Seed. Do you like it? Looks like you can replenish energy by eating. Pamela watched the Bulbasaur eating happily, smiling contentedly. Although her beloved had said these lives didn't have souls, to Pamela, the Bulbasaur's responses now were just like those of truly living creatures. It had a craving for food, and it showed a vivid expression of emotion. Morning. Venom, it's all up to you now. Don't worry. Once the payment is received, work must be done. He is, after all, a principled demon king. Kino flew into the air, using his super hearing for the first time. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. After Venom processed the data, it was relayed to Kino. Found it. The location is near Sokovia. A sonic boom echoed in the air, and Kino instantly disappeared. Sokovia is a small, landlocked country in Eastern Europe, mountainous and barren, a nation in constant turmoil. In the slums, narrow, dilapidated streets were filled with a sense of decay. A gang blocked the way of two individuals. One was a silver-haired boy, and the other was a girl with dark golden hair. Pietro, when will you pay us back? I'll pay in a few days. I'm going to work today, and I'll repay you once I earn some money. Pietro hid his sister Wanda behind him. Ha ha ha, the $500 worth of drugs. I only gave it to you because I pity the two of you. The deadline to pay is fast approaching. A white, burly man with a mohawk, his greedy eyes peering through dark sunglasses, stared fixedly at Pietro's sister. Wanda had black oil smeared on her face, making it impossible to recognize her original appearance. Cassie, $500. Wasn't it 50 last time? Pietro's face turned grim. $500? Even if he sold himself, it wouldn't be worth that much. In this place, drugs are a rare commodity. Last time was the price for that, but you didn't pay. Naturally, we'll charge according to this time. Cassie spread his hands, showing that he couldn't do anything. Pietro gritted his teeth. Last time, Wanda had caught a fever and borrowed 3 cold medicine pills from them. He wasn't even sure if those pills had expired. But there was no choice now. All he had left was his sister. I got it. I'll pay you. Now move aside. Pietro tried to control his anger as he spoke. Such a big amount, you can't pay it, right? No worries, I have a way for you to make a lot of money. Cassie spoke with malicious intent, his smile insidious. He recalled that rainy night. Cassie had accidentally brushed past Wanda on the street. In that instant, he caught a glimpse of her beautiful face under her hat. However, when Wanda noticed his gaze, she quickly hurried away and disappeared into the heavy rain. Later, Kasi used his connections and methods to gather information and finally located Wanda. This inconspicuous girl in the crowd radiated an unusual charm, more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen. Now, Kasi licked his lips, his gaze crossing over Pietro's face and landing on Wanda, who was hiding behind him like a frightened fawn. He couldn't help but swallow. Immediately, he put on a seemingly kind but actually fake smile. We are planning to open a KTV, and we need a headliner to make a scene. I think your sister is perfect. Not only will the debt be cleared, but we'll also give her a large sum every day. You'll both live a prosperous life. He began calculating in his mind. Whether for his own enjoyment or to offer her to someone else in exchange for power and wealth, this deal was a sure win for him. Wanda's body trembled. Pietro's face turned ashen. Most people in this country were living in poverty. How could anyone afford to spend money in a KTV? There was no need to think to know what kind of place it was. Look for an opportunity to run. Pietro grabbed Wanda's hand and wrote a childhood secret code with his pinky finger on her hand. Pietro. Wanda looked anxiously at her brother's back. You know I run fast. Go ahead first. Chapter 198, Sokovia, 2 halves. Pietro quickly finished writing and let go of his sister's hand, putting on a joyful expression. Kasi, I didn't expect you to care about me, but I want to know how much my sister would make. Kasi chuckled. A lot, a lot. As long as your sister works hard, all our brothers will pay her. Exactly, exactly. We'll also help with her business. We're all family. No problem with the first payment being waived. Ha ha ha. The gang members laughed loudly. Their laughter seemed especially harsh in the oppressive atmosphere, and passers-by hurriedly lowered their heads and walked away. Then if my sister joins, can I join too? Pietro feigned ignorance. Kasi looked at Pietro's face carefully. He was handsome, and he resembled his sister somewhat. His body was thin, but after a little dressing up, he wouldn't be disliked by customers. If he joined with his sister, it would make the place even more attractive. Of course, seeing how understanding you are. Thank you, boss Kasi. Go to hell. Pietro suddenly pulled out a small knife and stabbed it into Kasi's chest. PFF. Pietro was hit by a punch to the side of his face and staggered back, falling to the ground. Pietro. Wanda rushed over and helped Pietro up. Damn brat, I've had many people try to kill me over the years. You think I didn't see through your little trick? Kasi scoffed, taking off his jacket to reveal a black bulletproof vest, patched all over with various stitching marks. Take them all away. Pietro struggled to get up. He hadn't eaten, and now the punch made him dizzy. His head rang with a buzzing sound. Wanda looked at the crowd closing in, and terror, like a cold tide, drowned her completely. Her eyes glowed faintly red. Who would come to save them? Whoosh! A sharp, whistling sound came from above, and everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. Boom! A shadow slammed into the ground, and the enormous impact sent a cloud of dust into the air, momentarily obscuring the scene. Stop! I'll pay their debt. I miscalculated. Kino had been watching from above for a while. To make a strong first impression, he deliberately didn't use his biological force field to cushion the landing. The result was a dust bomb. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew away the dust. A group of little yellow minions, all covered in dirt, stood in shock, staring at him. Although there were some mistakes, the effect is the same. They'll remember your entrance for life. Venom's teasing voice echoed in his mind. PFF, you. Kasi spat out a mouthful of sand, about to curse, but, boss, he looks like a demon king. A subordinate pulled out a newspaper from his pants, and Kino's eyes twitched. Kasi compared the photo in the paper to the man standing before him. The man in the picture was the same as the one before them. You. Wait, did you say you're going to pay their debt? Exactly, take this and get lost. Kino tossed a gold bar at him. His mood wasn't too great right now. Kasi caught the gold bar and bit into it. It was real. A gold bar of this size was worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. The Scarlet Witch joined Hydra between the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier and Avengers, Age of Ultron.